Chapter 1063. Elder Qin, there's something below. What? Hearing that, Elder Qin immediately reacted. It's the Corpse King Palace's earth-walking corpses. Earth-walking corpses are a type of battle corpse refined by the Corpse King Palace. They specialize in drilling through the ground, similar to the profound earth movement technique. However, their speed is more than 100 times faster than the earth movement technique. When Elder Qin heard Yi Xian's words, he didn't believe it, but to be safe, he still sent a palm strike towards the ground. A huge palm strike landed, instantly shattering the ground. At the same time, an aura leaked out from the ground, which Elder Qin sensed. Battle corpse. Elder Qin's expression changed. He walks the path of the ghost god, so he has a strong sense for undead. He sensed that there were at least 5 earth-walking corpses below. Although this palm strike killed all the earth-walking corpses, there were definitely more in the surroundings. We've been exposed. Quickly get rid of all the earth-walking corpses. Elder Qin roared at Yi Xian. At the same time, he took out a myriad ghost banner and released over 100 ghost spirits. If they didn't get rid of the earth-walking corpses, they would be ambushed by a large number of Corpse King Palace experts. Yi Xian also understood this, so he flew into the sky and continuously attacked the ground. Bang! 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 The ground shattered as if it was the end of the world. Yi Xian's goal wasn't to kill the earth-walking corpses, but to blast open the ground. With the eye of perception, he could capture the exact location of the earth-walking corpses and kill them. Fierce ghost tears break. Fierce ghost tears break. Fierce ghosts constantly pounced towards the ground and tore apart the earth-walking corpses below. These earth-walking corpses weren't strong, with the strongest being at 8th grade spirit disaster. Furthermore, Yi Xian had an endless supply of ghost spirits, so the earth-walking corpses' speed was rapidly decreasing. In just a few breaths, over 100 earth-walking corpses were dealt with. There are actually so many. Yi Xian was also shocked. If there were only a few dozen, he probably wouldn't have discovered them. I didn't expect to be followed by so many earth-walking corpses. Perhaps we were already targeted when we were in the Blood Cloud sect. These earth-walking corpses are constantly leaving marks along the way. I'm afraid there will soon be Corpse King Palace experts chasing after us. Elder Qin's, of course, the corpses were only responsible for following them. Their battle strength weren't strong, so they wouldn't be exposed. Brat, don't worry about them. Even if we kill them all, we won't be able to kill them all. Let's continue on our way. There is a city in front of us. We can use it to hide our auras. Elder Qin shouted and immediately brought the palanquin in a certain direction. There were a large number of humans in the city, and most importantly, there was a formation that prevented the walking corpses from entering. When the time came, they could use other methods to escape. Unfortunately, at this moment, Yi Xian was shocked. At this moment, he felt that the corpse man was a complete fool. He dared to challenge the 2 major forces in the land of the dead with his little strength. He was really courting death. No wonder Elder Guo Xiaolei dared to go alone to take the credit. There were a total of 4 auras that entered the range of the eye of perception. All of them were stronger than the corpse man. Among them, there were 2 auras with extremely dense death qi. Obviously, they were top-level battle corpses. We can't leave. Elder Qin gave up on escaping and turned to look. After a while, 4 figures entered his sight. I didn't expect to be caught by you guys. Elder Qin looked at the newcomers and said slowly, TSK, you dare to rob my Corpse King Palace's things by yourself? I advise you to obediently come out. A middle-aged man walked out. Beside him was an old man. As for the remaining 2, they were battle corpses refined by themselves. Their strength was not weaker than theirs. 2 Corpse King Palace elders and 2 top-level battle corpses. This is troublesome. Humph, you were chased by me like a dog last time. This time, you just have 2 more helpers. Elder Qin looked disdainful. Last time, he only encountered this middle-aged man and a top-level battle corpse. Although there were 2 more people now, he had Yi Xian as a helper, so he was not afraid at all. Elder Qin, hand over the quasi-heavenly beast's corpse and I can leave you with a complete corpse. The middle-aged man looked at Elder Qin and said. The quasi-heavenly beast's corpse was not the demon bull's corpse, but the other corpse that Elder Qin and the saint had fought over in the Corpse King Palace's territory. As for the quasi-heavenly beast's saint beast soul, it had already fallen into the saint's hands. Complete corpse. I'm afraid you want to refine my corpse into a battle corpse, right? Elder Qin showed a disdainful look and said, don't talk nonsense. If you want to go, then go. Since you want to die so quickly, I'll fulfill your wish. The middle-aged man let out a low roar as he charged towards Elder Qin with his top-grade battle corpse. As for the other old man, he brought his battle corpse and rushed toward the palanquin. Although there were 4 9th-grade spirit disaster ghost spirits beside the palanquin, ghost spirits were originally weaker than humans. Furthermore, this time, the Corpse King Palace's top-notch fighting strength had come, so these 4 9th-grade spirit disaster ghost spirits were just decorations. Yi Xian, block them. Elder Qin's face sank as he roared and summoned a spirit disaster to refine it. Divine Ghost Transformation. At the same time, Yi Xian also summoned 3 6th-grade spirit disaster spirits. Ding. The death chi in the host's body has reached 30%. Currently, there is no danger to the host's life. Ding. The death chi in the host's body has reached 60%. Currently, there is no danger to the host's life. Ding. The death chi in the host's body has reached 90%. Currently, there is no danger to the host's life. After the 3 spirit disasters were refined, the death chi entered Yi Xian's body, causing Yi Xian's aura to soar. Don't forget about me. This time, I'll use you guys to break through. Yi Xian looked at the old man and the top-level battle corpse. The black patterns on his face suddenly changed and turned into a dark gold color. Eye of Glory. When this aura spread out, it startled the 2 experts from the Corpse King Palace. Those who block me shall die. The grey-robed old man roared and threw a punch at Yi Xian. His true chi instantly formed into a white bone arm and smashed towards Yi Xian. Pseudo-divine ability. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The martial art that the old man used was probably on the same level as the divine ghost fist. Although it wasn't at the level of a divine ability, it was close. Even if you know it, I know it too. Divine ghost fist. Yi Xian gathered the death chi in his right hand and threw it out. A dark golden fist shadow blasted out and collided with the opponent's bony arm. Boom. Chapter 1064. The grey-robed elder was shocked. After all, Yi Xian was only at 6th-grade spirit disaster. It was unbelievable that he was able to block his punch. Although I don't know where you came from, you dare to block my path. Die. The grey-robed elder threw out another punch. Another bony arm smashed towards Yi Xian. Ghost God Fist. Yi Xian used the remaining death aura to counterattack. Boom. Another wave of air swept across the area. However, the elder was still controlling a top-grade battle corpse. Summon the Golden War God. Yi Xian didn't dare to hold back anymore. He quickly revealed his trump card. After the Golden Armor War God appeared, he slashed at the battle corpse. Overlord's Limitless Sword. Boom. Catcher. The top-grade battle corpse's bones were shattered in many places. However, it didn't affect its movement. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression changed. He quickly dashed towards the top-grade battle corpse in an attempt to stop it. Dragon-catching hand. A huge golden hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the top-grade battle corpse. The golden true energy started to burn the corpse's flesh, making sizzling sounds. Superpower? Everyone's expression changed. Even Elder Qin didn't expect Yi Xian to know a superpower. Let's get rid of you first. Yi Xian refined another 3 ghost spirits and threw a ghost god's fist at the top-level battle corpse that was captured. Huff. Huff. The wind howled. The dark golden fist broke through the air and landed on the top-grade battle corpse. Although the top-grade battle corpse's body was extremely tough, it couldn't withstand Yi Xian's full-strength punch. After all, Yi Xian's golden true energy was mixed in the punch. The top-grade battle corpse's upper body exploded. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Brat, how dare you destroy my battle corpse? Die. The grey-robed elder was enraged. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Yi Xian in one strike. However, Yi Xian's ghost god fist could be used without limit. Bang! Another shockwave swept out. In less than 2 seconds after the battle started, the Corpse King Palace lost one of their top-grade ghost corpses. The original 4 versus 2 had turned into 3 versus 2. Old man, let's see if you can still use it. Yi Xian refined the 3 ghost spirits. The death aura once again gathered and blasted it at the grey-robed elder. Not good. The grey-robed elder's expression darkened. He quickly took out a new battle corpse to block in front of him. Although this new battle corpse was weaker than a top-level battle corpse, its defense was stronger than a top-level battle corpse. At this moment, he was using the battle corpses. Boom! The ghost god's fist landed on the body of the meat shield warrior, instantly shattering it. Then, the grey-robed elder was also shaken by the aftershock of the ghost god's fist. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he was sent flying. Yi Xian's. To Yi Xian's. Dragon-catching hand. Yi Xian's true qi was drained in an instant. At the same time, he overdrew his life force. The golden dragon-catching hand appeared again and pinched the grey-robed elder. If Yi Xian had enough true qi, he would not need to overdraw his life force to use the dragon-catching hand. However, he had just used it once. Hence, he overdrew his life force. However, as long as he could kill the grey-robed elder, he did not mind overdrawing his life force. Caught by the golden dragon-catching hand, the grey-robed elder could not break free. He could only watch as Yi Xian used the ghost god transformation again. Old man, you think I can't kill you this time? Yi Xian roared angrily. Another dark golden ghost god's fist was launched. This time, the grey-robed elder was restrained by the dragon-catching hand. He could not summon the battle corpse to block the attack. Boom! The ghost god's fist landed on the grey-robed elder and penetrated his upper body. Even the battle corpse with amazing defense was instantly killed. There was no way the grey-robed elder was still alive. After he died, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the interspatial ring. It was a pity that there wasn't much inside. Damn it! I couldn't break through. Yi Xian sighed. He looked at the other middle-aged man with undisguised killing intent. In just a few seconds, Yi Xian killed 2 of the Corpse King Palace's top fighters. This strength was enough to intimidate Elder Qin and the middle-aged man. How can he be so strong? The same thought flashed through their minds. Elder Qin had only beaten the middle-aged man and his battle corpse to a pulp, but Yi Xian was able to kill him in only a few seconds. Not good. Run. When the middle-aged man saw Yi Xian rushing towards him, he immediately turned around and fled. It's too late to leave now. Elder Qin quickly chased after him and attacked continuously to prevent him from leaving. At the same time, Yi Xian also rushed over. Capture the leader first. As long as the middle-aged man was killed, the remaining top-level battle corpse would not be a threat. Dragon-catching hand. Ghost god's fist. The middle-aged man was weaker than Elder Qin to begin with. The latter was able to defeat the middle-aged man even though he was fighting 2 people at once. Now that Yi Xian was involved, the middle-aged man was instantly beaten up like a dog. However, at this moment, stop! A shout came from afar. However, Yi Xian had already made his move. Ghost god's fist. No, the middle-aged man could not dodge the punch and his head exploded. At the same time, Yi Xian sensed an extremely strong aura of death. Thump! Yi Xian's heart twitched violently. In the next moment, he saw a figure rushing towards him. Corpse King. Elder Qin also swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The Corpse King Palace's Corpse King had the combat strength of the Manifestation Realm. Although it couldn't use the power of Manifestation Realm, it wasn't something that a person of the 3 sovereign disasters could fight against. Oh no! Yi Xian did not dare to delay. He hurriedly rushed over and took the middle-aged man's universe ring. However, the thing inside was still not enough for him to break through. This was bad. However, before he could open his mouth, the Corpse King had already arrived in front of them. The strong aura of death suppressed their hearts and made them feel suffocated. The Corpse King had the appearance of a bald man. He was bare-chested and his muscular body was covered with livor mortis spots of various sizes. Who would have thought that the Corpse King Palace would actually send a Corpse King this time? This was big trouble. "How dare you kill my Corpse King Palace's people?" the burly man said coldly. He had already died 100 years ago. However, the Corpse King Palace refined his corpse into a battle corpse and enlightened him, allowing him to recover his memories. This was also the first time that Yi Xian saw a corpse that could speak. "You are the Vajra Corpse King?" Elder Qin swallowed another mouthful of saliva and asked in horror. Chapter 1065. After hearing the muscular man admit it, Elder Qin's heart trembled again. The Vajra Corpse King was the one with the strongest defense among all the Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace. Apart from the Ghost Spirit Ancestor, no one in the sect of the God of Ghost could break through its defense. Aside from its strong defense, the Vajra Corpse King was ranked at the bottom of the Corpse King Palace. But unfortunately, even if it was ranked at the bottom, it wasn't something that Elder Qin and Yi Xian could deal with. So what if it's the Vajra Corpse King? "This is the territory of my sect of the God of Ghost. If you dare to make a move here, you will be challenging the authority of my sect of the God of Ghosts." Although Elder Qin was afraid of the Vajra Corpse King, he felt a little more confident when he thought of his background being the sect of the God of Ghost. So what if it's the sect of the God of Ghost? "It's not like your ghost spirit ancestor hasn't made a move in our territory before." The Vajra Corpse King coldly snorted, "I won't say much to you. Since you dared to kill the people of my Corpse King Palace, you should be prepared to die. Even if the ghost spirit ancestor appears today, I will kill you all." When the Vajra Corpse King finished speaking, its figure flashed and instantly crossed 1,000 meters to appear in front of Elder Qin. Boom! The Vajra Corpse King lightly punched and directly penetrated Elder Qin's chest. The latter subconsciously swallowed his saliva and looked at the thick arm in front of his chest. He finally understood the gap between him and a Manifestation Realm expert. Although the Vajra Corpse King didn't have the strength of Manifestation Realm, it wasn't something that a 9th-grade spirit disaster couldn't fight against. "I will bring your corpse back and refine it into a battle corpse." As soon as the Vajra Corpse King finished speaking, Elder Qin's heart was crushed with a pop. Elder Qin wasn't like Yi Xian. He didn't have the eye of eternity. The moment his heart exploded, his eyes turned white and he died instantly. A single strike killed Elder Qin. This was the strength of a Manifestation Realm expert. "Kid, you are quite strong. I will also bring you back and refine you into a battle corpse." The Vajra Corpse King suddenly turned its head and its gaze fell on Yi Xian. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. This time, he did not dare to stay any longer. Even if he failed the mission, he had to escape. He reckoned that he could survive this attack. After all, his eyes were his weak points. When the time came, all he had to do was pass through the void door. However, just as he was about to use the eyes of the void, a powerful aura suddenly made his heart tremble again. Bang! The palanquin suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out from it, directly attacking the Vajra Corpse King. What? The Vajra Corpse King and Yi Xian were shocked. The ghost spirit Saint Sun had awakened. Yi Xian hurriedly took a look and realized that it was a female ghost spirit. This ghost spirit Saint Child had a heaven-shaking appearance, a graceful figure, slender thighs, and even her hands were different from others. She didn't have sharp nails, and even her eyes weren't completely red. She looked almost like a human. However, her body was still translucent. After the ghost spirit Saint Child appeared, she immediately charged towards the Vajra Corpse King. The latter was slightly stunned, because he felt that this ghost spirit Saint Child was extraordinary. "TMPH, just entered the Manifestation Realm? Watch how I beat your soul." The Vajra Corpse King sensed the aura emitted by the other party, and with a roar, it charged forward. Manifestation Realm? Yi Xian's brows twitched. The ghost spirit Saint Child actually broke through at such a crucial moment. This was too timely. However, why did he feel that he had seen this ghost spirit Saint Child before? It must be an illusion. Yi Xian shook his head. In his netherworld 10,000 ghost banner, there were tens of thousands of ghost spirits, and this was only referring to those above 6th grade spirit disaster. As for those below 6th grade spirit disaster, the unit was calculated in hundreds of thousands. In the blink of an eye, the ghost spirit Saint Child and the Vajra Corpse King exchanged blows, and Yi Xian also quickly retreated. A battle of this level wasn't something that he could interfere in. However, his attention was drawn to another place, which was Elder Qin's corpse. As the ghost spirit Saint Child and the Vajra Corpse King fought, Yi Xian stealthily swept over and kept Elder Qin's corpse. Naturally, there was also Elder Qin's universe ring. Ding! Host has broken through. Current 7th grade spirit disaster. A system notification rang out. However, even if Yi Xian had broken through, he still couldn't interfere in this battle. Even if I use the ghost god transformation and fuse with 3 7th grade spirit disaster ghosts, the Vajra Corpse King can still kill me with a single punch. It's best that I don't interfere in order to prevent my head from exploding. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but that he couldn't. The Vajra Corpse King was known for its defense, but its speed was 2 times faster than a 7th grade spirit disaster brat like him. If he wasn't careful, he would be in trouble. Thus, it was better for him to be a spectator. Although the ghost spirit Saint Child didn't have sharp nails, her hands could condense the aura of death into blades. Every time she attacked, she would leave a red mark on the Vajra Corpse King's body. The Vajra Corpse King's defense was indeed the strongest in the Corpse King Palace. The ghost spirit Saint Child's attack was actually unable to break through its defense. Little girl, don't think that you're powerful just because you're fast. Taste this move. The Vajra Corpse King roared as it opened its mouth. Following that, a fishy stench spread out. Yi Xian focused his eyes and saw a green bug rushing out of the Vajra Corpse King's throat. Bang! The green bug suddenly exploded and turned into a cloud of green mist that rapidly spread out. The ghost spirit Saint Child accidentally came into contact with some of it and her entire spiritual body twitched. Fortunately, the ghost spirit Saint Child didn't come into contact with much of the green mist. After frowning her brows, she pulled away from the Vajra Corpse King. This is the green corpse worm refined by my Corpse King Palace. It's specially used to deal with the ghost spirit ancestor. Little girl, you're pretty quick to dodge. Otherwise, I would have scattered your soul. The Vajra Corpse King sneered. The ghost spirit Saint Child snorted and didn't care at all. In the next moment, her eyes bloomed with a demonic bloody light. The bloody light condensed into a line and shone on the Vajra Corpse King's shoulder. Bang! The Vajra Corpse King's shoulder suddenly exploded. The Vajra Corpse King was forced to take 2 steps back, but fortunately, his defensive power was amazing and he wasn't injured. What kind of move is this? The Vajra Corpse King was shocked. The Corpse King Palace and the Ghost God Sect had fought for so many years, but this was the first time he saw this move. The ghost spirit Saint Child ignored him and continued to attack. Bang! 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 The Vajra Corpse King was forced to retreat. Although he wasn't injured, the Vajra Corpse King still cried out in pain. At this moment, the ghost spirit Saint Child quickly punched out. A black fist broke through the air and blasted the Vajra Corpse King. Ghost God Fist. Chapter 1066. Ha ha ha, little girl, I have lived for more than 150 years. You think you can kill me? The Vajra Corpse King laughed in pain. The number 1 defense of the Corpse King Palace wasn't just for show. The ghost spirit saint ignored his ridicule and continued to attack. Yi Xian, who was watching the battle from afar, also felt that it was inconceivable. What is that red ray? Since when did the ghost spirit saint have such a move? He felt that this was a little similar to his disintegration eye, but it wasn't quite the same as the red ray that exploded wherever it shone. At this moment, Yi Xian recalled his dissection eye. My dissection eye might be useful against this Vajra Corpse King. His eyes flickered as he used the ghost spirit transformation, and his aura instantly soared. When the Vajra Corpse King saw Yi Xian approaching, Yi Xian couldn't help but shout, "You brat, you dare to interfere? You're courting death." A white bone arm smashed towards Yi Xian, but Yi Xian had used the ghost god transformation. In addition to the effects of the Beast King's Berserk, Agility Advancement, and Gemini Bloodline, His speed was only 20 to 30% slower than the Vajra Corpse King. Whoosh! The white bone arm swept past Yi Xian as Yi Xian quickly approached the Vajra Corpse King. Under the Ghost Spirit Saint's suppression, he directly used the Dissection Eye. The Vajra Corpse King was known for its defense, so it wouldn't dodge in a battle and would always face it head-on. Even the Ghost Spirit Saint's attack couldn't do anything to it, so what could Yi Xian, a 7th-grade spirit disaster brat, do? Buzz, buzz. 2 dissection rays landed on the Vajra Corpse King's thigh. The Vajra Corpse King snorted in ridicule and didn't care about it. But in the next moment, its face changed. How is this possible? My Vajra Corpse membrane was broken. The Vajra Corpse King widened its eyes. Although it was only a little, it still noticed it. This membrane was the reason why its defense was so strong. Now that it was broken, the Ghost Spirit Saint's attack would be able to injure it. The Ghost Spirit Saint also noticed something. With a glare, the Vajra Corpse King's thigh exploded once again. This time, there was blood. Bastard, I'll kill you. The Vajra Corpse King was furious and focused all its attention on Yi Xian. Although the Ghost Spirit Holy Sun had broken through to the manifestation realm, he still could not do anything to him. However, if he cooperated with Yi Xian, his situation would become dangerous. Therefore, he would kill Yi Xian first. However, the Ghost Spirit Saint Sun would not let him go so easily. Bang! 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 The Ghost Spirit Saint Child continued to attack the Vajra Corpse King. Because the latter's speed was not as fast as the Ghost Spirit Saint Child's, it was unable to break through the encirclement. Little girl, get out of my way. The Vajra Corpse King was currently a little flustered and exasperated. If he was unable to break through, then he would not be able to kill Yi Xian. If Yi Xian were to use the Eye of Disintegration again, he would be in for a tragedy. However, he tried to break through 10 times, and the Ghost Spirit Holy Sun still beat him back. In these 10 times, Yi Xian's disintegration ray landed on the Vajra Corpse King's body twice. The Vajra Corpse King's Vajra Corpse King's Vajra Corpse King's Vajra Corpse King's Vajra Corpse King broke open again, and blood flowed out. The Vajra Corpse King's blood was not red, but thick black. Moreover, the stench was extremely strong, like rotten food. It was disgusting. The black blood dripped onto the ground, and the grass on the ground withered in an instant. Looking at the changes on the ground, the Vajra Corpse King suddenly had the thought of retreating. He reckoned that if he continued to fight, he might die here. It was better to leave first. Little girl, stinking brat, just you wait. You better not fall into my hands, or I will use the cruelest method to torture you. The Vajra Corpse King spat out vicious words as he fled. Yi Xian was also drunk. A dignified Corpse King was actually beaten away by them, and it was even cursing as it ran. Was this still a dead person? Beat a drowning dog, chase. Yi Xian did not say anything and hurriedly chased after it. However, when he passed by the Ghost Spirit Holy Sun, he was stopped by the latter. Stop chasing. The Ghost Spirit Holy Sun said softly. Why? Yi Xian was very surprised. If they joined forces, they already had the strength to kill the Vajra Corpse King. Why didn't they chase? However, in the next moment, he understood that the Ghost Spirit Holy Sun was also at the end of his strength. If they continued to fight, it was not certain who would die. At this time, the Ghost Spirit Holy Sun's face was a little green. Obviously, it was the poison of the green corpse worm. This poison could actually affect the spirit body. Let's go. The Ghost Spirit Holy Sun put one hand on Yi Xian's shoulder and directly dragged him away. His speed was twice as fast as Yi Xian. Yi Xian was forcibly taken away, and even the walking corpses on the ground did not follow. Not long after they left, the Vajra Corpse King appeared again. Damn, I actually fell into a trap. I thought the green corpse worm had no effect. It turns out that the girl was holding on. The Vajra Corpse King cursed and shouted, "Search for her for me. If you can't find her, then die for me." The walking corpses below did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly scattered. However, this time, it was not so easy to find. Last time, because the Blood Cloud sect's barbarian bull devil corpse broke out of the mountain, the movement was very big, and Yi Xian was running on the ground, so he was discovered by the walking corpses. This time, the ghost spirit Holy Sun directly took Yi Xian to the sky, and the walking corpses could no longer feel it. At this time, Yi Xian was being carried by the ghost spirit Holy Sun as if he was sitting on an interstellar rocket. "Are you okay?" Yi Xian looked at the ghost spirit Holy Sun and could not help but ask. The female ghost spirit in front of him was the Holy Sun of the God of Ghost sect. She must have been enlightened, which meant that her IQ was not lower than that of humans. She must be able to understand his words. However, the ghost spirit Holy Sun's first words shocked him to the core. "You don't recognize me?" the ghost spirit Holy Sun said in a clear and pleasant voice. "What?" Hearing this, Yi Xian subconsciously froze for a moment. What was this? Could it be that he had met the ghost spirit Holy Sun before? "The first time we met was in the ghost tomb in the ghost tomb territory." The ghost spirit Holy Sun spoke again. "What?" Yi Xian's tiger body froze. Wasn't the ghost tomb territory on the Bloodrock continent? He remembered that not long after he entered the Bloodrock continent, he was caught by old monster Hong and brought to the ghost tomb territory. And during the trip to the ghost tomb, he released a ghost king. No, it should be said that it was a little lowly. Could it be? Impossible. How long has it been, and you've grown so big? Yi Xian did not dare to believe it. A few years ago, she was just a little lowly, but a few years later, she had grown into a big sister. This was illogical. "I've been dead for many years, but later, I was found by the ghost spirit Holy Ancestor who was wandering around the Bloodrock continent and brought to the God of Ghost sect." After the ghost spirit Holy Sun finished speaking, she suddenly turned to Yi Xian and said, "Right, I'm called Yu. Chapter 1067. After hearing this, Yi Xian also reacted. When he first met the Ghost King Little Lowly, she had already been dead for God knows how many years. She was old enough to be his ancestor, so it was not a big deal that she had turned into an older sister. However, Yi Xian still couldn't accept that a Little Lowly had turned into a long-legged older sister in the blink of an eye. But now was not the time to care about this. "Yu, is your poison all right?" Yi Xian asked. "The poison of this green corpse worm is very harmful to my spiritual body. Fortunately, I didn't touch too much of it, otherwise we would have died there." Yu shook her head. "That's good." Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Although Yu had only met him a few times, they had fought side by side before. Now that they could meet again, it could be considered fate. Yi Xian also didn't expect that the Ghost King Little Lowly of the sect of the God of Ghost was actually the Ghost King Little Lowly he had saved that day. He still remembered that during the battle for the wood spirit fruit, he had saved Yu from the 100 Ghost Elder once. Now that he was saved by Yu, they were even. This time, they were intercepted by the Corpse King Palace. Although Elder Qin was dead, the Vaja Corpse King didn't collect Elder Qin's body because Yu had broken out of seclusion. After that, Elder Qin's body was collected by Yi Xian. When they reached the sect of the God of Ghost, Elder Qin might be resurrected as a ghost spirit. All in all, they had profited this time. They only sacrificed an elder, but they destroyed 2 of the Corpse King Palace's top battle corpses and even forced the Vaja Corpse King to retreat. It was a good result. With Yu leading the way, there was no danger for the rest of the journey. 3 hours later, Yu brought Yi Xian back to the sect of the God of Ghost. At the same time, the poison in Yo-Yo's body was neutralized by her. "Welcome back, Saint," a group of disciples said respectfully after seeing her. Yu was the Ghost King Little Lowly and the next sect master of the God of Ghost. At the same time, when Yu swept into the sect of the God of Ghost, Yi Xian also heard a system notification sound. Ding, the first round of random mission completed. With the mission completed, Yi Xian had avoided the risk of the Heavenly Eye God race's bloodline regressing. However, there would be a second round of the mission, but he didn't know what it was. Yu was already an expert in the manifestation realm. Although she did not possess the power of manifestation, her aura was superior to most of the people in the sect of the God of Ghost. She had just returned when several figures appeared in the sky. "My dear disciple, you broke through?" A white-haired old man flew over. Yi Xian's mind trembled fiercely. The newcomers' auras were no weaker than Yo-Yo's. They were clearly all manifestation realm experts. However, They were not humans. They were all ghosts. It was not that easy for a human to break through to the manifestation realm. No one from the sect of the God of Ghosts had succeeded in the past 1,000 years. Among them, the white-haired old man who spoke was the ancestor of the God of Ghost sect. He was also Yo-Yo's master. Master, this disciple has already broken through, but when Elder Chin was escorting me back, he was killed by the Vajra Corpse King of the Corpse King Palace. Yu took out Elder Chin's corpse from the specially made interspatial ring. Vajra Corpse King? When the experts heard that, they were shocked. Immediately use the spirit gathering array to revive Elder Chin, the ancestor of the God of Ghost sect instructed. Then, a ghost spirit carried Elder Chin's body away. After a person died, there wasn't a 100% chance of being revived as a ghost. At the same time, there wasn't a 100% chance of being enlightened and regaining their memories after being revived. Otherwise, if the God of Ghost sect could be revived as a ghost every time someone died, the land of the dead would have long been unified. As for those 9th-grade spirit disaster ghosts, they were all raised from low-grade ghost embryos. The God of Ghost sect treated their elders well. They immediately activated the spirit gathering array and prepared to revive Elder Chin. Yi Xian was pretty lucky to be able to witness the revival ceremony. But right at this moment, the ancestor of the God of Ghost sect suddenly looked at Yi Xian and asked, Yu, why did you bring him back? He's my old friend, Yi Xian. It's all thanks to him that we were able to force the Vajra Corpse King back, Yu quickly introduced. What? A 7th-grade spirit disaster helped you force the Vajra Corpse King back? The ancestor of the God of Ghost sect felt that it was a little exaggerated. In the God of Ghost sect, there were thousands of 7th-grade spirit disaster disciples. Although these disciples could challenge those above them, they couldn't defeat a single Vajra Corpse King. Yi Xian was also at 7th-grade spirit disaster, so how could he force the Vajra Corpse King back? Master, he and I have known each other for many years, so I secretly taught him the God of Ghost Transformation and God of Ghost Fist. Right now, he has already reached the 3rd stage of the God of Ghost Transformation. Yu explained. God of Ghost Transformation, 3rd stage? When the experts heard that, they were shocked. The God of Ghost Transformation was something that only humans could cultivate. Even when these experts were still alive, not all of them had reached the 3rd stage of the God of Ghost Transformation. In the 1,000 years of the God of Ghost sect, there were probably less than 20 people who had reached the 3rd stage of the God of Ghost Transformation. The Vajra Corpse King's defense is shocking. After I broke through, I couldn't break through its defense even with the blood eyes of extermination. However, Yi Xian could, so I worked together with him to force the Vajra Corpse King back. Yu explained in detail. After hearing that, the experts in the surroundings felt that it was inconceivable. Even Yu, who was at the manifestation realm, couldn't break through the Vajra Corpse King's defense, so it was simply a miracle that Yi Xian, who was at 7th grade spirit disaster, could do it. Since he's a good friend of my disciple, then I'll forget about teaching him the God of Ghost Transformation. The ancestor of the God of Ghost sect was extremely generous, but no one would pursue this matter when they saw it. After all, Yi Xian was a seed with great potential. If he was nurtured in the future, he might be able to break through to the manifestation realm. One must know that the God of Ghost sect had never produced a human manifestation realm expert. Master, I still have something to report. You suddenly recalled something. That was the green corpse worm. She immediately recounted the incident to him. Green corpse worm? It can cause a lot of damage to us spiritual bodies. You only got a little bit of it and still haven't gotten rid of it. The ancestor of the God of Ghost sect narrowed his red eyes and said, I understand. I'll have people pay more attention later. If we encounter these green corpse worms in the future, it's best to catch one so that we can study it. At this moment, the resurrection ceremony had begun. A few ancestors of the God of Ghost sect placed Elder Chin's corpse on the ground and formed a spirit gathering array. Ding. Copying of spirit gathering array completed. The system notified. Now, Yi Xian would habitually use the Eye of Revelation to scan. After all, the eye energy consumed by the Eye of Revelation was about the same as the recovery speed. Even if Yi Xian kept the Eye of Revelation open all day, it would be fine. Chapter 1068. In less than 10 seconds, an apparition appeared in Elder Chin's body. This was Elder Chin's apparition, but he had no memories of his previous life. He was just a killing machine. Blood. I want blood, Elder Chin's apparition roared like a wild beast, but he didn't dare to move, or rather, he couldn't move at all with the apparition ancestors around. The spirit-gathering formation helped Elder Chin condense his apparition. His aura grew stronger bit by bit, and half a minute later, his apparition reached its limit. Elder Chin had successfully condensed his apparition, but this was only the first step. The second step was enlightenment. Enlightenment spell. A few human elders from the sect of the God of Ghosts jumped out and made a few hand seals, then sent them into Elder Chin's apparition. The success rate of enlightenment wasn't 100%, so Elder Chin might fail and become a wandering ghost with only killing intent. In the end, he would be refined into a fighting apparition. At this juncture of the resurrection ceremony, the surrounding people and apparitions didn't dare to make a noise. They waited quietly. Qin. Qin Zhengnan. I am Qin Zhengnan. Elder Chin opened his mouth and said his name. The few elders of the God of Ghosts sect continued to perform the enlightening mantra and sent it all into Elder Chin's spiritual body. Elder Chin began to regain his memories of his previous life bit by bit. Looking at this scene, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. When Yu Yu was still a cute little girl, she was already enlightened. She was different from those apparitions that only knew how to kill. She had her own consciousness, and she also had the blood eyes of destruction that other apparitions didn't have. It seemed that Yu Yu might have a special constitution. It was Yi Xian's first time seeing apparitions with special constitutions. Sect of the God of Ghosts. I've been resurrected. At this moment, Elder Chin, who was in the spirit-gathering formation, was suddenly able to speak fluently. Enlightenment was a success. The surrounding people were all elders of the sect of the God of Ghosts, so the chances of enlightenment were greatly increased. Elder Chin's resurrection was a success. Elder Chin, you've done well in escorting Yu Yu this time. You've made a great contribution. The sect of the God of Ghosts ancestor nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, ancestor. Elder Chin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, saint, for bringing my corpse back. This time, it's all thanks to Elder Chin. Otherwise, I would have been in danger. As Yu Yu spoke, she directly threw Elder Chin's Chen Kuan ring back to him. Although Elder Chin was still unable to use a human's Chen Kuan ring, Yu Yu still reminded him, I have already destroyed the 2 quasi-Tong Tian beast corpses in the Chen Kuan ring. Yes. Elder Chin nodded, not thinking too much into it. In fact, the 2 quasi-heaven-connecting beast corpses were devoured by Yi Xian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break through to 7th grade spirit disaster. The quasi-heavenly beast's corpse gave quite a lot of experience, but Yi Xian regretted that neither of the corpses had a beast soul. One of the beast souls had been refined by Yu, while the other had been forcibly taken out by the corpse ghost man. It should have been refined as well. If both beast souls were given to Yi Xian, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the 8th level spirit difficulty. This matter could be considered to have come to an end. Elder Chin had been revived, but the second round of Yi Xian's random mission had yet to appear. It seemed that the time wasn't up yet, which meant that it couldn't be triggered. The escort mission had ended, but the second round of the random mission had yet to be triggered. Thus, Yi Xian could only stay in the sect of the God of Ghost for the time being. At this moment, the sect of the God of Ghost that Yi Xian was standing on was a major power in the land of the dead. Thus, he had to properly plan how to level up. Right, the sect of the God of Ghost might have something that can be used to forge sets. Let's forge a set first. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this problem. The materials required to forge a bloodline set were extremely rare, but there was another set that could be forged first, which was the Eye of Radiance set. The Eye of Radiance set was below the Heavenly Eye set, so it required more materials. Thus, the sect of the God of Ghost might have it. Right now, I'm so poor that I can't even make a sound. I can only rely on items. Yi Xian sank his consciousness into the exchange system. He was standing on the sect of the God of Ghost, so he had to exchange for items from the Tao of Ghost. 100 Ghost Battle Armor. Increase the defense of the spiritual body. Ghost Devouring Pearl. You can gain benefits from using Ghost Fetus to strengthen yourself. Dark Ghost Dagger. A weapon used by ghosts. Its attack power is stronger than nails. Yi Xian glanced at it roughly and did not look at it carefully. He directly exchanged for some items and played with them. However, the most important thing was a martial art used by ghosts. No, it should be a pseudo-theurgy. I can't exchange for theurgy, but pseudo-theurgy is fine. With a thought, Yi Xian exchanged for a pseudo-theurgy called Ghost Haste. It was specially made for ghosts to learn. Next, he would use these items to make a deal with the sect of the God of Ghost. Young Master, Sister Ghost is here. Luo Luo reminded him. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. He had the eye of perception, so he had already sensed that familiar aura. At this moment, the translucent Yu landed in Yi Xian's courtyard. You came at the right time. I have something here that the sect of the God of Ghost might be able to use. Yi Xian directly said when he saw Yu land. With his relationship with Yu, this deal was definitely not a problem. At that moment, he began to introduce these things to them. If these items are in large quantities, they can greatly improve the sect of the God of Ghost. I can agree on behalf of my master. What do you need? Yo-Yo's gaze fell on Yi Xian again. To be honest, Yi Xian was still a little unaccustomed to Yo-Yo's sudden growth from a lowly to a mature woman. However, Yo-Yo's figure was still remarkable. Her slender white legs were actually translucent, which made her stand out from the rest. After glancing at Yo-Yo's scarlet eyes, Yi Xian took out a piece of paper from his interspatial ring. I can make 1,000 sets of these. These are the items I need. As for the rest, exchange them for treasures or forging materials. Yi Xian handed over the paper. It contained the items needed to forge the Eye of Glory. Yu glanced at it and replied, although these items are rare, the sect of the God of Ghost still has them. You have them. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. This was good news for him. Without wasting any time, Na Yang purchased 100 sets of equipment from the exchange system, as well as the swift ghost steps. All right, I'll get them for you. Yu put away all the items and flew away. Chapter 1069. Young Master, how did you get acquainted with Big Sister Gui Ling? Luo Luo couldn't help asking. In the Bloodcliff continent, I met her much earlier than you. But back then, she was only 5 years old. In a blink of an eye, she's even older than you, Yi Xian explained. Gui Ling maintained her appearance before she died. This Big Sister Gui Ling must have grown up after cultivating. Luo Luo suddenly smiled. Young Master, could it be that you've taken a fancy to this Big Sister Gui Ling? Cough, how is that possible? I haven't found your young madam yet. Yi Xian awkwardly smiled. He was only looking at her with admiration. It had been a year since Song Suijing and Song Caijue were captured. He had also broken through from the early sovereign realm to the spirit disaster, but his strength was still insufficient in front of the yin-yang ancestor. Back then, Yang Zhen said that it would take 10 years to reach the world-crossing teleportation array from the Bloodcliff sect. But that was based on Yang Zhen's first-grade true energy disaster. Right now, he was at the 7th-grade spirit disaster. No one was faster than him in the 3 sovereign realms disaster. If he were to head to the world-crossing teleportation array now, he would only need half a month to reach there. But so what if he reached there? Without strength, he wouldn't be able to find the yin-yang ancestor even if he went to the glazed light sacred ground. Very quickly, Yu returned. At the same time, she brought back the materials that Yi Xian needed, as well as the treasures of heaven and earth. I have everything that you want. As for the rest, we'll split them equally. Yu handed over an interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Great. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that the materials for the radiant set were all gathered. As for the rest of the ores, he would devour them himself. This way, Wei Zhentian could also improve. As for the rest of the treasures, he would leave them for Luo Luo. After all, she was only at the 4th-grade spirit disaster. Luo Luo's moves had both power and control, which would be of great help to Yi Xian. After receiving the interspatial ring, Yi Xian did not waste any time and directly devoured the ores. Although the ores couldn't help him break through to the 8th grade spirit disaster, they could greatly increase Wei Zhentian's strength. Wei Zhentian broke through. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. After a series of notifications, Wei Zhentian had actually reached 9th grade spirit disaster. T. I'm pissed seeing you break through so easily, Yi Xian said in his mind. Naturally, his words were meant for Wei Zhentian. Now that he and Wei Zhentian had formed a mutual growth contract, as long as he devoured ores, Wei Zhentian would also devour an equivalent amount of ores. In addition to the Beast God's Bloodlines enhancement, Wei Zhentian instantly broke through to become a Grade 9, Grade 3 Supreme Spiritual Treasure. Ding! Wei Zhentian has reached the level limit. The system prompted again. Level cap. Does this mean that if I don't break through to the manifestation realm, Wei Zhentian won't be able to improve any further? Yi Xian frowned, but he didn't take it to heart. Wei Zhentian, who was at 9th grade spirit disaster, was so tough that even Yu might not be able to destroy it. Then, Yi Xian gave the rest of the treasures to Luo so that she could break through in a short time. Next, the Corpse King Palace might make a big move. You can stay in the God of Ghost sect for now. Yu suddenly said. Alright, then I'll have to trouble you. Yi Xian nodded his head. He was also waiting for the second round of the random mission to be triggered. This wasn't an ordinary thing. It seemed to be able to predict certain things. Therefore, he stayed here and waited quietly. Luo, who was at 4th grade spirit disaster, had obtained a top-grade treasure. Her cultivation speed was faster than a rocket. As for Yi Xian, he started to forge the Eye of Glory set. But while he was forging, Yi Xian suddenly heard a system notification. What? When forging the Eye of Glory set, the skill to summon the Golden War God will disappear? Yi Xian was shocked. However, the Eye of Glory set was definitely better than nothing. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and started forging. Ding! Eye of Glory set completed. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian took a glance and realized that he couldn't summon the Golden War God anymore. Come, let me see the effect of the Glory set. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, he used the Eye of Glory. After using the Eye of Glory, the system also notified Yi Xian whether to wear the Glory set. Of course, he chose to wear it. Yi Xian, who had golden hair and golden eyes, suddenly wore a golden armor. However, it was much more handsome than the dragon-patterned golden armor. This golden armor was called the Glorious Golden Armor. It could increase the strength of one's chi again. The skill to summon the Golden War God is missing. However, the strength of the golden chi has increased. It also increased the defense. Even the transformation time has increased. This glory set is not bad. Overall, Yi Xian was quite satisfied. Although the Golden War God was gone, the Golden War God was summoned according to his realm. It was too weak to challenge those of a higher realm. Moreover, he could use the Emperor's boundless sword himself. Therefore, it didn't matter if the skill was gone. At this moment, what Yi Xian wanted the most was to find an opponent to fight with. Very quickly, a day had passed. In this day, Luo's rapid refinement allowed her to break through from 4th grade spirit disaster to 6th grade spirit disaster. She was only one realm lower than Yi Xian. For someone like Luo who possessed a superior bloodline, as long as there were treasures, she would be able to quickly increase her strength. Although her speed couldn't be compared to Yi Xian and Wei Zhentian, it had already surpassed everyone in the God of Ghost sect. Yi Xian was getting more and more interested in Luo's bloodline. He wondered what level of expert Luo's ancestor, the heavenly loath fox, was. Another day passed and Luo broke through from 6th grade spirit disaster to 7th grade spirit disaster. At the same time, Yi Xian's myriad swords return to origin finally refreshed its cooldown. It's already been 2 days. Why hasn't the second round of the chain mission appeared? Could it be that the system has crashed? Yi Xian, who was in the courtyard, was extremely vexed. He had been waiting for the second round of the chain mission. However, who knew that it wouldn't be triggered? It was a waste of his time. Forget it. Since it hasn't been triggered, I'll go out and train myself so that I can break through to the manifestation realm as soon as possible. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he decided to leave the God of Ghost sect. Right now, he was at 7th grade spirit disaster, Luo Luo was also at 7th grade spirit disaster, and Wei Zhentian was at 9th grade spirit disaster. Even if they were to encounter the Vajra Corpse King again, they should be able to put up a fight. However, just when he was about to inform Yu Yu, the latter took the initiative to look for him. "Where are you going?" Yu Yu asked when she saw that Yi Xian was about to leave. "I'm going out to train," Yi Xian replied. Chapter 1070. After hearing this news, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. In the next moment, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! The second round of the chain random mission has been triggered. Kill the Vajra Corpse King within 3 days. If the mission fails, the Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline will regress once. The second round of the mission was finally triggered. Kill the Manifestation Realm Vajra Corpse King within 3 days. If the mission fails, the Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline will regress once again. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. It seemed that this mission had to be completed. Okay. Immediately, he agreed to it. With Yu Yu and Luo Luo around, the Vajra Corpse King would definitely die if it encountered them again. Then let's go find the Vajra Corpse King. It's said that it's currently wandering around the Blood Cloud sect. Yu Yu suggested. Back then, she and the Vajra Corpse King were evenly matched. However, she was tricked by the Vajra Corpse King's green corpse worm, so this grudge must be avenged. Okay. Yi Xian nodded again. This was indeed a predictive ability. The chain random mission was actually the same as the reason why Yu Yu came to find him. What the hell? However, coincidentally, the Vajra Corpse King was still wandering around the Blood Cloud sect. This saved them a lot of time. Since the Vajra Corpse King is near the Blood Cloud sect, then there's no need to hurry. Let's go. As Yi Xian spoke, he directly used the Eye of the Void and broke open a void door. Then, he brought Luo Luo and Yu Yu in. Isn't this the place where we fought that day? When Yu Yu passed through the void door, she discovered that it was actually the place where they fought the Vajra Corpse King. One had to know that even with her speed, she would need 2 to 3 hours to rush back. However, today, she only took 1 step. Sister Yu Yu, this is why young master is so amazing. Luo Luo said proudly. Yu Yu didn't know what to say. However, this was obviously Yi Xian's secret, so she didn't ask anymore. This place is only half a day's journey away from the Blood Cloud sect. We'll reach the Blood Cloud sect in another 3 hours. As she spoke, she suddenly took out a skull-shaped token from her Qian Kuan ring and glanced at it. The Vajra Corpse King destroyed the Black Mountain territory an hour ago and spread the zombie poison plague there. Yu Yu said with a solemn expression. Other than refining corpses, the Corpse King Palace also refined poisons. This way, they could increase their battle prowess. The Vajra Corpse King was also annoyed by Yi Xian, so it took this area to vent its anger. Not a single blade of grass grew in the places where the plague spread. Moreover, the dead would become walking corpses, killing everyone they saw like ghosts. There's no time to lose. Let's move out immediately. Yi Xian was also impatient to kill the Vajra Corpse King and take revenge for that day. Of course, the most important thing was to complete the second round of the random mission. An hour later, Yi Xian and the other 2 arrived at the Black Mountain territory. However, at this moment, the Black Mountain territory was littered with corpses. Some were lying on the ground, while others were moving like walking corpses. We're late. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Yu Yu, saying, where did the Vajra Corpse King go? No one has sent any news yet. Let's look for it. Yu Yu suggested. Okay, then let's split up and search. Yi Xian nodded and immediately split into 2. He let his doppelganger follow Yu Yu and Luo Luo, while his original body left to search. The second round of the random mission did not state that the use of the Eyes of the Void was prohibited. Therefore, as long as one side found the Vajra Corpse King, the other side could immediately break through the void and go over. Yi Xian splitting into 2 caused Yu Yu to be deeply astonished. She felt more and more that Yi Xian wasn't ordinary. Thinking back, when Yi Xian was in the Ghost Tomb territory, he was only at the 4th stage of the spirit realm. Compared to now, the difference between him at that time was many times greater. Immediately, they split into two and began to search for the Vajra Corpse King. An hour before they left the sect of the God of Ghosts, the Vajra Corpse King had just destroyed this place, and they spent another hour on the road. Therefore, they were 2 hours behind the Vajra Corpse King. However, don't forget that the Corpse King Palace had a type of battle corpse called the Walking Corpse. Soon, the Vajra Corpse King found Yi Xian's original body. "Brat, you dare to come back? See if I don't kill you today." Somewhere in the land of the dead, the topless Vajra Corpse King couldn't help but let out a low roar. Immediately, he rushed in a certain direction. At this time, Yi Xian was still searching in the distance and did not notice that danger was approaching. Fortunately, he still had the eyes of perception. Yi Xian, who was searching, suddenly sensed a powerful aura. This aura was outside his perception range, but because it was too powerful, he caught it in advance. This aura was very gloomy, and Yi Xian was very familiar with it. "Found you, Vajra Corpse King." Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately located the location. In the next moment, Yu Luo, and his clone stepped through the void door. The clone and the original body instantly merged, and their strength soared by 50%. After the Gemini bloodline evolved several times, a double fusion would increase their strength by 50%, and a triple fusion would increase their strength by 60%. Therefore, Yi Xian usually fought with a double fusion. "Is he here?" Yu passed through the void door and came to Yi Xian's side. She felt the aura rushing in front of her, and she also became alert. Last time, they fought to a draw with the Vajra Corpse King, but in fact, they lost. This time, she and Yi Xian were both in peak condition, and must kill the Vajra Corpse King that spread the plague. Soon, the Vajra Corpse King appeared in front of the three. "Little girl, why are you here?" the Vajra Corpse King asked in surprise after arriving. Just now, the Earth Zombies report said that there was only Yi Xian, but now there was another one. That day, Yi Xian joined forces with Yu and caused damage to the Vajra Corpse King. If Yu hadn't been poisoned by the green corpse worm, she would have continued to pursue the Vajra Corpse King. "Vajra Corpse King, how have you been?" Yi Xian looked at the Vajra Corpse King with a smirk. Last time, he couldn't kill the Vajra Corpse King, but this time, he was in peak condition. Coupled with the cooldown of 10,000 swords, if the Vajra Corpse King didn't die today, he would take off his head and kick it like a ball. Anyway, even if he took off his head and kicked it like a ball, he wouldn't die. After all, he had the Eye of Eternity bloodline. "Little girl, stinking brat, you left early that day. Today, I will take revenge for that day," the Vajra Corpse King roared in a deep voice. Today, he was the same as Yi Xian. He had the determination to win. Chapter 1071. Why is this Vajra Corpse King so confident today? Yi Xian felt that something was amiss. If Yu hadn't been poisoned that day, they would have killed the Vajra Corpse King. But today, they were in peak condition. Not only did the Vajra Corpse King not escape, it even cursed at them. So, they had to be careful. Luo, find an opportunity to control it. "We'll kill it in one strike," Yi Xian said to Luo in her mind. "Yes, okay," Luo replied. When they passed through the void gate, Yi Xian had already hidden Luo in the abyss space so that he could launch a sneak attack. Although Luo was only at 7th grade spirit disaster, which was the same as Yi Xian had broken the Vajra Corpse King's Vajra Corpse King. So, the Vajra Corpse King wouldn't underestimate anyone now, even if they were at 1st grade spirit disaster. Both sides faced each other for a few seconds before they attacked at the same time. Whoosh! Yu took the lead and rushed over. She was using the swift spectre steps that Yi Xian had given to the God of Ghost sect. Her speed was at least 30% faster than before. The Vajra Corpse King's speed was already slower than hers. Now, it was simply too slow. At the same time, Yi Xian also used the Eye of Dissection on the Vajra Corpse King. The Eye of Dissection's dissection effect could break the Vajra Corpse King's Vajra Corpse King. However, the Vajra Corpse King had prepared a feast for Yi Xian and Yu right from the start. "Come out." The Vajra Corpse King roared. In the next moment, the ground cracked and countless earth zombies drilled out from the ground. What? Yu Yu and Yi Xian were shocked when they saw this. The soil in the land of the dead was different from other places. Yi Xian's eye of revelation could only penetrate tens of thousands of meters, but these earth zombies were hidden deep. Accept the baptism of the green corpse poison, little girl. The Vajra Corpse King laughed. At this moment, the earth zombies opened their mouths and spat out the green corpse worms in their bodies. These hundreds of green corpse worms were all targeted at Yu Yu. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. Although they had long known that there were walking corpses following them underground, they hadn't expected that there would be a green corpse worm planted in their bodies. If Yu Yu was hit by so much poisonous fog, her spirit body would probably disintegrate in an instant. Yu Yu's face darkened when she saw the green corpse worms coming from all directions. She glared and used her special blood eyes of extermination to destroy the green corpse worms from a distance. At the same time, a silver-white armor appeared around her body. 100 Ghost Armor. This 100 Ghost Battle Armor was given to the Ghost God sect by Yi Xian. As the name implied, this 100 Ghost Battle Armor was used to increase the defense of ghost spirits. The higher the level of ghost spirits, the stronger the defense of the 100 Ghost Battle Armor. Bang! 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 One by one, the green corpse worms exploded like balloons, and poisonous mist filled the air. After Yu Yu took out the ghost armor, she immediately rose into the air and cleverly avoided the poisonous mist. She was a ghost spirit in the manifestation realm, after all. The 100 Ghost Armor's strength was beyond her imagination. This 100 Ghost Armor helped her block a large amount of poisonous fog. However, when she rushed out of the poisonous mist, the ghost armor was already full of holes from corrosion. Of course, Yu Yu was also accidentally infected with some green corpse poison. It was much worse than before, but fortunately, it wasn't fatal. How is this possible? Little girl, you actually survived. The Vajra Corpse King couldn't help but exclaim. He had already planted all the green corpse worms into the bodies of these earth-walking corpses. In his plan, these green corpse worms could at least poison the ghost spirit's patriarch to death. He did not expect that even Yu Yu, who had just broken through to the manifestation realm, could block it. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Yu Yu wasn't infected with much green corpse poison. Fortunately, she had the ghost armor this time. Otherwise, Yu Yu's spirit body would have disintegrated instantly. This green eerie corpse bug was seriously too terrifying. Damn it, I should have asked for more from the Green Corpse King. The Vajra Corpse King cursed. These green corpse worms were refined by the Vajra Corpse King of the Corpse King Palace. They were only harmful to ghost spirits, and the damage was very high. Yu Yu, are you alright? Yi Xian immediately rushed over and asked. I'm fine. I can neutralize it. Yu Yu shook her head. She could neutralize the green corpse worm's poison with time, but with the Vajra Corpse King as her enemy, there was no time to neutralize it. However, the current Yi Xian's combat strength was much stronger than before. Myriad swords returned to origin. Go! Yi Xian finally used his greatest trump card. In the blink of an eye, the Skyquake sword split into thousands of sword images and flew towards the Vajra Corpse King. What the hell is this? The Vajra Corpse King's first reaction was that he had fallen into an illusion. But Yi Xian was only at the 7th grade spirit disaster, so how could he fall for it? Before Wei Zhentian advanced, there were only 100 swords. But now that Wei Zhentian had advanced, there were 1,000 swords. Thousands of 9th grade spirit disaster sky quake swords flew towards the Vajra Corpse King. The Vajra Corpse King was instantly surrounded. Shortly after, the sky quake swords shuttled back and forth, emitting clanging sounds. The Vajra Corpse King was known for his defense, and he was the strongest Corpse King in the Corpse King Palace. Although the myriad swords' return to origin was strong, it couldn't break through his Vajra Corpse membrane. Therefore, he still needed to coordinate with Yi Xian's eye of disintegration. Clone. When the Skyquake swords attacked, Yi Xian split into two and ran on the ground. Brat, you're courting death. The Vajra Corpse King didn't care about the humiliation and threw a punch at Yi Xian. But in the next moment, his attack was blocked by a massive Skyquake sword. Spiritual sword array. Boom. 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 The skyquake swords descended and surrounded the Vajra Corpse King, leaving behind dozens of holes. Eye of disintegration. Yi Xian's original body and clone were constantly moving around, using the holes left behind by the spiritual sword array to attack the Vajra Corpse King. His Eye of disintegration could break through the Vajra Corpse King's Vajra Corpse membrane. As long as this membrane was broken, the Vajra Corpse King wouldn't be a match for him. Bastard! What the hell is this? Open for me! Within the spiritual sword array, the Vajra Corpse King was constantly attacking the skyquake swords, trying to break out of the spiritual sword array. However, Wei Zhentian's defense had increased after his advancement, and with his 9th grade spirit disaster, his defense was probably stronger than the Vajra Corpse King. It was simply impossible for the Vajra Corpse King to break out of the spiritual sword array. Buzz. Buzz. Chapter 1072. At this moment, 20 decomposition rays landed on the Vajra Corpse King's body, directly breaking through the Vajra Corpse King's upper body. It's about time. 10,000 swords return to origin, rise. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, the heaven-shaking giant sword shrunk completely. Seeing this, the Vajra Corpse King immediately punched at Yi Xian. But before the heaven-shaking giant sword shrunk, Yi Xian had already launched his attack. Ghost God Fist. Boom. The Vajra Corpse King was forced to counterattack. Although his Vajra Corpse King was gone, he was still a Manifestation Realm Corpse King. How could he die just like that? A wave of air swept out, but Yi Xian's next attack wasn't so simple. Eye of Glory. Yi Xian put on the glory set and pinched the air with his left hand. Golden Dragon Catcher Hand. The Vajra Corpse King couldn't dodge in time and was caught. Immediately, the golden true chi burned his skin, making sizzling sounds. The 5 fingers pierced into the Vajra Corpse King's body. Divine power, it's actually a divine power. The Vajra Corpse King was shocked. While he was surprised, another golden hand appeared. 2 golden hands held the Vajra Corpse King in the center of the palms. The Vajra Corpse King was burned by the golden true chi and was in excruciating pain. Bastard, if I break free, I'll skin you alive. The Vajra Corpse King cursed angrily as he fumed. You think you can break free? Dream on. Wei Zhentian, kill him. Yi Xian snorted coldly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless wind whistled as thousands of Megatron descended, instantly enveloping the Vajra Corpse King. Following that, crisp sounds rang out. This was the sound of the Vajra Corpse King's flesh being torn apart by the heaven-shaking swords. After the heaven-shaking swords swept past, the Vajra Corpse King's upper body had already disappeared, leaving a pool of flesh on the ground. It was a tragic sight. The Vajra Corpse King was dead. A mere Manifestation Realm Corpse King dares to be so arrogant in front of me. Yi Xian was very disdainful. However, speaking of the 10,000 swords returned to origin, the power had indeed increased by a lot. Who could withstand the baptism of over 1,000 heaven-shaking swords? Ding. Host has completed the random mission of killing the Vajra Corpse King, the system prompted. The second round of the random mission was finally completed. Ding. The third round of the chain random mission has been triggered. Destroy the Corpse King Palace. Mission completed. Reward, Heavenly Eye Clan Bloodline Evolution once. The system notification sounded again. Is he really going to destroy the Corpse King Palace? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He had already expected the third round's random quest. The Corpse King Palace was one of the 2 overlords in the land of the dead. Needless to say, they had a strong foundation. Although it sounded very frightening, Yi Xian had just killed the Vajra Corpse King. That was the combat strength of a Manifestation Realm expert. If I didn't have the 10,000 swords returned to origin, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy to deal with the Vajra Corpse King. However, as long as I break through, then I have a greater chance of dealing with the Corpse King, Yi Xian thought to himself. He was about to pick up the Vajra Corpse King's yin and yang ring when a black object suddenly emerged from the Vajra Corpse King's body. Crack! This black shadow directly broke through the glorious armor and entered Yi Xian's body. What? Yi Xian was shocked. At this moment, He felt the true qi in his body solidify instantly. His wounds were rapidly rotting. Oh no! His expression changed drastically. He hurriedly put away the glorious armor and raised his hand to sweep his neck. Rip! His head flew up and landed on the ground with a grunt. His action also frightened Yu Yu. Yu Yu did not understand why Yi Xian wanted to commit suicide. However, just as she was about to dive down, she realized that Yi Xian's body was rapidly rotting. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's head was rapidly growing. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian actually grew a new body. However, this body was completely naked, so Yi Xian hurriedly put on his clothes. Phew, that scared me to death. There's actually a deadly poisonous bug. Yi Xian hurriedly heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, that poisonous bug only flew out after the death of the Vajra Corpse King. Previously, due to his cultivation level, his eye of insight was unable to see through it, but he was successfully ambushed by this poisonous bug. This poisonous bug was extremely poisonous. Even the bloodline of the divine tree of life could not do anything to it. Therefore, Yi Xian hurriedly cut off his head to survive. Fortunately, he had already activated the Eye of Eternity. Otherwise, his original body and clone would have perished this time. Young master, are you all right? Luo Luo hurriedly asked. I'm fine. It didn't spread to my head. Yi Xian shook his head. This time, it was a close call again. Yu Yu also hurriedly rushed down. Right now, she was even more unable to see through Yi Xian. To be able to regrow his head after cutting it off was simply a miracle. However, this was Yi Xian's secret, so it was better for her not to ask. Your strength has already surpassed mine. I never thought that you would be so strong. Yu Yu couldn't help but say. No, I only used my trump card. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to kill the Vajra Corpse King. Yi Xian was still aware of his own strength. This time, if he did not have myriad returning swords, it would not have been possible. Although Luo Luo had 100 layers of shackles, the difference in their realms was too great. Furthermore, the Vajra Corpse King knew how to use poison. It wouldn't be that easy to kill it. At this moment, Yi Xian quickly went over and picked up the universe ring. The Vajra Corpse King, as the Corpse King with the strongest defense in the Corpse King Palace, was still very rich. Ding! Host has broken through. Current realm is 8th grade spirit disaster. The system notification sounded. Right now, even if Yi Xian did not use myriad returning swords, he still had the qualifications to fight the Vajra Corpse King alone. He estimated that if he broke through again, no one in the land of the dead would be his opponent. There are actually many corpse worms inside. These corpse worms are refined using a special method with poison. They are not living beings. Yi Xian counted the spoils of war, but most of them were useless to him. When the time comes, he could just give them to the old antiques of the God of Ghost sect to study. With the Vajra Corpse King killed, the second round of the random mission was completed. Thus, Yi Xian began to prepare for the third round of the random mission. Yu Yu, do you have any news of the other Corpse Kings? Yi Xian turned his head and asked. Yes, the Digging Corpse King is 3 days away from here. The Whitebone Corpse King is 4 days away. Yu Yu glanced at the Whitebone token and replied. 3 days, 4 days, they are all so far away. Why don't we just kill our way to the Corpse King Palace? Yi Xian frowned. Kill our way to the Corpse King Palace? Yo-Yo's face was filled with shock when she heard that. Chapter 1073. Although Yi Xian had the strength to kill the Vajra Corpse King, the Vajra Corpse King was one of the weakest in the Corpse King Palace. It only had the strongest defense. For people of their level, the strongest defense was useless and could only be used as a meat shield. The two of them charged into the Corpse King Palace, which was extremely dangerous. Charging into the Corpse King Palace? That's great. I didn't even have the time to make a move in the previous battle and that damn thing was killed by the young master. This time, I will have a good fight. Luo Luo clamored by the side. With the help of treasures, she was about to break through to the 8th grade spirit disaster. At that time, her fighting strength would increase greatly and she might not be any weaker than Yu Yu. Since that's the case, let's go together. Yu Yu nodded her head. If the three of them worked together, As long as 3 corpse kings didn't appear at the same time, they wouldn't be able to do anything to them. The Corpse King Palace had already sent 5 corpse kings to the sect of the God of Ghost to cause trouble. Now that they were heading to the Corpse King Palace, the possibility of them encountering 5 corpse kings wasn't high. Furthermore, Yi Xian had various shocking methods that were suitable for ambushes. If they encountered a corpse king that was alone, they might be able to kill it, which was extremely beneficial to the sect of the God of Ghost. Immediately, Yu Yu used the white bone token to send the news back to the sect of the God of Ghost. Shortly after, she followed Yi Xian and Luo Luo to the Corpse King Palace. In the land of the dead, the sect of the God of Ghost's territory was incomparably eerie. As for the Corpse King Palace, it was extremely barren with poisonous swamps, plague lands, and mass graves. 3 days later, Yi Xian stepped into the Corpse King Palace's territory. In this place, it was best to travel by air, which was why their speed was a little slow. Now that the 10,000 returning swords cooldown is over and Luo Luo has broken through to the 8th grade spirit disaster, as long as they don't come to the Corpse King Palace, I will kill them all. Yi Xian was extremely confident in his heart. Although these corpse kings were at the manifestation realm, they were already dead and couldn't use the manifestation realm's power. Therefore, their fighting strength was much weaker than a human manifestation realm. This was the reason why Yi Xian dared to kill his way into the Corpse King Palace. If the Corpse King Palace had a human manifestation realm expert, he would probably be able to fight the 3 of them. This time, they had entered the Corpse King Palace's territory and were now rushing towards it. "Young master, do you have a plan?" asked Luo Luo's Luo Luo. He was currently at 8th grade spirit disaster, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to control the Corpse King Palace Elder, who was at 9th grade spirit disaster. When the time comes, he would get the Corpse King Palace Elder to report that he found traces of Yu Yu. Although 10,000 swords Return to Origin had a cooldown of 3 days, being able to kill a Corpse King in 3 days was already very terrifying. In a month's time, the Corpse King Palace would be destroyed. Following that, Yi Xian spent another 3 days to arrive at the Corpse King Palace. Because Yu Yu's aura was hard to conceal, it was easy to be discovered. Therefore, Yu Yu and Luo Luo were hiding somewhere else. The scale of the Corpse King Palace was extremely large, equivalent to a large city. There were countless living and dead people inside, and at the entrance of the Corpse King Palace, there were numerous sculptures. These were the sculptures of the Corpse King Palace's previous palace masters. At this moment, outside the Corpse King Palace. The Corpse King Palace is indeed powerful. With a single glance, I can see dozens of Corpse King Palace elders at 9th grade spirit disaster. If we can deal with all of them, Yi Xian licked his lips as he fantasized in his mind. As long as he annihilated the Corpse King Palace, he would definitely be able to break through to 9th grade spirit disaster. He might even be able to break through to the manifestation realm. Of course, breaking through to the manifestation realm from the 3 lesser sovereign disasters might require some sort of mission item. For the sake of the big picture, I should first control a 9th grade spirit disaster elder. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he approached the Corpse King Palace. Beside him were 2 8th grade spirit disaster battle corpses. This way, no one would suspect his identity. As he approached with the 2 battle corpses, he coincidentally saw a 9th grade spirit disaster elder coming out from the Corpse King Palace. What was even more coincidental was that this elder of 9th level spirit disaster was actually not a living person. He was an elder who had died many years ago. However, when he died, his corpse was brought back and refined into a battle corpse. Furthermore, he was successfully enlightened and recovered his memories. It's a coincidence. You'll be the one. Yi Xian did not say anything and immediately followed. Previously, his eye of control only controlled living people. This time, he was trying to control a dead person. He didn't know if he would succeed. If it didn't work, then he would directly kill it and treat it as an experiment. The Corpse King Palace was right in front of him, so Yi Xian did not dare to make a move. He followed the elder from afar and only made his move after half an hour. It's about time. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he chased after the elder. The elder in front of him seemed to have noticed something. When he turned around, he immediately felt a sharp pain in his head. Burning eye. Brat, how dare you sneak attack an elder of the Corpse King Palace? I'm going to refine you into a battle corpse. The elder of the Corpse King Palace roared in his heart. It was fine if he didn't turn around because Yi Xian had to look into the elder's eyes to use his heaven's eye. Eye of control. When Yi Xian saw that the burning eye was effective, he immediately used the eye of control. Ding. Control failed. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian and the elder of the Corpse King Palace were only one grade apart, but he actually failed to control it. The Corpse King Palace was indeed worthy of its name. He immediately used the eye of control once again. Ding. Control succeeded. When the system notification sounded, the killing intent in the elder of the Corpse King Palace disappeared completely and he became Yi Xian's servant. After he succeeded, Yi Xian rushed over and took the interspatial ring without saying a word. How many Corpse Kings are there in the Corpse King Palace? Yi Xian asked. As far as I know, there are 8. The elder of the Corpse King Palace replied. 8 Corpse Kings? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Including the 5 Corpse Kings that entered the sect of the God of Ghosts territory, there were at least 13 Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace. Moreover, this was only a rough estimate because there might be more that the elder of the Corpse King Palace didn't know. How are the 8 Corpse Kings compared to the Vajra Corpse King? Yi Xian asked again. Among the 8 Corpse Kings, my father, the Chain Corpse King, is the weakest, but he is still stronger than the Vajra Corpse King. If they fight, the Chain Corpse King can seriously injure the Vajra Corpse King, the elder of the Corpse King Palace replied. What, your father is the Chain Corpse King? Chapter 1074. Yi Xian was also speechless. The bait he randomly found turned out to be the son of a Corpse King. His luck was really good. However, the weakest Iron Chain Corpse King guarding the Corpse King Palace was actually stronger than the Vajra Corpse King. The Vajra Corpse King had the strongest defense among all the Corpse Kings. However, the strongest defense was actually useless, so he needed the help of other Corpse Kings, such as the corpse worms refined by the Green Corpse King. Who is the strongest Corpse King Palace right now? Yi Xian asked again. It's the Crimson Blood Corpse King, Elder Dead Man replied. Crimson Blood Corpse King He. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian hurriedly collected information, such as the characteristics of these Corpse Kings. The Vajra Corpse King had the strongest defense. The Iron Chain Corpse King had a specially refined iron chain that could instantly turn a person into a charred corpse. The Green Corpse King specialized in refining corpse poison and was even stronger than the Iron Chain Corpse King. The Violent Bear Corpse King even merged with the bloodline of the quasi-heaven-reaching beast Bloodthirsty Violent Bear after its death, so it was the strongest among all the Corpse Kings. After Yi Xian finished listening to Elder Deadman's information, Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. These Corpse Kings were each more ferocious than the previous, so it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Among them, the Corpse King Palace's current palace master, the Crimson Blood Corpse King, was close to the 2nd level of the manifestation realm, or perhaps had already reached it. I didn't expect the Corpse King Palace to be so strong. Perhaps there are still hidden Corpse Kings. If we want to destroy the Corpse King Palace within a month, we must hurry. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. This chain random mission was to destroy the Corpse King Palace. Although he didn't need to kill all the Corpse Kings, it was definitely not something he could do now to take down the Corpse King Palace. As long as I break through one more time, then it should be enough to ally with the God of Ghost sect. Yi Xian thought in his heart, then turned to Elder Dead Man and said, You, go back and call your father out. Go to this place and say that you found the God of Ghost sect. Yes, Master. Elder Dead Man nodded and then returned to the Corpse King Palace. As for Yi Xian, he was prepared to wait here and follow them all the way. This time his target was the Iron Chain Corpse King, which was currently the weakest of all the Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace. An hour later, Yi Xian sensed the return of the dead elder. At the same time, he brought along a Corpse King with him. The right hand of this Corpse King was a grey iron chain that was several meters long. According to his son, this iron chain was refined by the Corpse King for hundreds of years. It was almost comparable to a heavenly artifact. Yi Xian looked from afar and felt this powerful aura. His heart couldn't help but tremble. The big fish has finally taken the bait. TSK, 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 I'll kill you one day later. His eyes flickered as he watched the dead elder and the Iron Chain Corpse King approach. Father, he is the one who discovered the holy son of the god of Ghost Sect, Elder Deadman said to the Chained Corpse King as he approached. Kid, are you sure he's the holy son of the god of Ghost Sect? If you dare to lie to me, I will beat you to death. The Iron Chain Corpse King said to Yi Xian. Even a 9th grade spirit disaster was like an ant in his eyes. He could kill them with a swing of his chain, not to mention Yi Xian, who was an 8th grade spirit disaster. Lord Corpse King, it's true. The holy son of the god of Ghost Sect is one day away from here. Yi Xian pretended to be very afraid. Very good, if I really find the holy son of Ghost Sect, I will reward you greatly. The Iron Chain Corpse King's eyes lit up as he thought in his heart, TSK, 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 I don't know where the god of Ghost Sect found such a good seedling. If she grows up in the future, she will be a great threat to my god of Ghost Sect. If I kill her, I can ask for a thunder rollstone from the Crimson Blood Corpse King. At that time, the power of the 100 crystal chain will increase by another level. Thank you, Lord Corpse King. Yi Xian hurriedly thanked. The Iron Chain Corpse King didn't talk nonsense and directly went to the location that Yi Xian told him. Killing the holy son of Ghost Sect was a great merit. He naturally wouldn't tell the other Corpse Kings, so as to avoid getting a share of the benefits. After looking at his back, Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. He then directly broke through the void and met up with Yu Yu and the others. At this time, Yu Yu and Luo Luo were hiding in a desolate hill. When they saw Yi Xian's original body return, they immediately went forward. Young master, what fish is it? Luo Luo hurriedly asked. Iron Chain Corpse King, get ready. It will arrive in 2 or 3 hours. Yi Xian directly replied and merged with his avatar. A day's journey was only 2 or 3 hours for the Iron Chain Corpse King. Moreover, they stayed here and didn't leave, so the Iron Chain Corpse King didn't need to find them. As long as the Iron Chain Corpse King arrived, they would immediately take action. Although I have 10,000 swords returned to origin, there is still a possibility of failing to destroy the Corpse King Palace within a month. So, try not to use 10,000 swords returned to origin, Yi Xian thought in his heart. The strength of the Iron Chain Corpse King wasn't much. It could only seriously injure the Vajra Corpse King. After the battle with the Vajra Corpse King, he had already broken through to 8th grade spirit disaster. With Yu Yu and Luo Luo, killing the Iron Chain Corpse King shouldn't be a problem. In this case, he didn't need to use 10,000 swords returned to origin. Sure enough, the Iron Chain Corpse King didn't let Yi Xian down. More than 2 hours later, Yi Xian sensed a powerful aura. It's here. Yi Xian hurriedly reminded. After hearing this, Yu Yu also cheered up. As for Luo Luo, she was directly sent into Yi Xian's astral space. Soon, the Iron Chain Corpse King appeared. Ha ha ha, that brat really didn't lie to me. You little girl is really here. A loud laughter fell into Yi Xian and Yu Yu's ears. Iron Chain Corpse King? Yu Yu pretended to be surprised as she looked at the Iron Chain Corpse King. That's right. I heard that you stole a quasi-heaven connecting beast's corpse from my Corpse King Palace and then broke through to the manifestation realm. I didn't expect that you didn't return to the Divine Ghost Sect and instead stepped into my Corpse King Palace's territory. You are courting death. The Iron Chain Corpse King looked as if he was going to eat her up. He didn't know that he had fallen into a trap. Previously, the Vajra Corpse King was scared away by Yi Xian and Luo Luo in the Divine Ghost Sect's territory. This was a shameful matter, so it was impossible for the Vajra Corpse King to return to the Corpse King Palace. Therefore, it was impossible for the Iron Chain Corpse King to know that the Vajra Corpse King had fallen. He also didn't know that the Vajra Corpse King was killed by Yi Xian alone. Iron Chain Corpse King, you think you can kill me with just you? Yu Yu pretended to be calm. If it was a one-on-one battle, she, who had just broken through, naturally wouldn't be the Iron Chain Corpse King's opponent. But at this moment, the Iron Chain Corpse King obviously ignored Yi Xian, who was in the 8th grade spirit disaster. In this battle, the careless Iron Chain Corpse King would definitely die. Whether I can kill you or not, you will know once you try. Chapter 1075. Whether I can kill you or not, we will know once we try. The Iron Chain Corpse King did not talk nonsense and directly rushed towards Yu Yu. The Baiji iron chain in his hand was dragged on the ground, causing countless sparks. Although she had already set up a trap, Yu Yu did not dare to be careless because she heard that this Baiji iron chain is specially used to deal with spiritual bodies. When the Baiji iron chain hits a human body and a ghost, the latter will suffer more damage than the former. Therefore, Yu Yu directly took out her 100 ghost battle armor. Yu Yu used swift ghost steps and turned into a ghost as she rushed towards the Iron Chain Corpse King. Little girl, see if I don't kill you. The Iron Chain Corpse King approached Yu Yu and waved the Baiji iron chain in his right hand, causing countless electric sparks to fly. The air was filled with a burnt smell. However, Yo-Yo's speed was extremely fast and easily dodged the chain. Annihilation Blood Eyes. Boom. The Iron Chain Corpse King was hit by Yo-Yo's Annihilation Blood Eyes and immediately took a few steps back. However, the Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace are all focused on body refinement. Although their defensive power is not as good as the Vajra Corpse King, it is not weak. Just after the Iron Chain Corpse King was injured, his blood suddenly splashed out, mixed with some electric snakes. The electric snakes rushed into Yo-Yo's 100 ghost battle armor and immediately penetrated it. Yo-Yo's spiritual body trembled fiercely after being electrocuted. Ha ha ha, once my body is injured, it will erupt with spirit-extinguishing lightning. The Iron Chain Corpse King laughed. Because the Iron Chain Corpse King rarely fought, not many people knew this secret, and it was even more impossible for Yu Yu to know. At this moment, Yu Yu quickly opened up a distance. Seeing this, Yi Xian could no longer hide and immediately rushed out. Brilliant eyes. The brilliant golden armor covered Yi Xian's body, and a golden light shone, which attracted the Iron Chain Corpse King's attention. Humph, just a mere 8th grade spirit disaster. The Iron Chain Corpse King did not put Yi Xian in his eyes. He smashed the iron chain in his hand on the ground, and electric sparks flew out from the ground. Yu Yu couldn't dodge in time and was hit by another electric snake. She couldn't help but let out a groan. This lightning was the same as the previous green corpse poison, which could cause great damage to the spirit body. But in the next moment, the Chain Zombie King realized that he had underestimated Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly condensed a huge golden sword and slashed at the Chained Corpse King. Tyrannical Emperor's Limitless Sword. The Tyrannical Emperor's Limitless Sword under the Glorious Set was much more powerful than before. This sword directly hit the Chain Corpse King into the ground. Bang! The Iron Chain Corpse King only felt a roar in his head, and the bones in his shoulders were piercing through his flesh. Suddenly, countless lightning flashed. Although it was said to be a trump card, it was not so easy to kill the Iron Chain Corpse King. However, this was only the beginning. Golden Dragon Capturing Hands. Golden Dragon Capturing Hands. While the Iron Chain Corpse King was in a daze, Yi Xian hurriedly used his divine ability. 2 golden hands that were much stronger than before directly grabbed the Iron Chain Corpse King. Divine ability. The Iron Chain Corpse King was shocked, his body bloomed with lightning, and countless electric snakes rushed out. However, how could the Golden Dragon Capturing Hands be so easy to break free? This Iron Chain Corpse King is full of the power of thunder and lightning, and my Golden Dragon Capturing Hands was full of holes. Yi Xian was very surprised. The strength of this Iron Chain Corpse King was indeed much stronger than the Vajra Corpse King. If Yu Yu was beside this Iron Chain Corpse King just now, her spirit body would have been directly destroyed by the electric current. Fortunately, Yu Yu was already far away from this Iron Chain Corpse King. Luo, kill him. Yi Xian dodged this crazy electric snake attack and then released Luo. 100 layers Demon Fox Clone. 100 layers of shackles. Luo directly used 2 consecutive strikes to trap the Iron Chain Corpse King. Her move was not weaker than Yi Xian's 2 Golden Dragon Capturing Hands, but it didn't have the attack power. However, the attack skill came later. 7 colors Demon Fire. Now Luo can divide more than 30 true Qi clones, that is to say, more than 30 sets of 7 colors Demon Fire, smashing towards the Iron Chain Corpse King. Puff, puff, puff. One by one, The demon fire entered the Iron Chain Corpse King's body. In the next moment, a 7-color light appeared, directly covering the thunder light. Bang! With a rumbling sound, the Iron Chain Corpse King was blown to pieces. This scene also caused Yi Xian to be dumbstruck. This power, isn't it a bit too strong? Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. He thought he would have to add a few more demon god fists, but he didn't expect Luo to directly blow the Iron Chain Corpse King to death. After the death of the Iron Chain Corpse King, a powerful energy surged out of its body and erupted again. Boom! Another round of electric snakes flew, but Yi Xian had already hidden Luo in the secret space, and he and Yu also hid far away. The Iron Chain Corpse King was blown to death by Luo's 7 colors demon fire, and it didn't even leave behind a last word. If it was hit by Luo's attack, even a true manifestation realm expert would be seriously injured. When they fought the Vajra Corpse King, Luo didn't participate because her realm was too low. Looking at the thunder light in front of them gradually weakening, Yi Xian also quickly rushed over. Fortunately, the explosion didn't destroy the universe ring, or else Yi Xian would definitely smack Luo's butt. There are a lot of things, but I'm still far from breaking through. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly, then immediately walked over and picked up the 100 times iron chain, turned around and said, Luo, this iron chain might be useful to you. Well, this Iron Chain Corpse King fused it into its right hand. It's a bit disgusting. I'll keep it first. Luo reluctantly accepted it. Her 100 times shackles was a rank 3 supreme spiritual artifact. If she changed it to this chain, its effect might be doubled. Now, Yi Xian's group of 3 killed a Corpse King, and Yi Xian didn't use myriad returning swords, so they might be able to continue. Yu, how are you? Yi Xian turned around and asked. It's nothing serious, I just need to repair my spiritual body. Yu shook her head. Just now she was hit by the electric snakes a few times, and her spiritual body was damaged. As for how to repair it, she naturally had to use the ghost fetus. Then let's rest for a day. Yi Xian replied. Anyway, the time limit of the mission to destroy the Corpse King Palace was 1 month, but he only spent a few days. If they were to kill a Corpse King every day, then even if the Corpse King Palace had 20 Corpse Kings, it wouldn't be enough to kill. Yi Xian still had enough super devouring crystals, so Yi Xian exchanged some items for Yu, increasing her strength and safety. A day later, the cooldown of the tyrannical emperor's infinite sword and the 100 times shackles was over, and Yo-Yo's spiritual body had long been repaired. Chapter 1076. You two continue to wait here. I will lure another Corpse King out, Yi Xian said to Yu and Luo. En. The 2 women nodded one after another. Immediately, Yi Xian's main body broke through the void and directly came to the place where he controlled the dead elder. The dead elder has been guarding here, and when he saw Yi Xian coming, he hurriedly greeted him. There should be 6 more Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace. You go lure one out, Yi Xian said to the dead elder. The dead elder was the son of the Chain Corpse King, but now that the Chain Corpse King was killed by Yi Xian, and he was controlled by Yi Xian, there was no way for him to take revenge. Yes, master. The dead elder nodded in response and left directly. There were originally 7 Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace, but now that the Chain Corpse King is dead, there are only 6 left. Of these 6 Corpse Kings, except for the Crimson Blood Corpse King, Yi Xian has no confidence in dealing with them. The other 5 are not a problem. Soon, in less than an hour, the dead elder came back again. However, this time around, he had brought back 2 people. 2 Corpse Kings? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Of these 2 Corpse Kings, one is wearing a green robe, and the other is burly, at least 2 meters tall. Before, he told the dead elder not to call the Crimson Blood Corpse King. As for the other Corpse Kings, calling 2 of them is not a problem. As for these 2 Corpse Kings, Yi Xian recognized them at a glance. Green Corpse King, Violent Bear Corpse King. Green Corpse King is an expert in refining poisonous insects in the Corpse King Palace. The green corpse worm and the deadly poisonous insects hidden in the diamond body were all made by him. His strength is above the Chain Corpse King. After the Violent Bear Corpse King died and was refined into a Battle Corpse King, it fused with the blood of the bloodthirsty Bear Corpse King to strengthen its physique. It can penetrate the Diamond Corpse King's defense with one punch and directly injure it. Although the Diamond Corpse King has the strongest defense, its strength is the weakest existence, ranking third. As for the Green Corpse King and the Violent Bear Corpse King, they were ranked 6th and 8th respectively. The Dead Man Elder brought the two Corpse Kings and rushed towards Yi Xian. Elder Shun, is this the brat who brought the information? The 2-meter-tall Violent Bear Corpse King glared at Yi Xian and said, "Yes." Elder Dead Man nodded. "Kid, other than the Ghost Spirit Holy Son, who are the other two?" The Violent Bear Corpse King asked again. "It seems to be Gui Li and Gui Feng." Yi Xian answered without thinking. Previously, he had told Elder Dead Man that if he brought two people with him, he would bring two Ghost Spirits sect's ancestor ghost spirits with him. As for the Ghost Li and Ghost Wind he mentioned, they were the Ghost Spirits patriarchs of the sect of the God of Ghost. So it's that old fellow Ghost Li. In the battle more than 10 years ago, we were evenly matched. This time, I will definitely beat him up until his soul scatters. The Violent Bear Corpse King squinted his eyes. Yi Xian subconsciously glanced and found that there were corpse worms in the Violent Bear Corpse King's body. Not only that, even the gloves on the Violent Bear Corpse King's hands were smeared with poison. In that case, leave Gui Feng to me. As for the Ghost Spirit Holy Son, leave it to the Chain Corpse King. The Green Corpse King suddenly revealed a sinister smile. If the Ghost Spirit Holy Son, Gui Li, and Gui Feng could be successfully killed, it would be a huge blow to the sect of the God of Ghost. At this time, the Green Corpse King and the Violent Bear Corpse King did not have the slightest doubt because the Chain Corpse King had already gone, and it was the Chain Corpse King who informed them. After all, there were 3 of them. Immediately, the Green Corpse King and the Violent Bear Corpse King rushed towards the place mentioned by Elder Dead Man. "You did a good job." Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Immediately, he directly broke through the void and left this place. "Young master, who is it this time?" When Yi Xian landed, Luo Luo immediately greeted him. "Green Corpse King and Violent Bear Corpse King." Yi Xian directly replied. "Green Corpse King?" When Yu Yu heard this name, her body trembled because almost all of her injuries were related to the Green Corpse King. "Don't worry, this time I will directly use my trump card to kill them." Yi Xian slightly raised the corner of his mouth. This time, there were 2 Corpse Kings. In order to be safe, it was better to use his trump card. After all, as long as these 2 Corpse Kings were killed, there would only be 4 Corpse Kings left in the Corpse King Palace. Including the 5 that entered the territory of the sect of the God of Ghost, there would only be 9 Corpse Kings left. The return of 10,000 swords only had a cooldown time of 3 days. In less than half a month, the Corpse King Palace would be destroyed. Soon, 2 hours later, 2 auras stepped into Yi Xian's sensing range. "They're here, let's go." Yi Xian, who was sitting quietly on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 golden lights burst out from his eyes. The next moment, his whole body was wrapped in the brilliant golden armor. Since he was going to show his trump card, there was no need to talk nonsense. At the same time, this time, Yu Yu may not need to make a move. In an instant, Yi Xian directly rushed out. The reason why he did not make a move 2 hours ago was because he was too close to the Corpse King Palace. He was afraid that he would attract other Corpse Kings. Now, he was far enough from the Corpse King Palace, and the battle had only lasted a few seconds, so he was not afraid. Return of 10,000 swords, go! Yi Xian directly threw the Sky Quake sword in his hand. The Sky Quake sword immediately flew forward, like a flock of geese, towards the 2 figures in front. What? The Green Corpse King and Violent Bear Corpse King were shocked. They had just sensed Yo-Yo's aura, and the other party had already made a move. Wasn't this reaction a little too fast? However, they soon found out that the one who ambushed them was not the Ghost Spirit ancestor, nor was it the Ghost Spirit Saint, but an 8th grade spirit disaster brat. "You dare to use such a small trick to deal with us?" The Violent Bear Corpse King was filled with disdain. Facing the thousands of Sky Quake swords, he directly sent a palm strike towards them. A bear-like attack was sent out, directly hitting the hundreds of Sky Quake swords. However, the Sky Quake swords were still top-grade sovereign spiritual treasures. After being pushed back a little, they continued to rush towards the 2 Corpse Kings. Return of 10,000 swords was Yi Xian's greatest trump card. With thousands of sky quake swords flying out, even a manifestation realm expert with the power of manifestation realm would not dare to underestimate them. As for the violent Bear Corpse King and Green Corpse King, and even the Ghost Spirit Saint Yuyu, they could not be considered as manifestation realm experts. They could only be considered as pseudo-manifestation realm experts. Thousands of sky quake swords immediately surrounded the two Corpse Kings. In just a single exchange, the violent Bear Corpse King and Green Corpse King felt a huge pressure. Old Bear, retreat. Chapter 1077. Bang! The huge package exploded, and countless green powder floated out. Many of the heaven-shocking swords were stained by the green powder, and immediately made a sizzling sound as they were corroded and broke. It actually damaged the heaven-shocking swords. Yi Xian was shocked. This Green Corpse King was indeed capable. It actually destroyed hundreds of heaven-shocking swords in one move. However, there were still more than 800. At the same time, Yi Xian also took this opportunity to approach the two Corpse Kings, and then stretched out his hands. Golden Dragon Capturing Hands. Golden Dragon Capturing Hands. Two dragon capturing hands directly grabbed the Green Corpse King's body. What divine ability! The Green Corpse King and Violent Bear Corpse King were shocked. They were not ordinary people. Even the Valley Master of the 10,000 Flower Valley could see that it was a divine ability. You want to trap me? No way. The Green Corpse King's eyes flashed, and in the next moment, a green light gushed out from his body. Bang! A loud sound spread out. Yi Xian looked and found that the Golden Dragon Capturing Hands was actually about to collapse. At this time, the Violent Bear Corpse King on the side hurriedly slapped out with his palm, directly shattering the two Golden Dragon Capturing Hands. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. You really have some ability. It seems that it will be difficult to deal with you without using the Spirit Sword Array. In the next moment, thousands of heaven-shocking swords transformed into giant swords and then crashed down. Clang! 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 The giant swords fell one after another, trapping the Violent Bear Corpse King and the Green Corpse King in the middle. At the same time, Luo Luo suddenly appeared. 7-colored demonic fire. More than 30 Luo Luos attacked the Spirit Sword Array crazily, and hundreds of demonic flames fell into the Spirit Sword Array. Although many were scattered by the Green Corpse King and the Violent Bear Corpse King, Yi Xian was using the Eye of Decomposition to attack them. They were unable to get rid of all the demonic flames. When more than 30 purple demonic flames fell into the Spirit Sword Array, these demonic flames suddenly connected. In an instant, the Spirit Sword Array emitted a terrifying and powerful aura. 7-colored demonic fire, explode. With a thought, Luo Luo directly ignited those demonic flames. Rumble. Another earth-shattering sound rang out. Luo Luo's 7-colored demon fire combined with the 100-layer demon fox's clone was extremely powerful. Even if the Green Serene Corpse King and the Violent Bear Corpse King didn't die, they would definitely be heavily injured. 10,000 swords returned to origin, rise. After the explosion, Yi Xian immediately activated the heaven-shocking sword. As expected, the two Corpse Kings inside did not die, but after that, they would not be able to block the 10,000 swords return to origin that had yet to end. No, I won't die here. How can I die here? Who are you? Green Tranquil Corpse King and Violent Bear Corpse King shouted. However, Yi Xian had no intention of replying and immediately attacked. Golden Dragon Capturing Hands. Golden Dragon Capturing Hands. At this time, the Green Corpse King and the Violent Bear Corpse King were both in a heavily injured state and could not withstand these attacks at all. In an instant, they were caught by the Dragon Capturing Hand. What they had to face next was the baptism of the 10,000 returning swords. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Hundreds of heaven-shocking swords swept over like a hurricane. Even if the Green Corpse King and the Violent Bear Corpse King were manifestation realm experts, they could not withstand this attack. Under the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian saw that the upper bodies of the two were directly sliced into meat paste, leaving only 2 legs. At this moment, Yi Xian swept over and collected the 2 universe rings that were scattered on the ground. There are so many corpse bugs. They should be targeting spiritual bodies, Yi Xian did not say anything and swallowed all of these things. The Corpse King Palace and the sect of the God of Ghost had been fighting for so many years, and the sect of the God of Ghost also did not have a human manifestation realm expert. Therefore, the poisons that they developed were mostly targeted at the ghost spirit ancestors. These poisons were not living creatures, so Yi Xian could swallow them. Just a little more, I reckon that I still need to kill 2 more Corpse Kings. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. These Corpse Kings were extremely wealthy, and any one of them could create dozens of 9th-grade spirit disaster experts. However, the experience required for him to level up was too much. Today, he had used the myriad returning swords, which meant that he would need 3 days to cool down. 3 days later, he would probably be able to break through to 9th-grade spirit disaster. At that time, even if he did not use the myriad returning swords, he would be able to deal with the Corpse King Palace. Young master, at this speed, the Corpse King Palace will be destroyed soon. Luo Luo said with excitement. Ian, 3 days later, we will be able to kill our way into the Corpse King Palace. Yi Xian nodded his head. Yu Yu, who was standing by the side, also felt that it was unbelievable. This time, she did not even need to take action. Just Yi Xian and Luo Luo alone were able to eliminate 2 Corpse Kings from the Corpse King Palace. Including this time, 4 Corpse Kings had already died in the hands of Yi Xian. They were the Vajra Corpse King, the Chain Corpse King, the Green Corpse King, and the Violent Bear Corpse King. Among them, the Green Corpse King was ranked 6th among the 13 Corpse Kings of the Corpse King Palace. There are still 3 days left. I can use this time to plunder the forces of the Corpse King Palace. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. In these 3 days, he would be able to increase his strength again. However, at this moment, Yu Yu, who was sending a message to the sect of the God of Ghost, suddenly received an urgent message from the sect of the God of Ghost. Immediately, her expression changed. What's wrong, Sister Yu Yu? Luo Luo noticed Yo-Yo's expression and asked directly. A third of the territory of the sect of the God of Ghost has been infected with the blood poison plague. Once the ghost spirits come into contact with the blood mist, their souls will scatter. Yu Yu replied truthfully. Blood poison plague. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, this blood poison plague is stronger than the Green Corpse King's Green Corpse Worm? The one who spread this blood poison plague is the Crimson Blood Corpse King's blood refined doppelganger. Therefore, this blood poison plague should be refined by the Crimson Blood Corpse King. Moreover, our sect of the God of Ghost seems to have no way to suppress the plague. Therefore, Master asked me to return immediately and kill the Crimson Blood Corpse King. Yu Yu replied. Crimson Blood Corpse King, Yi Xian muttered. Just now, he had already killed the Green Corpse King, but the Crimson Blood Corpse King in the Corpse King Palace also knew how to refine poisons. This blood poison plague should have been refined by the Crimson Blood Corpse King recently. Otherwise, the territory of the sect of the God of Ghost would have already become a land of plague. In that case, we will return and kill the doppelganger of the Crimson Blood Corpse King first to prevent the plague from spreading. Yi Xian said. This blood poison plague would continue to spread by itself. At the same time, the doppelganger of the Crimson Blood Corpse King would spread it in the dark. Once the ghost spirits came into contact with the blood mist, their souls would scatter. Therefore, this mission could only be carried out by humans. Chapter 1078. But don't forget that the Corpse King Palace sent out 5 Corpse Kings. Even if the Vajra Corpse King fell, there were still 4 Corpse Kings. If no measures were taken, the territory of the sect of the God of Ghost would quickly shrink. At that time, the sect of the God of Ghost would be surrounded by the blood poison plague. Once that happened, the sect of the God of Ghost would be finished. Yi Xian immediately broke through the void and returned to the sect of the God of Ghost. Yu Yu, you're back. Just as they returned, the sect of the God of Ghost's ancestor flew over. Master, what should we do now? Yu Yu asked anxiously. We can deal with the Corpse Kings sent out by the Corpse King Palace, but they're hiding in the blood poison plague. We can't enter and can only watch as the blood poison plague spreads. We also sent many elders to stop the plague, but they were all killed by the Corpse Kings. So, the sect of the God of Ghost's ancestor turned his head and his gaze fell on Yi Xian, little brother Yi has the strength to kill the Green Corpse King and Violent Bear Corpse King, so I sincerely hope that little brother Yi can help. In this blood poison plague, only Yi Xian could save the sect of the God of Ghost. If he didn't help, the sect of the God of Ghost wouldn't be able to do anything. Unless there was a manifestation realm human, they could only watch as the blood poison plague spread. I relied on a trump card to kill the Green Corpse King and Violent Bear Corpse King, but I can't use that trump card now. After Yi Xian finished speaking, his brows suddenly raised as he said, therefore, I need a large amount of heavenly and earthly treasures. As long as I can break through, then the Corpse King of the Corpse King Hall will be like an ant in my eyes. I can even destroy the entire Corpse King Hall. As soon as he said that, the disciples of the sect of the God of Ghost and the Ghost Spirit Ancestor were shocked. Destroy the Corpse King Palace. Those words came from the mouth of an 8th grade spirit disaster. If it was anyone else, they would definitely roll their eyes and laugh at Yi Xian for overestimating himself. But Yu had just sent back the news of the Green Corpse King and Violent Bear Corpse King's deaths. The Corpse King Palace's 6th-ranked Green Serene Corpse King and 8th-ranked Violent Bear Corpse King fell one after another, and the person who killed them was none other than Yi Xian. As a result, no one present dared to doubt Yi Xian's words. Little brother Yi Xian, as long as you can help the sect of the God of Ghosts survive this ordeal, I'm willing to sacrifice my soul. The ancestral master of the God of Ghosts took off his interspatial ring and threw it to Yi Xian. This was a specially made universe ring that could be used by ghosts and humans. After Yi Xian accepted it, his eyes couldn't help but emit 2 rays of light as he said with a dignified expression, "Good, in half a month, the Corpse King Palace will no longer exist." This promise made the Ghost Spirit Ancestor let out a sigh of relief. This time, the Ghost God Sect's Patriarch had put in a lot of money because he had lived for more than 1,000 years. His wealth was more than the sum of the 4 Corpse Kings that Yi Xian had killed. These items were enough for Yi Xian and Luo Luo to break through. Little brother Yi Xian, roughly how long will it take for you to break through? The Ghost God Sect's Patriarch continued asking. The crisis was imminent. Every day, the blood poison plague would erode the territory of the sect of the God of Ghosts. The range of activity of the ghosts was also shrinking. There's no need for that. I can leave immediately. Senior, please tell me the specific information. Yi Xian directly said. Good, quickly go and collect the information. The Ghost God Sect's Patriarch immediately shouted. The Ghost God Sect's Patriarch and the other disciples quickly left, leaving behind Yi Xian and the other 2. TSK. I thought that I would need 3 days to break through, but it seems that there's no need for that. Yi Xian snickered in his heart. In the next moment, his aura surged. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is Spirit Disaster 9th grade. A system notification rang out. Yi Xian had finally broken through to Spirit Disaster 9th grade. However, this was only the initial Spirit Disaster 9th grade. Only by reaching the pinnacle of Spirit Disaster 9th grade would one know if there was a bottleneck to break through to the manifestation realm. Since Wei Zhentian had already broken through to the limit, if Yi Xian didn't break through, he wouldn't be able to break through either. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't need to consume ores. Luo Luo, these are for you. Yi Xian directly threw the remaining items to Luo Luo. With these items, Luo Luo should be able to break through to Spirit Disaster 9th grade within 3 days. She might even be able to break through to the manifestation realm. Soon, the experts of the sect of the God of Ghosts gathered once again. The Ghost God Sect's Patriarch sorted out the latest information and passed it to Yi Xian. The Underground Corpse King massacred a city half an hour ago. The Whitebone Corpse King destroyed the Myriad Underworld Valley 2 hours ago. Yi Xian swept a glance over the information. The Corpse King Palace originally sent 5 Corpse Kings to the territory of the sect of the God of Ghosts. Previously, Yi Xian killed the Vaja Corpse King, so there were 4 left. These 4 Corpse Kings were spread out in 4 directions, constantly spreading the blood poison plague. Alright, I'll make a move now. Yi Xian received the information and took out the Whitebone token used by the sect of the God of Ghosts for communication. This way, he would be able to receive real-time information. At this moment, the others discovered that Yi Xian's aura was different. He had actually broken through to Spirit Disaster 9th grade. Just how did he cultivate? The others couldn't understand. It hadn't even been 2 minutes since they left, and Yi Xian had actually broken through from Spirit Disaster 8th grade to Spirit Disaster 9th grade. It was simply too inconceivable. Seniors, I'll take my leave first. Yi Xian didn't say anything else as he tore open the void and left. As for Luo Luo, she remained in the sect of the God of Ghosts to cultivate. When the experts of the sect of the God of Ghosts saw Yi Xian leaving, they revealed a strange expression. This was the first time that the sect of the God of Ghosts had to rely on an outsider for help when they were in trouble. However, they were confident in Yi Xian's strength. They hoped that Yi Xian would be able to help them get through this crisis. It would be even better if he could destroy the Corpse King Palace. At that time, the land of the dead would be under the control of the sect of the God of Ghosts. At this moment, Yi Xian had already left the sect of the God of Ghosts. He was now at Spirit Disaster 9th grade, so it wouldn't be much of a problem even if he separated from his clone. Therefore, he chose to split up. White Bone Corpse King, ranked 7th in the Corpse King Palace. Burrowing Corpse King, ranked 4th in the Corpse King Palace. Frost Corpse King, ranked 12th in the Corpse King Palace. Blazing Corpse King, ranked 11th in the Corpse King Palace. Yi Xian muttered in his heart. Among the remaining 4 Corpse Kings, the Burrowing Corpse King was slightly more difficult to deal with. Furthermore, he was the strongest, ranked 4th. As for the remaining 2 Corpse Kings, they weren't that strong, so it wasn't a big deal. However, Yi Xian followed the principle of nearest and dealt with the Frost Corpse King and Blazing Corpse King first. Chapter 1079. While they were on the road, Yi Xian's white bone token was constantly receiving news from the sect of the God of Ghost. At this moment, Yi Xian stopped as he looked at the red mist ahead. So this is the blood poison plague. This blood poison is extremely harmful to the ghost spirits. Even the ghost spirit ancestor could fall from it. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he rushed in. Ding! The host is immune to the poison, the system notified. Although the blood poison plague was extremely harmful to the ghost spirits, it wasn't much of a threat to humans, not to mention Yi Xian, who had the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Yi Xian entered the red mist and quickly found a city. The people in this city were all killed by the Frost Corpse King, and it was already a dead city. Even if there were people who turned into ghost spirits with resentment, they were still killed by the blood poison plague. According to the news from the sect of the God of Ghost, the Frost Corpse King just visited this city half an hour ago, so it should be nearby. Yi Xian hurriedly summoned his clone over, then relied on his perception eye to search the blood poison plague area. In less than 10 minutes, he found the Frost Corpse King at the edge of the blood poison plague. Found you. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he summoned his clone and merged with it. The Frost Corpse King, who was preparing to spread the blood poison plague, sensed Yi Xian's aura and immediately frowned. Me. Another elder of the sect of the God of Ghost that came to die. You dare to find trouble with me with a mere 9th grade spirit disaster? A light flashed in the eyes of a tall man with light blue skin. He thought that Yi Xian was just an elder of the sect of the God of Ghost. But soon, he regretted his carelessness. Eyes of glory, golden dragon catcher hands. Yi Xian approached the Frost Corpse King and directly used his trump card. With his 9th grade spirit disaster, his strength had reached an explosive level when he used the Eye of Radiance. Furthermore, the dragon catcher hands was a divine ability. Before the Frost Corpse King could react, it was tightly gripped by 2 golden dragon capturing hands. Zizi. When the Frost Corpse King's flesh and blood, which was filled with the aura of death, came into contact with the golden true chi, it was burned until its skin and flesh were torn apart. A mere 9th grade spirit disaster, so what if he uses his divine ability? The Frost Corpse King roared angrily. Then, the power of extreme ice wrapped around its body and condensed into a set of ice armor. However, this ice armor did not even last a second before it was crushed by the 2 golden dragon capturing hands. Catcher. The ice armor was crushed. At the same time, a fierce light flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. Have a taste of this. Yi Xian's right fist suddenly struck out. This was the sect of the God of Ghosts' secret technique, the God of Ghosts' fist. As Yi Xian had already broken through to 9th grade spirit disaster, he could devour 3 9th grade spirit disaster ghost spirits, which increased his strength by a lot. Along the way, he used the high-grade sword comprehension pill to comprehend the man and sword as one fist. Therefore, the power of this fist was extremely powerful. What? Impossible. Looking at the powerful god of ghosts' fist, the Frost Corpse King's face changed. The power of this fist was probably even stronger than the golden dragon capturing hand. Boom. The god of ghosts' fist hit the Frost Corpse King and instantly shattered its bones. The god of ghosts' fist could only be considered as a pseudo-divine ability and not a divine ability. However, the power of the god of ghosts' fist was stronger than the golden dragon capturing hands. That was because Yi Xian was still at 9th grade spirit disaster and was unable to fully display the power of the divine ability. Only when he reached the manifestation realm would he be able to fully display the power of the divine ability. Right now, the Corpse King is just an ant in my eyes. With my strength, I should be able to fight against a human in the manifestation realm, right? Yi Xian looked at the corpse in front of him and muttered in his heart. A manifestation realm expert could use the power of manifestation realm. Even 10 Frost Corpse Kings wouldn't be his opponent. At that moment, Yi Xian rushed over and kept the universe ring of the Frost Corpse King. Only now did he suddenly remember that he still had the Eye of Control. Forget it. The next time I encounter a Corpse King, I'll control it first. Yi Xian, on the other hand, was calm. After all, a Corpse King level fighter was dispensable. After dealing with the Frost Corpse King, he once again soared through the air and returned to the position where his clone was. His clone was about to find the Flaming Corpse King. Now that his main body had come to search, he should be able to find it soon. Just as he had expected, in less than half an hour, he sensed a scorching aura. The Flaming Corpse King, I finally found you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he rushed towards the Flaming Corpse King. The Flaming Corpse King was still wandering around the blood poison plague area. The blood poison plague was fatal to ghost spirits, but it was nothing to humans. As long as the ghost spirits were kept in the 10,000 ghost banner, it would be fine. Therefore, some people were still in the blood poison plague area. Finally, the Flaming Corpse King found Yi Xian. When he turned his head, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Burning eye. Yi Xian was now in the 9th grade spirit disaster, while the Flaming Corpse King was only in the manifestation realm. They were only one realm apart, so Yi Xian's mental attack was still very effective. What the hell is this? I have used flames to temper my body for hundreds of years, and this move actually burned my will. The Flaming Corpse King was shocked. However, he was an old corpse that had lived for hundreds of years. His willpower was very strong, and he could still withstand a mental attack. He could withstand 1 or 2 burning eye attacks. But what if it was 5 or 10 times? No, with Yi Xian's current strength, a mere 4 burning eye attacks would cause the Flaming Corpse King to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Become my slave. When Yi Xian saw that it was about time, he immediately used the Eye of Control. Ding. Control failed. This Corpse King Palace's Corpse King was indeed capable. His willpower was weakened so much, but he could still withstand 1 Eye of Control. However, after this system notification, another notification sounded one after another. Ding. Control succeeded. Before the Flaming Corpse King could make a move on Yi Xian, he was controlled. Greetings, Master. The Flaming Corpse King knelt down on one knee. Yi Xian did not say anything and directly took off his yin and yang ring before asking, "Is there an antidote for this blood poison plague?" "I'm not sure." The Flaming Corpse King shook his head and said, "This blood poison plague was refined by the Crimson Blood Corpse King and the Tranquil Green Corpse King for decades. If there is an antidote, it should be on the Crimson Blood Corpse King." Crimson Blood Corpse King? Chapter 1080. How many more hidden Corpse Kings are there in the Corpse King Palace? Yi Xian asked again. There are 2 more, and they aren't any weaker than the Scarlet Blood Corpse King. The Scarlet Blood Corpse King replied. There are indeed some hidden ones. Yi Xian frowned. In other words, there are a total of 15 Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace. Yi Xian asked a few more questions, then he said to the Scarlet Blood Corpse King, Go and eliminate these Scarlet Blood doppelgangers. Although the Scarlet Blood Corpse King was weak, he was the brother of the current Corpse King Palace Master, the Scarlet Blood Corpse King. It would be easier for him to eliminate the Scarlet Blood doppelgangers. The spread of the blood poison plague was very fast, but most of it was caused by the Scarlet Blood doppelgangers. If the blood poison plague was allowed to spread on its own, it would only spread at 1/5 of its current speed. Yes, Master. The Scarlet Blood Corpse King nodded and left. Now, Yi Xian had dealt with 2 Corpse Kings. After the Scarlet Blood Corpse King left, he immediately sent a message to the God of Ghost sect. Then, he went to the next location. The White Bone Corpse King and the Underground Corpse King were 1 or 2 days away. Yi Xian estimated that as long as the White Bone Corpse King was dealt with, the myriad returning swords cooldown would be almost over. 1 day later, Yi Xian found the White Bone Corpse King. The White Bone Corpse King had tempered its bones and was equipped with a set of white bone armor. Its defense was second only to the Vajra Corpse King, but it was much stronger than the Vajra Corpse King. The bone attacks used by the Corpse King Palace Elders were similar to the Ghost God Fist and were created by the White Bone Corpse King. This time, Yi Xian prepared to use the Eye of Control to control the Corpse King. Although the White Bone Corpse King was strong, its speed was much slower than Yi Xian. The latter used the Golden Dragon Capturing Hand to capture the Corpse King and slowly tortured it. Ding! Control successful. After 4 burning eyes, the White Bone Corpse King was subdued by Yi Xian. Yi Xian emptied the Corpse King's interspatial ring and left. In that case, only the Excavating Corpse King was left. Those walking corpses were refined by this Excavator Undead King. At the same time, this Excavator Undead King is proficient in the art of walking underground. It's hard to see its head or tail. The last time it appeared was half a day ago. Yi Xian arrived at the place where the Underground Corpse King had appeared for half a day. He felt that this Underground Corpse King was a bit troublesome. This burrowing Corpse King came and went without a trace. Even Yi Xian couldn't do anything to him as he moved underground. But now, only the Underground Corpse King was still wandering around. Therefore, the sect of the God of Ghost could send experts to guard the border of the blood poison plague. They could also enter the area of the blood poison plague to develop an antidote to stop the plague from spreading. Yi Xian searched the area where the Underground Corpse King appeared, but he couldn't find any powerful aura. Ding! 10,000 swords return to Origin's cooldown is over. Just as he was searching, the system notification rang out. Yi Xian now had the capital to kill the Corpse King Palace. With the 10,000 swords returned to Origin, even if all the Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace attacked together, he wouldn't be afraid. At this moment, 3/5 of the sect of the God of Ghosts territory was covered by the blood poison plague. Young Master, I broke through. Luo Luo sent a message not long after the 10,000 swords return to Origin's cooldown was over. Very good. I will go back and pick you up. Then we will kill the Corpse King Palace. Yi Xian nodded. Then he broke through the void and returned to the sect of the God of Ghost. Little brother Yi, that Underground Corpse King, seeing Yi Xian's return, the sect of the God of Ghosts sect hurriedly asked. I didn't find him. There is no trace of him at all. So I want to kill the Corpse King Palace directly. Yi Xian shook his head. Kill the Corpse King Palace? The sect of the God of Ghosts sect of the God of Ghosts' eyes suddenly lit up. They were worried that the blood poison plague would spread to the sect of the God of Ghost, but they completely neglected one point. The Corpse King Palace had already lost several Corpse Kings. The Vajra Corpse King, Chain Corpse King, Green Corpse King, Violent Bear Corpse King, and Frost Corpse King. Not only that, but the Scarlet Flame Corpse King and White Bone Corpse King were also under Yi Xian's control. A total of 7 Corpse Kings were either dead or under Yi Xian's control. If the Underground Corpse King was added to the mix, the Corpse King Palace's combat strength would be nothing compared to the sect of the God of Ghost. Haha, we actually forgot this point. Including the Scarlet Blood Corpse King, there are only 5 Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace. The sect of the God of Ghosts founder suddenly laughed. The Corpse King Palace had 5 Corpse Kings, but the sect of the God of Ghost had 14 ghost spirit ancestors. Although they couldn't break through the blood poison plagues area, Yi Xian had the Eye of the Void. As long as Yi Xian broke through the void, they could all kill their way to the Corpse King Palace. 14 Manifestation Realm Ghost Spirit Ancestors were enough to crush the 5 Corpse Kings, including the Scarlet Blood Corpse King. Even if the Corpse King Palace still had hidden Corpse Kings, they wouldn't be able to defeat the sect of the God of Ghost. In fact, even Yi Xian forgot that he could use the Eye of the Void to go straight to the enemy's nest. Alright, then we will kill our way into the Corpse King Palace together. But I have a request. You just need to delay them. I must be the one to kill them. Yi Xian said directly. His chain random mission was to destroy the Corpse King Palace, but this mission was a little vague. What would be considered as destroying the Corpse King Palace? Kill the Corpse King Palace Master? Or destroy the entire Corpse King Palace? Therefore, Yi Xian's goal was to kill the Corpse King Palace Master, which was the Scarlet Blood Corpse King. Then, he would destroy the entire Corpse King Palace. That should be enough to complete the chain random mission. Kill. The sect of the God of Ghosts founder, Gui He, didn't know what Yi Xian wanted to do, but it was a small matter. If that's the case, then let's kill our way in today. The sect of the God of Ghosts founder was burning with anxiety. He immediately summoned the Ghost Spirit Ancestors. This time, he wanted to kill his way in personally. At the same time, there were 9 Ghost Spirit Ancestors, including Yu Yu. 10 Ghost Spirit Ancestors, plus Yi Xian and Luo Luo. The Corpse King Palace must be destroyed this time. After the sect of the God of Ghosts founder and the others finished their preparations, Yi Xian broke through the void and arrived at the place where he subdued the Corpse Elder. Chapter 1081. Let's go. Without hesitation, Yi Xian led the group of experts to the Corpse King Palace. 10 minutes later, the Ghost Spirit Patriarchs looked at the incomparably eerie hall in front of them, and all of them revealed ominous glints. Corpse King Palace, today will be the day of your destruction. The ancestor of the God of Ghost sect, Gui He, turned into a gust of wind and swept toward the Corpse King Palace. At the same time, the Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace also sensed the 10 auras of the manifestation realm. Not good. A red-haired man in the depths of the Corpse King Palace suddenly opened his eyes. He had the same bloody eyes as the Ghost Spirit Ancestor. He was the current Palace Master of the Corpse King Palace, the Crimson Blood Corpse King. When the 10 powerful auras of the ancestor of the God of Ghost sect gathered together, they could be sensed even from far away. The Crimson Blood Corpse King couldn't figure out where the 10 auras came from. Are they from the God of Ghost sect? The Crimson Blood Corpse King frowned, but in the next moment, he denied himself. No, that's impossible. The blood poison plague has surrounded the entire Corpse King Palace and occupied a large part of the God of Ghost sect's territory. They can't come here. Since it wasn't the Ghost Spirit Ancestor of the God of Ghost sect, who could it be? The Crimson Blood Corpse King gave up on guessing and left in a flash. At the same time, the other Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace gathered together. Now, there were 7 Corpse Kings in the sky above the Corpse King Palace, including the Crimson Blood Corpse King. The Chain Corpse King, the Green Corpse King, and the Violent Bear Corpse King that were originally in charge of the Corpse King Hall had all been killed by Yi Xian, so there were only 5 left. It seemed that there were 2 more hidden Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace. Crimson blood, what's going on? A one-eyed old man immediately asked. I'm not sure. Could it be the experts of the 8 families in the north? The Crimson Blood Corpse King immediately shook his head. 8 families? Impossible. How could 10 manifestation realm experts come at once? If they wanted to destroy the Corpse King Palace, they wouldn't need so many people. The one-eyed old man's heart trembled. The Corpse King Palace and the sect of the God of Ghost were indeed the overlords of the land of the dead. However, there was a teleportation formation north of the land of the dead. Beside the teleportation formation were 8 great clans. Any one of them could easily sweep through the entire land of the dead. The people in the land of the dead were afraid of this, so they didn't dare to expand the territory of the land of the dead for fear of angering the 8 families. It had already been over 1,000 years, and nothing had happened to them. The 8 great clans should not care about them. However, just as these Corpse Kings were discussing, The 10 Manifestation Realm experts had already arrived at the entrance of the Corpse King Palace. When the Crimson Blood Corpse King and the others saw the newcomer, they couldn't help but tremble. How is that possible? The Crimson Blood Corpse King and the others cried out in alarm, because they saw that it was Gui Ling, the old ancestor of the Ghost God sect. Crimson Blood Corpse King, you didn't expect this, right? The ancestor of the God of Ghost sect, Gui He, took a step forward and said, "You didn't expect us to come, did you?" Hearing this, the 7 Corpse Kings of the Corpse King Palace and all the Corpse King Palace experts under them silently agreed. Who would have thought that the old ancestor of the Ghost God sect would actually cross the blood poison plague area and directly come to the Corpse King Palace? Impossible. How did you come here? The Crimson Blood Corpse King had a look of disbelief. Do you think the blood poison plague can trap us? Gui He sneered and said, "Let's cut the crap. Today is the day of your Corpse King Palace's destruction." "Chimph, with just you?" the one-eyed old man said disdainfully. From the current situation, the Corpse King Palace was at a disadvantage. After all, they only had 7 Corpse Kings. On the other hand, the sect of the God of Ghost had 10 old ancestors of Gui Ling, plus Yi Xian and Luo Luo who was still in the physical space. After taking control of the Crimson Blood Corpse King, Yi Xian actually found out that there were 2 more hidden Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace, and one of them was this one-eyed Corpse King. However, it seemed that these Corpse Kings still had a trump card. Could it be that you have other trump cards? Gui He narrowed his eyes. Even if you come out in full force, don't even think about destroying my Corpse King Palace. The Crimson Blood Corpse King sneered. In the next moment, he took out several blood corpses from his interspatial ring. Don't forget that the Corpse King Palace could control corpses, even if they were corpses themselves. Not good, attack. Gui His expression changed when he saw these blood corpses. The Crimson Blood Corpse King wanted to infect the Corpse King Palace with the blood poison plague. After all, the blood poison plague was only harmful to ghost spirits. In an instant, the 9 old ancestors of Gui Ling and Yu Yu attacked at the same time. Not only that, but Yi Xian also did the same. If the blood poison plague spreads, I will have to deal with these Corpse Kings alone. Yi Xian said in his heart. Even if he used the innumerable swords, facing 7 Corpse Kings at once was still very stressful, so he needed to borrow the power of the sect of the God of Ghost. At that moment, he looked around and directly used the Eye of Illusion on the 7 Corpse Kings. These 7 Corpse Kings were all in the first level of the Manifestation Realm, so they were instantly affected, but 3 of them immediately broke out of the illusion. Crimson Blood Corpse King, One-Eyed Corpse King, Bramble Corpse King. Yi Xian immediately recognized them. These 3 were the strongest in the Corpse King Palace, and they were ranked first. As for the other 4, they were directly surrounded by Gui He and the other old ancestors of Gui Ling. At the same time, Yi Xian also directly used the burning eyes on the Crimson Blood Corpse King. Who is using a mental attack on me? The Crimson Blood Corpse King didn't understand the situation. With his cultivation level, he actually didn't notice who was attacking him. However, in this situation, he didn't have time to care so much, so he immediately threw out more than 10 blood corpses. After these blood corpses fell to the ground, they exploded and turned into pools of blood. Then, the blood quickly spread, and in the blink of an eye, half of the Corpse King Palace was surrounded. Sizzle. The blood poison plague began to emit red mist. Seeing this, the old ancestors of Gui Ling changed their expressions. They all knew how powerful the blood poison plague was. Even if they were surrounded by the red mist, their souls would be scattered. Let's end this quickly, everyone thought in their hearts. At the same time, Yi Xian also continuously used the burning eyes and the eyes of illusion, and he was already wearing the brilliant golden armor. Overlord's boundless sword, shake for me, Yi Xian shouted in his heart, and the giant golden sword in his hand slashed down with a loud bang. The attack range of his attack enveloped the Crimson Blood Corpse King, One-Eyed Corpse King, and Bramble Corpse King. Rumble. The golden sword fell with a loud bang, shaking the red mist on the ground, and the powerful impact was also applied to the Corpse Kings. Crack. Chapter 1082. A good chance. Taking advantage of the fact that the opponent was stunned after the successful sneak attack, Yi Xian used the burning eye on the Crimson Blood Corpse King once again, followed by the Eye of Control. Ding! Control failed. The system notification rang out. The Crimson Blood Corpse King was the #1 Corpse King in the Corpse King Palace. Its realm was extremely close to the second level of the manifestation realm. However, as long as it was still in the first level of the manifestation realm, it could only end up as Yi Xian's servant. Eye of Control. Ding! Control succeeded. Another system notification rang out. This time, the Crimson Blood Corpse King was successfully controlled by Yi Xian. Although the blood corpses that were thrown out by the Crimson Blood Corpse King had already spread the blood poison plague, it would not continue to spread. Kill. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to the Crimson Blood Corpse King. At the same time, he also released Luo from the physical space. It's finally my turn. Hundredfold Demon Fox Clone. After Luo appeared, she split into 100 clones. Among the 100 clones, 40 of them were true Qi clones and her original body. There were so many Luoluos and all of them were holding onto a chain that was emitting lightning. This was the 100-fold Iron Chain Corpse King's chain. At this moment, Luo suddenly threw the chain in her hand. 100-fold shackles. Hundreds of chains flew towards the nearest one-eyed Corpse King, including the 100-fold iron chain that Luo's original body was holding. What? 100-fold iron chain? The one-eyed Corpse King jumped in fright and hurriedly dodged. The hundreds of 100-fold iron chains had frightened him, but he immediately reacted. There were definitely many illusions within. Indeed, even Luo's 40 true Qi clones were holding onto 100-fold iron chains, but they were only formed from true Qi. The real 100-fold iron chain was only the one in Luo's hand, but it was thrown out now. You want to leave? Just as the one-eyed Corpse King was dodging the attack, 2 large golden hands suddenly appeared. He dodged one, but was caught by the other. Divine ability. The one-eyed Corpse King's face changed once again. Even the Corpse King Palace didn't have a divine ability, but this brat at 9th grade Spirit Disaster actually knew one. After being caught by the golden dragon capturing hand, Luo controlled the true energy chains to bind him. At the same time, she also controlled the true energy chains to bind him. In terms of restricting abilities, Yi Xian's golden dragon capturing hands was actually inferior to Luo's 100-layered shackles. After all, Yi Xian was not in the manifestation realm and could not unleash the true power of his divine ability. Seeing the one-eyed Corpse King being chained up and being electrocuted by the Baijin iron chain, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he immediately threw a punch at it. Ghost God Fist. One-eyed Corpse King, die. This punch was enough to kill anyone in the land of the dead. Even the one-eyed Corpse King hidden in the Corpse King Palace wouldn't be able to withstand it. Bang! After a rumbling sound, the one-eyed Corpse King was directly blasted to pieces and died. Now, of the 7 Corpse Kings, only 5 were left. The strongest one was the Bramble Corpse King. Go! After the Bramble Corpse King saw how powerful Yi Xian was, he knew that the Corpse King Palace was finished. Therefore, he immediately dived into the blood poison plague. However, this blood poison plague had no effect on Yi Xian. The Crimson Blood Corpse King is already under my control. Luo, you and him kill the remaining 4. Yi Xian shouted and rushed towards the Bramble Corpse King. The other 4 Corpse Kings were not bad, but they were surrounded by 10 Ghost Spirit Ancestor. Now, with the addition of the Crimson Blood Corpse King and Luo, they couldn't escape even if they grew hairy legs. The Bramble Corpse King was originally a little far from the battlefield, so Yi Xian immediately landed on the ground and madly chased after him. A second later, Yi Xian caught up to him. I know you've already died once, so I'll ask you to die again. Yi Xian stretched out his left hand and used the golden dragon catcher hand. However, just as this hand was about to grab the Bramble Corpse King, a hand covered in liver mortis suddenly appeared under the Corpse King's feet and directly dragged him into the ground. Huh! Yi Xian was shocked, he didn't know what happened. But in the next moment, he immediately reacted. The hand that dragged the Bramble Corpse King into the ground just now exuded an aura no weaker than the Bramble Corpse King. Digger Corpse King? Yi Xian frowned, this possibility flashed in his mind. No wonder he couldn't find the Digger Corpse King before, It turned out that he returned to the Corpse King Palace. Now that he saw the Corpse King Palace in trouble, he decided to help. So what if the Digger Corpse King is here? I am not afraid of 7 of you. Why would I be afraid of you guys joining hands? Yi Xian stared with wide eyes. He jumped high and punched down. Ghost God Fist. Boom. The ground cracked. The entire Corpse King Palace seemed to tremble. However, the Digger Corpse King and the Bramble Corpse King were nowhere to be seen. This Digger Corpse King's digging speed is quite fast. Wei Zhentian, chase. Yi Xian immediately threw out the heaven-shaking sword. In the next moment, it turned into a drilling machine and directly sank into the ground. In terms of drilling speed, Wei Zhentian was not inferior to the Digger Corpse King at all. However, Yi Xian didn't follow him down. He relied on his connection with Wei Zhentian to follow him on the ground. It's going down. Yi Xian's footsteps paused. He felt Wei Zhentian going deeper and deeper into the ground. At this time, he glanced back and found that Luo Luo and the Crimson Blood Corpse King had already dealt with the remaining 4 Corpse Kings. After all, they had the help of Yu Yu and Gui He. Luo Luo was Yi Xian's slave, and the Crimson Blood Corpse King was controlled by Yi Xian, so they could represent Yi Xian. Now, only the Digger Corpse King and the Bramble Corpse King were left in the entire Corpse King Palace. The system notification didn't sound. This means that we have to kill the Digger Corpse King and the Bramble Corpse King, or destroy the entire Corpse King Palace. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He turned around and looked around. The Corpse King Palace, one of the 2 overlords of the land of the dead, had many disciples, but when the one-eyed Corpse King died, they all scattered. There was no one left in the Corpse King Palace. Young master, they're all done. Luo Luo's voice sounded in his mind. Very good, come and set up a defense. We must find the Digger Corpse King and the Bramble Corpse King. Yi Xian nodded in response. Wei Zhentian was still following them. These 2 Corpse Kings were the key to whether they could complete the chain random mission. However, he soon found out that the Digger Corpse King and the Bramble Corpse King weren't the final targets of the chain random mission. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud noise sounded. It alarmed Yi Xian and the others. The entire Corpse King Palace began to tremble. What's going on? Yu Yu and the others didn't understand the situation. They began to look around. Chapter 1083. When Yi Xian saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown because he had seen a similar scene in the Blood Cloud sect. What's under the Corpse King Palace? Yi Xian hurriedly shouted at the Crimson Blood Corpse King. Immortal Corpse King. The Crimson Blood Corpse King answered directly. What? Immortal Corpse King? Why is there another Corpse King in your Corpse King Palace? Yi Xian shuddered after hearing this. 4 of the 5 Corpse Kings outside had already been killed by him. Originally, there were 8 Corpse Kings guarding the Corpse King Palace. Now, there were 2 more hidden Corpse Kings, making a total of 10. In total, there were 15 Corpse Kings. This was what Yi Xian learned from the Crimson Blood Corpse King. But now, why was there another Immortal Corpse King? Only me, the Cyclops Corpse King, and the Burrowing Corpse King know about the Immortal Corpse King. Now, the Extremist Corpse King and the Bramble Corpse King must have awakened the Immortal Corpse King. The Crimson Blood Corpse King explained. What did you say? Immortal Corpse King? At this time, Gui He suddenly rushed over and asked in shock. Yes, the first Corpse King Palace Master. The Crimson Blood Corpse King nodded. Now, Yi Xian understood who the Immortal Corpse King was. But after the Ghost God Sect's Patriarch Gui He heard this, he felt it was inconceivable. Impossible. The Immortal Corpse King was dismembered by the 8 families manifestation realm experts hundreds of years ago. How could he not die? Gui He said in shock. We died once. Even if we were dismembered, as long as we reassemble, we still have a chance of resurrection. However, the Immortal Corpse King's soul has been wiped out, leaving only his body. After we reassembled his body, we couldn't control him, so we sealed him. After the Crimson Blood Corpse King finished speaking, a figure suddenly rushed out from the ground. It was a bald man with dark skin and bare arms. There was a large livor mortis spot on his neck. Not only that, his limbs had traces of being sewn. His aura was even stronger than the Crimson Blood Corpse King. Clearly, he was the Immortal Corpse King. So disgusting, there are maggots in his mouth. Yi Xian subconsciously hid behind Yi Xian. The immortal Corpse King's soul had already been obliterated, leaving behind only a shell. But his aura was incomparably powerful. Wei Zhentian is broken. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly realized that Wei Zhentian, who was tailing the excavating Corpse King, had actually died. At the same time, there were black bloodstains on the hands of this undying Corpse King. It seemed to be the blood of Burrowing Corpse King or Bramble Corpse King. In addition, the chain of random quests had also changed. The requirement to destroy Corpse King Palace is to kill an immortal Corpse King. With the appearance of the immortal Corpse King, the chain of random quests had been refreshed. Now, Yi Xian finally knew how to complete the quests. So it was just to kill you? I thought you were going to tear down the entire Corpse King Palace. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and gazed at the terrifying immortal Corpse Monarch. In just a few seconds, this immortal Corpse Monarch had actually broken Wei Zhentian. The excavating Corpse King and Bramble Corpse King had probably suffered as well. This immortal Corpse Monarch's level had probably reached the second level of the manifestation realm. We originally wanted to revive the immortal Corpse Monarch, but we didn't succeed. That's why he's the same as the ghost spirits, only knowing how to kill. The reason why he's so powerful is because we sealed him in the corpse dissolving pool for hundreds of years. The Crimson Blood Corpse King on the side reminded. The corpse dissolving pool was a secret of the Corpse King Palace. Only the Crimson Blood Corpse King, the Cyclops Corpse King, and the Excavating Corpse King knew about it. These Corpse Kings relied on the corpse dissolving pool to maintain the strength of their bodies and prevent them from deteriorating. However, the corpse dissolving pool's water would harm the soul, so even the Crimson Blood Corpse King only used a little every month. If he was allowed to soak in the corpse dissolving pool, his soul would probably dissipate in 2 days. Coincidentally, the immortal Corpse Monarch had died twice, so his soul was long gone. Soaking in the pool for hundreds of years was as good as dying. Everyone looked at the immortal Corpse Monarch in fear, but they didn't see the immortal Corpse Monarch making any moves. What's going on? Why isn't he making a move? A ghost spirit ancestor asked in astonishment. The immortal Corpse Monarch was a little strange. Ever since he appeared, he had been looking at them in a daze. Could it be that he was afraid? Impossible. Because everyone present could feel his powerful aura. He was at least at the second level of the manifestation realm, or even the third level of the manifestation realm. Just as the crowd was feeling surprised, they saw some broken limbs flying out from the ground. The Corpse King Palace had been established for thousands of years, so there were many corpses below. However, why would these severed limbs appear? Next, they were shocked. They saw the rotting severed limbs suddenly begin to reassemble, and then formed corpses. What kind of technique is this? Could it be that after soaking in the corpse dissolving pool for hundreds of years, it underwent a mutation? Even the Crimson Blood Corpse King couldn't understand. However, his expression changed drastically as he said, "Master, my Corpse King Palace was established in the corpse pit. In addition, there were countless corpses buried in the Corpse King Cemetery behind the Corpse King Palace for thousands of years." Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Corpse pit, Corpse King Cemetery? He immediately reacted. If this immortal Corpse Monarch that soaked in the corpse dissolving pool for hundreds of years underwent a mutation and had the ability to reassemble severed limbs, then what they would have to face next would be an army of thousands of corpses. Don't let him succeed. Go. Yi Xian shouted in a low voice. Originally, he wanted to see what the immortal Corpse Monarch wanted to do. Since he already knew, then what was he waiting for? Myriad Swords return. In an instant, Yi Xian directly used his trump card. Wei Zhentian, who had just died, appeared again and then transformed into thousands of bodies. Luo Luo, Yu Yu, the Crimson Blood Corpse King, and the 9 ghost spirit ancestors all moved out together. This immortal Corpse Monarch was at least at the second level of the manifestation realm, or even the third level, so it couldn't be underestimated. TSK, the immortal Corpse Monarch suddenly revealed a smile to everyone, and then quickly retreated. What? Escaped? Everyone was shocked. Didn't they say that the immortal Corpse Monarch's soul had been wiped out, and it had become a walking corpse? Could it be that after soaking in the corpse-dissolving pool for hundreds of years, other than gaining the ability to reassemble severed limbs, it also grew a new consciousness? "You're my mission monster. How can you just run away like that?" Looking at the immortal corpse monarch that was retreating rapidly, Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He immediately controlled thousands of sky-quake swords to attack the immortal corpse monarch. He estimated that the immortal corpse monarch hadn't reached the third level of the manifestation realm, and was only at the second level of the manifestation realm. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to escape. Everyone else guessed this as well. Rumble. At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Yi Xian hastily scanned with the eye of revelation and discovered that a large number of figures were rushing over from behind the Corpse King Palace. Chapter 1084. Even Yi Xian's heart palpitated at the sight of this army of corpses. Their combined might even surpass that of the immortal Corpse King. Once a member of the Corpse King Palace died, they would be refined into battle corpses. However, the refinement of battle corpses wasn't a 100% success rate. Once they failed, they would be buried in the Corpse King graveyard. After 1,000 years, who knew how many corpses had accumulated? A large wave of corpses was controlled by the immortal Corpse King. Below their feet was the mass grave that was built before the Corpse King Palace was built. Severed limbs were constantly flying out and reassembling. These reassembled corpses all carried the blood poison plague. Therefore, the sect of the God of Ghost was in a dilemma. Crimson Blood Corpse King, can you neutralize this blood poison plague? Yi Xian hurriedly turned his head and asked. No, I haven't refined the antidote yet. Crimson Blood Corpse King shook his head and replied. At this time, the blood poison plague had already submerged the entire Corpse King Palace. The ghost spirit ancestor could only fly high in the sky and use his attacks to disperse the blood poison plague. However, after the severed limbs flew out from the ground and reassembled, their bodies were more or less mixed with the blood mist. Their attacks were fatal to the ghost spirit ancestor. After these corpses crawled out, they rushed towards the ghost spirit ancestor. The ghost spirit ancestor could only repel them one by one. There are at least 30,000 of them. If they all surround me, I'll be fine, but you and the others will be in trouble. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately broke through the void. At the same time, he said to Yu and the others behind him, now that the Corpse King Palace is destroyed, you all go back first. I will deal with the immortal Corpse King. Apart from the immortal Corpse King Palace, there were 15 other Corpse Kings. Among them, the Crimson Blood Corpse King, Crimson Flame Corpse King, and Whitebone Corpse King were subdued by Yi Xian. The rest were dead, so the Corpse King Palace could be considered destroyed. Thinking of this, the ghost spirit ancestor nodded and said, then be careful, little brother Yi. That immortal Corpse King doesn't seem to be simple. The Corpse King Palace was already covered by the blood poison plague, and it was still spreading. They could only watch from the sky, so it was better to go back. After Yu nodded, she followed Gui He and the others through the void gate. Swish. The void door closed. At this moment, only Yi Xian, Luo, and the Crimson Blood Corpse King remained. As for the Corpse King Palace's disciples and elders, they had long since fled. Luo hurriedly passed the universe rings of the other Corpse Kings to Yi Xian. The latter quickly devoured the items inside and said, chase. The undying Corpse King's speed was very fast, so Wei Zhentian was following him. However, there were a large number of reborn corpses in front of him. If he wanted to chase after them, he had to break through a gap. Master, leave these to me. The Crimson Blood Corpse King looked at the large army in front of him and shouted in a low voice, then suddenly attacked. Scarlet Blood Tornado. In an instant, the Crimson Blood Corpse King used his special skill. This was an extremely strong red tornado, and the three of them were right in the eye of the tornado. Therefore, the reconstituted corpses that rushed towards them would be crushed into pieces by the bloody tornado. However, these shattered corpses would be reformed by the immortal Corpse Kings. What the hell happened to this undying Corpse King? How did it become so powerful? Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. With the help of the bloody tornado, the corpses couldn't stop Yi Xian's group at all. They quickly followed Wei Zhentian. The Undying Corpse King's speed was extremely fast. If Yi Xian ran at full speed, he would be able to catch up. However, there were a large number of corpses blocking the way, so he had to slow down. At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood the importance of this matter. If the Undying Corpse King wasn't eliminated, there would be countless corpses wherever he ran. The land of the dead had been around for more than 1,000 years. Countless people had died there. If all of them were revived, then it would be a zombie world war. Most importantly, these corpses would affect the surroundings after they went out of control. If a large number of corpses left the land of the dead, it would definitely attract the attention of the 8 great families in the north. At that time, the land of the dead would be destroyed. While they were chasing the Undying Corpse King, Luo Luo suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Young master, I know what happened to the Undying Corpse King." "What?" Yi Xian turned his head and asked. "There's a description in my inherited memories. The Undying Corpse King should have given birth to the will of death. There are strong and weak wills of death. The weak ones are like the Undying Corpse King, while the strong ones can revive the dead." Luo Luo hurriedly explained. "Revive the dead?" Hearing this, Yi Xian and the Crimson Blood Corpse King were shocked. The latter was a corpse king himself, but even he had never heard of the will of death. Yes, a strong will of death can revive the dead. It's an existence similar to the Undying Corpse King. They have the memories of their previous life and can also increase their strength. Luo Luo nodded. "It seems that the will of death has exceeded my knowledge. No matter what, this Undying Corpse King must be eliminated. Otherwise, the land of the dead will be in chaos." Yi Xian didn't ask too much. They would deal with the Undying Corpse King first. However, the Undying Corpse King's speed wasn't something they could catch up with. They could only follow it. Soon, the myriad returning swords' duration was over. The sky-shaking swords immediately dissipated and Wei Zhentian returned to Yi Xian's side. "Wei Zhentian, follow it underground. Luo Luo, Crimson Blood Corpse King, flank it," Yi Xian immediately ordered. As for himself, he naturally chased the Undying Corpse King in a straight line. As long as the Undying Corpse King deviated from its route, Luo Luo and Crimson Blood Corpse King could catch up with it and then try to intercept it. The Undying Corpse King's will of death was randomly released. Along the way, countless severed limbs swept out from the ground and then reformed into corpses to attack Yi Xian and the others. If it ran around the land of the dead, everyone in the land of the dead would probably die. Yi Xian regretted. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have waited to see what the Undying Corpse King wanted to do. He would have directly trapped it with the spiritual sword array and then beaten it up. This would have saved him a lot of trouble and also allowed him to complete the chain random mission. It was a pity that curiosity led to a disaster. "Young master, I have a way to quickly catch up to it." At this time, Luo Luo suddenly said in Yi Xian's mind. "What is it?" Yi Xian hurriedly asked. "Transform and then continuously use Fox Demon Flash. However, I estimate that it can only delay him for 1 or 2 seconds. Luo Luo replied. Yi Xian understood. Luo Luo's transformation was to use the tuft of golden tail hair. However, every transformation would consume the golden tail hair. This tuft of golden tail hair was related to Luo Luo's bloodline, so he hadn't allowed Luo Luo to use it recently. If she wanted to use it, she had to obtain his permission first. Chapter 1085. Alright, be careful, lass. Yi Xian nodded in reply. After receiving the approval, Luo Luo's hair instantly turned golden. In the next moment, she turned into a golden bolt of lightning and charged towards the Immortal Corpse King. The fleeing Immortal Corpse King turned around and revealed a strange expression. Previously, he saw so many ghost spirit ancestors and knew that he couldn't win, so he fled. But now, there was only Yi Xian and the other two. What was there to be afraid of? One had to know that the one chasing after him was the Scarlet Blood Corpse King, while Yi Xian and Luo Luo were only at 9th grade spirit disaster. Die. The Immortal Corpse King spoke and charged towards Luo Luo. You finally turned around. See if I don't kill you. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He felt that it was normal for the Immortal Corpse King to speak. The will in the immortal Corpse King's head wasn't the first Corpse King Palace Masters, but a new will of death. In an instant, Luo came into contact with the immortal Corpse King. Demon Fox Flash. Luo turned into a golden bolt of lightning and swept past the immortal Corpse King. Then, an arm flew up. After transforming, Luo's speed was off the charts. The immortal Corpse King could only barely defend, otherwise, it would have been his head that flew up. Luo originally wanted to intercept the immortal Corpse King, but she didn't expect the immortal Corpse King to turn around and kill them. Hence, there was no need to maintain her transformation. Luo hurriedly deactivated her transformation and fought with the immortal Corpse King. At the same time, Yi Xian and the Scarlet Blood Corpse King also rushed over. Scarlet Blood, clean up the surrounding corpses. Yi Xian ordered the Scarlet Blood Corpse King. The immortal Corpse King's will of death seemed to be a passive ability. Wherever it went, there would be corpses regenerating. Although it wasn't a threat to Yi Xian hated being disturbed during battle. Immortal Corpse King, die a third time, Yi Xian roared. At this moment, the effects of Eye of Glory had already disappeared. However, as his level increased, so did his eye power. Thus, he used Eye of Glory once more. Golden hair, golden eyes, and golden armor appeared. Yi Xian faced the immortal Corpse King and reached out with both hands. Golden dragon capturing hands. However, this immortal Corpse King's strength was formidable. It actually directly punched the golden dragon capturing hand, blasting through it. As for the other golden dragon capturing hand, it missed. If you aren't in the manifestation realm, you won't be able to unleash the true power of the divine ability. Why don't you try this move again? Yi Xian suddenly summoned 3 9th grade spirit disaster ghosts and refined them. Phantom transformation. The ghost god transformation was only a pseudo-divine ability. At Yi Xian's level, he could fully unleash its effects. After his aura skyrocketed, he attacked the immortal Corpse King again. Ghost God Fist. The undying Corpse King was still fearless, unexpectedly charging forward again. Bang! Shockwaves rolled out. Yi Xian's strongest attack was actually dispersed by the immortal Corpse King. How is this possible? Yi Xian was shocked. No one in the land of the dead could withstand his punch. Even the founder of the Ghost God sect, Gui He, and the Crimson Blood Corpse King couldn't. However, it was actually defeated by the immortal Corpse King. Sure enough, this guy had some skills. The immortal Corpse King's punch just now wasn't an ordinary attack. It had a hint of the disintegration eye. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. However, he quickly calmed down because this immortal Corpse King had given birth to the will of death. When mentioning death, it was inevitable to associate it with decaying, withering, and disintegration. It was reasonable for the immortal Corpse King's attack to have such effects. You know it, so do I. Yi Xian blasted out another Ghost God Fist. At the same time, his golden eyes immediately added 2 disintegration rays. Facing the second Ghost God Fist, the immortal Corpse King still had the same attitude. Fight! Bang! The Ghost God Fist was once again dispersed by the immortal Corpse King. However, this time, he neglected the disintegration rays. ZZ. The disintegration rays landed on the immortal Corpse King's fist. The flesh was instantly disintegrated. However, the effect of the disintegration rays was a little out of Yi Xian's expectations. The immortal Corpse King's fist was only disintegrated into a small hole. However, Yi Xian wasn't fighting the immortal Corpse King alone. It was 2 against 1. Demon Fox Flash. Luo transformed again and directly swept past the immortal Corpse King. Swish. Another arm was thrown up. Now, both of the immortal Corpse King's arms were flying. You're still not dead. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. However, in the next moment, he saw the severed arm suddenly reattach. Not only that, but the severed arm that Luo cut off the first time was the same. Damn! Yi Xian cursed. He didn't expect the immortal Corpse King's will of death to be able to reassemble itself. This was out of Yi Xian's expectations. I'm going to explode you. Let's see how you're going to reassemble. Taking advantage of this time, Yi Xian stretched out his hands again. Two golden dragon catching hands directly grabbed the immortal Corpse King. The golden true energy began to burn the immortal Corpse King's body. The immortal Corpse King was controlled and couldn't move. 1,000-year-old monster, go to hell. Luo frowned. She transformed into a golden flash again and swept past the immortal Corpse King. Swish. This time, it wasn't the arm that flew up. Instead, it was the immortal Corpse King's head. Even the Crimson Blood Corpse King would die if its head was cut off. However, Yi Xian clearly felt that the immortal Corpse King wasn't dead. Not dead. Watch how I explode your head. Yi Xian punched out again. He was prepared to kill the immortal Corpse King in one hit and complete the chain mission. Whoosh whoosh. The fist wind whistled. The ghost god fist hit the immortal Corpse King's head and instantly exploded it. It's finally dead. After seeing this scene, Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. After going through so much, he finally completed this damn chain mission. Ding, the host has completed the chain mission. The reward is the Heavenly Eye bloodline evolution. The system prompted. The evolution of the Heavenly Eye bloodline was equivalent to obtaining a devouring point. This made Yi Xian very satisfied. Now, he could control 25 people with the Eye of Control. However, even if the immortal Corpse King was dead, the reassembled corpses around it still hadn't fallen. Hence, Yi Xian still needed to clean up these walking corpses. However, at this moment, he suddenly discovered that there was a strange white fog at the place where the immortal Corpse King's head exploded. Is this the death intent? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This thought flashed through his mind. Just as he was about to collect the will of death and check it out, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Chapter 1086. The pupil of this huge eye was a sinister white. Yi Xian only glanced at it and his heart turned cold. What the F***ck is this? Yi Xian was so scared that his heart was beating rapidly. His breathing was rapid, as if he was about to suffocate. Following the appearance of this huge eye, the surroundings quietened down. The walking corpses stopped moving. Even Yi Xian and the other two were unable to move. What the hell is this? Yi Xian was shocked. At this moment, not only was his body unable to move, an unprecedented sense of danger rose in his heart. He once again felt the aura of death. His entire body was creeped out, his hair stood on end, and he couldn't stop trembling. What exactly is this huge eye? How can it suppress the three of them and the hundreds of walking corpses around them? Just as Yi Xian and the other two were in shock, the will of death suddenly rose in spirals and was absorbed by the huge eye in the sky. The will of death has been absorbed. Yi Xian widened his eyes and watched as the will of death was absorbed by the huge eye. However, what he didn't notice was that the walking corpses around them were rapidly becoming stronger. At this moment, swoosh, the huge eye suddenly turned and its attention seemed to fall on Yi Xian. What an annoying life aura! An old and drawn-out voice fell into Yi Xian and Luo's ears. In the next moment, Yi Xian saw his body wither away like sand. Am I going to die? Yi Xian muttered in his heart. Young master, Luo saw Yi Xian's body being blown away and hurriedly shouted. However, under the deterrence of this huge eye, she couldn't even open her mouth to speak. She could only transmit her voice through the air. Yi Xian's heart was crumbling. He didn't expect his original body and doppelganger to die in such a situation. In this situation, even if he had the Eye of Eternity, it would be difficult for him to escape death. Most importantly, he didn't know who killed him. What exactly was this huge eye? Yi Xian had already closed his eyes in despair. Fortunately, even though he couldn't move his body, he was still able to put Luo back into his storage space. Far away in the eastern continent of the Bloodstone continent, there was still a second clone. At worst, he could just make a comeback. However, Yi Xian did not feel good about the feeling of his body withering away. Because he actually didn't feel any pain, and there wasn't even any blood. It was as if he was in a dream. However, this wasn't a dream, but reality. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's body was eroded to the point where only his head was left. If it was a normal person, they would have already died. Ding! The Crimson Blood Corpse King is out of control. The system notification sounded. This giant eye allowed the Crimson Blood Corpse King to grow stronger, to the point where it could break free from Yixian's control. This situation was simply adding insult to injury. However, at this critical juncture, a voice suddenly rang out. Swish. Suddenly, a powerful aura swept over. The giant eye in the sky turned, and the decomposition of Yixian's body immediately stopped. What? Yixian was shocked. He hurriedly scanned with the eye of revelation, but he could only see a dazzling golden light. Just as he was wondering what the hell this golden light was, the giant eye in the sky suddenly trembled and directly retreated into the crack. Then, the crack rapidly closed. The sky returned to normal. Yixian didn't know what was going on, but with the disappearance of the giant eye, the suppressed bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body began to work again and began to reconstruct his body. What's going on? Yixian was confused. At this moment, only he and the Crimson Blood Corpse King were still alive, as well as that golden light. Brat, how dare you control me? Go to hell. While Yixian was still reconstructing his body, the Crimson Blood Corpse King suddenly roared and charged toward Yixian. The Crimson Blood Corpse King broke free of control, and its aura even surpassed that of the immortal Corpse King from before. F***ck, one wave after another. Yixian was scared witless. The giant eye had just left, and the Crimson Blood Corpse King was already taking revenge. This was really F***ked up. However, at this moment, whoosh whoosh, a gust of wind whistled and a golden light flashed, directly entering the Crimson Blood Corpse King's body. In the next moment, the Crimson Blood Corpse King directly evaporated and died. F***ck. Yixian cursed in his heart. He turned his head and found that the golden light was gradually dimming. The golden light faded, and finally, a mini beast entered Yixian's eyes. This little beast had platinum scales, horns, and claws, but it was still smaller than Luo Luo. Yixian squinted his eyes and found that this little beast was actually a sky dragon. However, wasn't this sky dragon a little too obsessed with you? Not only was it mini, but why was it a little fat? Why is it a human? The little sky dragon suddenly opened its mouth. Its voice was very tender, as clear as a 3-year-old baby's. Hearing this, Yixian raised his eyebrows. At this time, he had just recovered his upper body. He hurriedly cupped his fist and said, "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. Senior, your head, call me the super invincible handsome dragon." The little sky dragon corrected. Thank you, super invincible handsome dragon Senior," Yixian said again. However, as soon as he finished speaking, 2 words flashed through his mind: what a joke. No matter what this little sky dragon was like, Yixian knew that it saved him today, so naturally, he couldn't say this out loud. The little sky dragon suddenly rushed over and stopped in front of Yixian. At this time, Yixian felt that this little sky dragon had a very familiar aura. Did you feel it? Have you seen that girl Liu Li before? The mini sky dragon suddenly asked. Liu Li. This name was naturally familiar to Yixian. Senior, are you talking about Fairy Liu Li? Yixian said subconsciously. Unexpectedly, before his voice fell, the mini sky dragon shouted angrily, "Fairy my head, this stinky shameless thing, how dare she call herself a fairy? Back then, she beat me back to my original form, thinking that she could tame me. As soon as I broke out of the egg, she disappeared without a trace. Beat you back to your original form, tame you?" When Yixian heard this, he instantly reacted. Could this mini sky dragon be the big egg in the Liu Li dreamland? He remembered that Fairy Liu Li used the Fountain of Youth in exchange for his blood, and then watered it on the big egg. No wonder he felt that this mini sky dragon had a familiar aura, so it was because of this. That little girl Liu Li beat me back to my original form, causing me to have to cultivate again. In the future, if I catch her, I must find 100 men and watch her being F***ked 100 times by each man. The mini sky dragon suddenly bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and couldn't help but curse loudly. Chapter 1087. 100 men, each one 100 times. Yixian swallowed his saliva. It seems that this mini sky dragon has a huge hatred for Fairy Liu Li. It actually wants to rape her 10,000 times, It's really too scary. Yi Xian's intuition told him that in this case, he has two choices. First, he could remain silent and let the mini sky dragon curse by itself. However, this mini sky dragon and Fairy Liu Li had a huge grudge against each other. If he just sat there and did nothing, perhaps he would be spat to death by the mini sky dragon. Second, of course, is to curse that Fairy Liu Li together with the mini sky dragon. This way, he may get a reward. Yes, 100 times, 100 times. Yi Xian hurriedly agreed. Although he felt a little sorry for Fairy Liu Li, Yi Xian still did so. Anyway, Fairy Liu Li can't hear it. You little brat, you're to my liking. Come, curse that bitch together. I'll give you a bottle for each curse. After the mini sky dragon finished speaking, it took out a jade bottle from somewhere and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the jade bottle and opened it. Damn, the best quality immortal spring wine? Super invincible handsome senior dragon, don't worry, I'll definitely curse her until the sky turns dark and the sea dries up. Yi Xian's cheap nature was exposed in an instant. Without thinking, he began to curse. A bottle of the best quality immortal spring wine, that is, 10 years of lifespan. There was actually such a good thing in the world. Yi Xian wondered if he was dreaming. Curse for me, I have a lot of the best quality immortal spring wine here. If you're satisfied, I'll give it all to you. The mini sky dragon said angrily. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but light up. A lot of best quality immortal spring wine? Could it be the immortal spring lake in the Glaze illusion? Damn, if you give it all to me, I'll have at least a few 100,000 years of lifespan, right? Yi Xian's heart has been set off a stormy wave. A few 100,000 years of lifespan, it sounds scary. Although the benefits of swallowing the immortal spring water were very low, if he swallowed all of it, his strength would probably skyrocket by 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times. However, before he could finish cursing, the mini sky dragon interrupted. Forget it, there's no point in cursing. It won't relieve my hatred. I'll give you this jar of eternal youth spring water. Give me some blood to satisfy my craving. F***ck. Yi Xian suddenly had the urge to skin Mini Sky Dragon and pull out its tendons. However, when he saw Mini Sky Dragon suddenly take out the immortal spring water, he immediately smiled. Previously, when his realm was not high enough, he had overdrawn his life force to use the dragon capturing hand. Therefore, he had consumed a lot of the top-grade immortal spring water. Now, he only had 100 years left. However, this jar of immortal spring water was at least 200 years old. It was equivalent to making another transaction. It's nothing. Senior Master Long, you can have as many as you want. Without another word, Yi Xian took out all the health potions he had stored in his Devour space. There were over 10,000 of them, and he had collected them out of boredom. Not bad, not bad. It's enough for me to drink for a while. Mini Sky Dragon nodded in satisfaction. In the next moment, the health potions disappeared quietly. Even Yi Xian did not notice how they disappeared. Senior Master Long, do you still want more? If not, I'll continue to pretend. Yi Xian hurriedly asked. He felt that as long as he could please Mini Sky Dragon, he might be rewarded with more immortal spring water. If not, he could even slit his own throat immediately. No need, this is enough. You're quite cooperative, kid. You didn't let me get rid of Azura's Eye in vain. Mini Sky Dragon said lightly. Azura's Eye. When these 4 words fell into Yi Xian's ears, his body trembled. He knew that this must be the name of the giant eye just now. When he recalled the scene just now, his whole body trembled. If Mini Sky Dragon had not appeared, his original body and first clone would definitely have died. Senior Master Long, what's that Azura's Eye? Yi Xian immediately followed the vine and asked. This Azura's Eye almost killed him. Naturally, he had to find out what it was. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely take revenge. Just now, there was a will of death here, so this Azura's Eye appeared. The owner of this Azura's Eye is a big monster to you, so you're in big trouble. After Mini Sky Dragon finished speaking, Yi Xian's heart trembled. From the former's tone, The owner of this Azura's Eye was probably extraordinarily powerful. At this time, Mini Sky Dragon said again, "But you don't have to worry. You're just a small fry, so he won't take it to heart." Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but feel a little unhappy, but that was the truth. In front of a true powerhouse, he was just an ant. He did not even have the qualifications to know who the other party was. Master Long was beaten back to his original form by Lioli. "I'm not strong enough to track down the owner of this Azura's Eye. Just now, I only scared him off with my bloodline." After Mini Sky Dragon finished speaking, he looked around and said, "However, that Azura's Eye is condensed from a large amount of will of death. With its appearance, I'm afraid this place will be in chaos." "Why would it be in chaos?" Yi Xian asked subconsciously. "Didn't I just say that the Azura's Eye is condensed from a large amount of will of death?" Mini Sky Dragon rolled his eyes and snorted, "Kid, take it easy. This handsome dragon is going to find a place to cultivate in seclusion, and then F***ck that Lioli's immortal." Before Yi Xian could react, Mini Sky Dragon turned into a white gold light and directly left Yi Xian's sight. At this time, Yi Xian finally understood what Mini Sky Dragon meant by chaos. The immortal Corpse King's will of death could cause such a big commotion. If that Azura's Eye was condensed from a large amount of will of death, then wouldn't all the dead in the land of the dead jump out? Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that the surrounding walking corpses were pouncing on him. There were only a few hundred of these walking corpses, and their strength varied. However, with the appearance of the Azura's Eye, their strength increased rapidly, and the powerful ones even reached the manifestation realm. Earlier, because of Mini Sky Dragon, these walking corpses did not dare to approach. However, with Mini Sky Dragon's departure, Yi Xian became the walking corpse's target. "You dare to cause trouble for me with just the likes of you?" Yi Xian was very disdainful. He directly repelled these walking corpses, then quickly broke through the void and left. Chapter 1088. However, Yi Xian knew that they were in trouble this time. The Eyes of Death had only appeared for a few seconds, and the land of the dead was about to fall into chaos. When Yi Xian broke through the void and returned to the sect of the God of Ghost, he found that a large number of dead people had crawled out of the sect of the God of Ghost. Those who had died in the sect of the God of Ghost had all broken out of the soil and reformed into walking corpses, even if they had rotted until only bones were left. What's going on? The ghost spirit ancestors, who were waiting for Yi Xian's reply in the sect of the God of Ghost, did not know what had happened. They could only watch the dead people crawl out of the ground and attack them. Yi Xian just happened to return. Looking at this scene, he could not help but think to himself, the appearance of the Eyes of Death has affected the death aura of the entire land of the dead. Even the sect of the God of Ghost, which is so far away, has changed. The Eyes of Death appeared in the territory of the Corpse King Palace. The sect of the God of Ghost was countless miles away, but it had also changed. It was just as Mini Sky Dragon had said. The land of the dead was about to fall into chaos. What's going on? Yu quickly rushed over and asked. There will be a great calamity in the land of the dead. I'm afraid we can't stay in the sect of the God of Ghost. Gather quickly and leave with me, Yi Xian explained, but he did not explain how the calamity had happened. The land of the dead had been formed for thousands of years. The number of people who had died in the land of the dead was definitely a terrifying number. Although the sect of the God of Ghost was powerful, it could not keep killing. Therefore, they could only move. When Gui He, the founder of the sect of the God of Ghost, heard this, he did not ask for the specific reason and immediately ordered the disciples and elders of the sect of the God of Ghost to gather. Yi Xian had the Eyes of the Void, so it was not a problem for him to send them away. Soon, the people who were still in the sect of the God of Ghost quickly gathered together. There were several people in total. Then, Yi Xian directly broke through the void and sent them away. The land of the dead would not be peaceful, so Yi Xian sent them away directly. As for their destination, it was the Wind Snow Villa. Yi Xian led the way through the void door, then continuously burned his eye energy to send the disciples and elders of the Ghost God sect in. For experts of this level, even if there were 5,000 people queuing up to pass through a door, it would only take a few seconds. Soon, the entire sect of the God of Ghost passed through the Void Gate and arrived at the Wind Snow Villa. When the people of Wind Snow Manor saw such a large group of experts and ghost spirits, they were scared out of their wits. Any one of these people could easily sweep through Wind Snow Manor. However, at this moment, the people from Blizzard Villa discovered that the leader of the group was Yi Xian, and they immediately felt relieved. Yi Xian, what's going on? Feng Wuhan immediately flew over and asked. Something happened in the land of the dead. I brought the clan of the God of Ghosts here to seek refuge, Yi Xian answered directly. As soon as he said that, Feng Wuhan and the other disciples of the Wind Snow Villa who had surrounded him were so scared that they almost wet themselves. Sect of the God of Ghosts. Feng Wuhan was tongue-tied. Wasn't the sect of the God of Ghost one of the two overlords of the land of the dead? Any one of its disciples could sweep through the entire Wind Snow Villa. Not to mention its disciples, even ghost spirits could do it. However, there were thousands of people here at this time. If these people hadn't restrained their auras, some of the people from Wind Snow Manor would have died because their hearts couldn't bear it. At this time, Shui Hong and Feng Wuchen also rushed over. After the death of the corpse man, Feng Wuchen had recovered his memory, so Yi Xian directly released him. Yi Xian, why are there so many experts from the sect of the God of Ghosts here? Shui Hong asked worriedly. Something happened in the land of the dead. Senior, has the dead been resurrected in Wind Snow Manor before? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. Resurrected? Shui Hong was stunned. She shook her head and replied, no. Hearing this, Yi Xian also breathed a sigh of relief and said, in that case, I'll let the sect of the God of Ghosts stay in the Myriad Snow Mountain first. Immediately, he led thousands of people from the sect of the God of Ghosts into the Myriad Snow Mountain. There were Spirit Disaster Super Supreme Holy Beasts in the Myriad Snow Mountain, but they were only low-level ones. The sect of the God of Ghosts could sweep through the Myriad Snow Mountain alone. Yi Xian estimated that there were millions or even tens of millions of walking corpses in the land of the dead now. Unfortunately, killing these corpses gave him no experience points, so he was too lazy to destroy them. The people from the sect of the God of Ghosts camped at the entrance of the Myriad Snow Mountain. Almost none of these people had left the land of the dead. Only a small number of them wandered outside, looking for talented people, but they didn't dare to summon powerful ghost spirits. However, they were worried about something else. Little brother Yi, although I don't know what happened in the land of the dead, if the 8 families in the north know that we left the land of the dead in such a large scale. Gui, he said with a frown. Yi Xian understood what he meant and replied, the change in the land of the dead was caused by someone who is countless times stronger than the 8 families. Now that the land of the dead is in chaos, there will definitely be undead creatures leaving. The 8 families will definitely send experts to kill them, so we won't be able to return to the land of the dead in a short time. Countless times stronger than the 8 families. Gui He and the others couldn't help but tremble when they heard this. Senior, how strong are the 8 families? Yi Xian asked again. Although he didn't know the strength of the 8 families, according to the mini Sky Dragon, the Eye of Death was condensed from a huge amount of death intent. Its level was definitely much higher than the 8 families. Even if he didn't know the strength of the 8 families, he could guarantee it. I'm not very sure either, but the sect of the God of Ghosts is like an ant to the 8 families. Gui He shook his head. I heard that the 8 families are built next to a cross-realm teleportation formation. Yi Xian asked. Gui He nodded, that's right. The 8 families do control a cross-realm teleportation formation to the glazed light sacred ground. However, this teleportation formation is controlled by the 8 families. If little brother Yi wants to use it, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. After hearing this, Yi Xian fell silent. Now, he was very close to the glazed light sacred ground. However, if he wanted to use the cross-realm teleportation formation, he would need the approval of the 8 families. My current strength is still too weak. I have to break through to the manifestation realm as soon as possible, Yi Xian thought to himself. Just now, he almost died. He didn't want to experience that feeling of helplessness again. Therefore, after he settled the sect of the God of Ghosts, he broke through the void again and returned to the Corpse King Palace. As expected, The Corpse King Palace was already filled with people. However, these people were all corpses that had crawled up from the ground. It's really been occupied. Chapter 1089. Young Master, if all the dead in the land of the dead are resurrected, the 8 great families will definitely know about it. What if they trace it back to the Wind Snow Manor? Luo Luo asked. If they really find it, then let's go back to the Bloodcliff continent. They can't do anything about it. Yi Xian replied. The Bloodcliff continent was a continent under the Bloodcliff sect, and there were dozens of forces like the Bloodcliff sect in this area. They were also connected to these low-level continents, and the total number was probably more than 10,000. As long as the Ghost God sect hid in the Bloodcliff continent, the 8 great families wouldn't investigate these continents one by one. Just as the two were talking, some corpses discovered them. There may be many hidden treasures in the Corpse King Palace. Luo Luo, clear all the corpses in the Corpse King Palace, Yi Xian said in a low voice. Now that the Corpse King of the Corpse King Palace was almost dead, almost all the treasures had fallen into his hands. However, he was still a little bit away from reaching the peak of the 3 supreme sovereign disasters. Only when he reached the peak would he know if he needed a breakthrough item. Okay. Luo Luo nodded and immediately split into hundreds of figures and began to whip the corpses that had overestimated themselves. At the same time, Yi Xian also swallowed a large number of ghost spirits and used the Ghost God transformation, causing his aura to skyrocket. But this time, he didn't use the Ghost God fist, but another move. 100 Ghost Rush. Countless black figures pounced and instantly tore the corpses into pieces. The 100 Ghost Rush consumed less death chi than the Ghost God fist. Yi Xian used it several times in a row and directly cleared more than half of the Corpse King Palace. In a short while, the entire Corpse King Palace was filled with corpses. These corpses were also miserable. They had died once, but they were resurrected and died again in the end. Then, Yi Xian and Luo Luo began to search the Corpse King Palace. Unfortunately, the Crimson Blood Corpse King had been spat to death by the mini Sky Dragon. Otherwise, Yi Xian could ask him. After all, the Crimson Blood Corpse King was the current Corpse King Palace Master. There were still many treasures in the Corpse King Palace, but most of them were taken away by the disciples and elders of the Corpse King Palace. At this time, Yi Xian remembered that Digging Corpse King and Bramble Corpse King had been killed by Immortal Corpse Kings. Their corpses were still underground. Below the Corpse King Palace, there was a corpse pool. Even though the Burrowing Corpse King and Bramble Corpse King were killed by the Immortal Corpse King, they were revived by the will of death. When Yi Xian arrived at the Corpse King Palace, he saw the Bramble Undead King and the Burrowing Undead King. Since I've died twice, I'll die once more. Yi Xian didn't say anything else as he directly killed the 2 Corpse Kings and seized their universe rings. Just a little bit more. I think I'll be done after going out for a few more rounds. Thinking of this, Yi Xian left immediately. Of course, in order to increase efficiency, he decided to use a 2-pronged approach. He sent his true body and avatar separately, preparing to go to several forces near the Corpse King Palace to take a look. At the same time, he ordered the Scarlet Flame Corpse King and Whitebone Corpse King under his control to start plundering. He estimated that he would be able to reach the peak of the 3 supreme sovereign disasters in a day. The peak of the 3 supreme sovereign disasters required one to pass through a great disaster to break through to the manifestation realm. This great disaster had stopped many people. In the land of the dead, no one had succeeded. Therefore, Yi Xian felt that he would also be stuck here. He had to collect the necessary materials to break through to the manifestation realm. After leaving the Corpse King Palace, his true body rushed towards the nearest force. One had to admit that the Eye of Death was too terrifying. It actually drew the death chi in the land of the dead, reviving all the dead in the land of the dead. Along the way, Yi Xian could see these walking corpses everywhere. However, for him who had unlimited true chi, it was only a matter of a few sword strikes. Soon, he found a force under the Corpse King Palace. This force couldn't escape the calamity. Moreover, they didn't have the ability to resist the revival of the dead, so they were annihilated. In the entire sect, there wasn't a single survivor. Good luck. Yi Xian looked at the force below and the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. He wasn't rejoicing in their misfortune. In this world where the strong were respected, those without strength would be eliminated. Immediately, he rushed down and cleaned up all the corpses in the force. At the same time, he collected the universe rings. Ding! The host has reached the shackles of the 3 supreme sovereign disasters. If the host wants to break through, the following items must be collected. After Yi Xian was done, he heard a series of system notifications. As expected, there was still a hurdle to break through from the 3 supreme sovereign disasters to the manifestation realm. In the 3 supreme sovereign disasters, one had to pass the minor disasters. After passing them, one's strength would increase by a lot. This major disaster was the shackles of the 9th grade spirit disaster to break through to the manifestation realm. Even the Corpse King Palace and the God of Ghost Sect didn't have a human who could break through this shackles. Yi Xian hurriedly swept a glance and found that there were a total of 7 items required. Only by collecting these 7 items could one break through, not just one of the 7. As expected, they are all items to strengthen the heart and soul. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Previously, he had heard that in order to break through to the manifestation realm from the 9th grade spirit disaster, one had to build a soul altar. The spirit realm and spirit disaster all increased the soul. But from the manifestation realm onwards, it was the soul that increased the soul. This major disaster was to build a soul altar. Whether it was the 9th grade spirit disaster experts of the God of Ghost Sect or the Corpse King Palace, they were all stuck at this point and couldn't build a soul altar. Of the 7 essential items, I have seen 3 of them before, but I devoured them. As for the remaining 4, I have never heard of them. Yi Xian finally understood why no one in the land of the dead had broken through to the manifestation realm. It was because they lacked natural treasures that could strengthen the heart and soul. As long as he gathered these natural treasures, he would be able to break through to the manifestation realm. At that time, with the power of the manifestation realm, his strength would increase by at least 10 times. Now, he had another goal, and that was to collect these 7 natural treasures. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's eyebrows suddenly rose. He felt that one of the people he controlled had died. The Whitebone Corpse King. What's going on? The Whitebone Corpse King actually died. Although the land of the dead has changed, with his strength, he shouldn't have died. Yi Xian was confused. The Whitebone Corpse King was a manifestation realm expert. Now that the God of Ghost Sect and the Corpse King Palace were destroyed, no one should be his opponent. However, he actually died. The 8 Great Families. This name flashed in Yi Xian's mind. He guessed that the death of the Whitebone Corpse King should be related to the 8 Great Families. Flaming Corpse King, come and meet me. Immediately, Yi Xian gave the order to the Flaming Corpse King through the air. He had ordered the Flaming Corpse King to loot the dead, but now that the Whitebone Corpse King had died, the Flaming Corpse King might encounter people from the 8 Great Families. Chapter 1090. The 8 Great Families are powerful. Now that such a change has occurred in the land of the dead, it will cause chaos in the surroundings. The 8 Great Families have probably received this news and sent experts. Yi Xian thought and then went to the designated place to meet with the Flaming Corpse King. Half a day later. Master. The Flaming Corpse King immediately rushed to Yi Xian's designated location and saw Yi Xian. Then, he directly handed over the items. Yi Xian was now stuck at the shackle point. There was no benefit in continuing to devour. But he was looking for the Flaming Corpse King to find the 7 treasures. After Yi Xian checked the universe ring handed over by the Flaming Corpse King, he couldn't help but show a gratified smile. Well done, you found one. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then, he handed the universe ring to Luo Luo and asked, Luo Luo, how long do you need to break through? Me. I'm cultivating a special cultivation method. I can build a soul altar very soon. Maybe 2 or 3 days, but not more than 7 days. Luo Luo answered. Good. Yi Xian nodded again. In 7 days, Luo Luo could build her first soul altar and break through to the manifestation realm. The Flaming Corpse King, the Whitebone Corpse King is dead. Have you seen him, or the experts of the 8 Great Families? Yi Xian turned and asked again. No. The Flaming Corpse King shook his head. Okay, I understand. Yi Xian didn't ask again. This time, the experts sent by the 8 great families should be in the manifestation realm. The Flaming Corpse King wasn't strong. Even if he encountered a first-level manifestation realm expert, he probably couldn't escape death. Then, Yi Xian let the Flaming Corpse King leave. He continued to collect the treasures. He found 3 before, but didn't know they were needed for a breakthrough, so he directly devoured them. It seemed that he could find 3 more. However, not long after the Flaming Corpse King left. Bang! Suddenly, a deafening sound caught Yi Xian's attention. This earth-shattering noise might have been the sound of the Flaming Corpse King slaughtering the walking corpses on the road, but it made Yi Xian's expression change greatly. Because the Crimson Flame Corpse King was actually dead. This sound was not the sound of the Crimson Flame Corpse King killing the corpse, but the sound of the Crimson Flame Corpse King being killed. Young master, what's wrong? Luo Luo asked with a blank expression. The 8 great clans are nearby. Let's go and take a look. Yi Xian replied and immediately took Luo Luo in the direction that the Scarlet Flame Corpse King had just left. Although the Flaming Corpse King was once an enemy, he was now under Yi Xian's control. Now that he was dead, Yi Xian naturally wanted to avenge him. Soon, Yi Xian sensed a powerful aura that was much stronger than the Flaming Corpse King. There's no aura of death. He really is a human manifestation realm expert. Yi Xian immediately reacted. Although the Flaming Corpse King was at the manifestation realm, he had not constructed a soul altar and did not have the power of manifestation, so his strength was much weaker than a true manifestation realm expert. Yi Xian estimated that this manifestation realm expert's strength surpassed the immortal Corpse King, which was a Corpse King close to the 3rd level of the manifestation realm. But, so what? When he approached, he found a man in blue clothes. This blue-clothed man also found him and Luo Luo and was looking at them. Humans. This blue-clothed man also showed a disdainful expression when he felt that Yi Xian and Luo Luo were only at the 9th level of spirit disaster. They really are from the 8 great clans. When Yi Xian saw the clan insignia on the blue-clothed man's clothes, he immediately confirmed it. The 8 great clans, Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, Zhu, Wu, Zhang, and Wang. This blue-clothed man was from the Wang clan of the 8 great clans. The blue-clothed man looked at Yi Xian and Luo Luo approaching and asked in a mocking tone, "Kid, which sect are you from?" Hearing this question, Yi Xian did not immediately answer. Instead, he glanced at the corpse beside the blue-clothed man's feet. The Flaming Corpse King's head had already been blasted apart by the blue-clothed man. Although they were both at the 1st level of the manifestation realm, the Flaming Corpse King was much weaker than the blue-clothed man and was instantly killed. The 8 great clans want to destroy the land of the dead. Yi Xian turned around and asked. The land of the dead has existed for 1,000 years and nothing has happened, so our 8 great clans are too lazy to care. But today, a large number of uncontrolled corpses are pouring out of the land of the dead. Then, there is no need for the land of the dead to exist. The blue-clothed man said indifferently. As expected, you want to destroy the entire land of the dead. Yi Xian's heart trembled and asked again, then, how many of you came? Kid, why are you asking so many questions? The blue-clothed man narrowed his eyes and said, oh right, the order I received was to destroy all living beings in the land of the dead. Although you are still a human, I am still following orders. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue-clothed man waved his right hand and a formless energy blasted towards Yi Xian. The force of all creations. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Although he could not see, he could feel it. This was the first time he saw the force of all creations, but it would not be the last time. What a guy! He dares to say that he wants to destroy all living beings in the land of the dead. Just as well, I want to take revenge on you. Yi Xian shouted in his heart and directly attacked. Eye of Glory. Golden Dragon Catcher Hand. A giant golden hand appeared and directly crushed the force of all creations. At the same time, Yi Xian also used a mental attack on the blue-clothed man. Oh! Superpower! The blue-clothed man directly ignored the burning eye and the eye of illusion and was slightly surprised. A manifestation realm expert had built a soul altar and had extremely strong mental power. Unless Yi Xian broke through to the manifestation realm, he would not be able to hurt this blue-clothed man. Although the mental attack was useless, Yi Xian still had other methods. Tyrannical Emperor's Limitless Sword. A giant sword was formed in an instant, and then it fell directly. HMPH, insignificant skill. The blue-clothed man only snorted softly and wrapped himself in the force of all creations. Facing the giant golden sword, he raised his hand and punched. Boom! The fist, reinforced by the force of all creations, collided with the giant golden sword. A strong impact swept out. Yi Xian did not use his trump card. Is this the force of all creations? It is powerful. Yi Xian secretly swallowed. It had only been 2 days since 10,000 swords returned to origin, so he could not use it now. However, in the situation of 2 against 1, if he still could not beat his opponent, he might as well kill himself. Don't forget, Yi Xian was not fighting one-on-one, but in a group fight. Ghost God Transformation. Ghost God Fist. Yi Xian directly refined 3 9th-level Spirit Disaster level Ghost Spirits, then struck out with 2 Ghost God Fists from the left and right. Not only that, Luo also directly used 100-layer Demon Fox Avatar. Chapter 1091. 100 Layers of Shackles. Hundreds of Luoluos threw out the chains in their hands. As long as they trapped the man in green, he would be dead for sure. However, the strength of the All Creations force had exceeded Yi Xian and Luoluo's expectations. The man in green clenched his fists and threw out 2 punches. His true chi and All Creations force merged and scattered the 2 Ghost God Fists. Not only that, but the true chi chains thrown out by Luoluo were all scattered by the man's All Creations force. TSK, TSK, TSK. You guys are quite capable. If it weren't for the orders from above to kill, I would have recruited you. The corners of the man's mouth curled up slightly. Yi Xian and Luoluo were quite talented and had reached the peak of the 3 supreme sovereign disasters. However, it would not be easy for them to deal with the All Creations realm elite. Now, Yi Xian and Luoluo's expressions finally changed. They knew how powerful All Creations realm elites were, but they did not expect them to be this powerful. The All Creations force was all-encompassing. Even if Yi Xian could use all returning swords now, all the heaven-shaking swords would probably be broken by the All Creations force. Alright, I still have things to do. You guys can go now. The man in green muttered. In the next moment, Yi Xian and Luoluo felt an extremely strong suction force that forced them to fly toward the man in green. The All Creations force was equivalent to Yi Xian's double space when he was a Void God Great Emperor. However, it was many times more powerful than that. The man in green wanted to suck Yi Xian and Luoluo over and kill them with 2 punches. Irresistible? Yi Xian's expression was gloomy. He was already prepared to break through the void and enter. However, the man in green had obviously underestimated them. They might be able to make use of this last attack. Luoluo. Yi Xian hurriedly shouted in his mind. Understood. Luoluo immediately understood. Since she was attracted, why not make use of it? The man in green still had a smile on his face, but in the next moment, his smile suddenly stopped. He saw Luoluo's hair suddenly turn golden, and her feet were rapidly moving on the ground. The azure-robed man's eyes widened. However, at this moment, Luoluo had already turned into a golden flash of light and swept past his body. Hiss! With a crisp sound, the man in green's head was tossed into the air. At the same time, the strength of All Creations exerted on Yi Xian's body disappeared in an instant. Well done. Yi Xian paused for a moment. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when he saw the man's head fly up. Carelessness, it was carelessness again. The death of the azure-robed man was due to carelessness. If he had used his full strength, he might not have been able to kill Yi Xian and Luoluo, but he wouldn't have died. Luoluo's demon fox flash was faster than Yi Xian, and with the help of the 10,000 mammoths force, her speed was multiplied, which was why she was able to succeed. Most likely, this green-robed man did not expect that he would die in this damned place. The land of the dead was not a good place to sleep. Since the Azura's eye had disappeared, the azure-robed man would not revive. Looking at the azure-robed man's corpse, Luoluo snorted in dissatisfaction. I hate it when people look down on me. Now he's dead. This time, Yi Xian had Luoluo to thank. However, in order to kill this azure-robed man, Luoluo had transformed again. One had to know that every time Luoluo transformed, she would use at least one strand of golden tail hair. Now, her golden tail hair was decreasing. A manifestation realm expert is actually this strong. He's only at the first level of the manifestation realm. If he was at the second level, he would probably be able to kill us instantly. Yi Xian shuddered inside. However, he was not worried because as long as he broke through to the manifestation realm and constructed a soul altar, killing this azure-robed man would be as easy as killing a chicken. Luoluo used her golden tail hair to kill him. I hope she doesn't disappoint me. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then quickly walked over, putting away the azure-robed man's universe ring and corpse. This azure-robed man was extremely proud. The mission of cleaning up all the living beings in the land of the dead was extremely easy for him, so there was no need for him to leave his things with the 8 great families. In this way, Yi Xian benefited. After Yi Xian inspected the universe ring, he could not help but laugh loudly. This azure-robed man's universe ring contained a large amount of treasures. Most importantly, it contained the 7 natural treasures Yi Xian needed. Haha, I've struck gold. Yi Xian roared in his mind. Immediately after, he heard a system notification sound. Ding, host has survived a great calamity and constructed a soul altar. Host is currently at the first level of the manifestation realm. Yi Xian felt that his body had greatly improved. His physique was at least twice as strong as before. At the same time, a black thing appeared in his dantian. This was the soul altar. The soul altar was filled with black water. This was the soul water. The more soul water there was, the stronger the soul. Not only that, Yi Xian had a new kind of energy in his body, the power of manifestation. At this time, Yi Xian's mind moved, and a burst of manifestation power surged out, enveloping a 100-meter area around him. Boom! The earth trembled. Then, the ground under Yi Xian's feet split open and quickly rose into the air. Ah! Luoluo was shocked and turned to look. She found that Yi Xian had used the power of manifestation to lift up a piece of land. It looked like a floating island, and the two of them were standing on this floating island. Is this the power of manifestation? If I use it at full power, I'm afraid I can uproot the entire sect of the God of Ghost and throw it into the sky. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. When he was in the spirit realm, he could fly freely. However, it was impossible for him to lift up an island. He had heard that a manifestation realm expert could move an island before. At the time, he found it inconceivable. Now, he also had the same ability. However, his power of manifestation was not enough, and could only move a small island. Yi Xian's current strength was at least 10 times stronger than half a minute ago. If this blue-clothed man came back to life, Yi Xian's burning eye would probably cause him heart-wrenching pain, and even take control of the other. Yi Xian had constructed a soul altar, and his mind power had greatly increased. It was normal for him to have such an effect. Luoluo, these soul altar construction treasures are for you. Yi Xian threw over the soul-strengthening items in his universe ring. Thank you, young master. With these, I can break through in 2 days. Luoluo hurriedly giggled. Constructing one soul altar was the first level of the manifestation realm. Constructing 2 soul altars was the second level of the manifestation realm. Therefore, in this realm, soul-strengthening items were very important. However, at this time, Chapter 1092. That's right, after breaking through to the manifestation realm, there will be an additional thing called spiritual sense. Yi Xian suddenly recalled this matter. Spiritual sense was similar to the eye of perception, but the range was much smaller, only 1/3 of the eye of perception. What made Yi Xian gratified was that his spiritual sense could be stacked with the eye of perception. Simply speaking, his eye of perception had increased by 1/3. Not only that, his spiritual sense could also look into his body and check the injuries of others. The effect was pretty good. However, to Yi Xian, his inner vision was a useless skill. Then, Yi Xian started to investigate the other things in the universe level of the azure-clothed man. The green-clothed man also knew a divine ability, but due to his carelessness, he was killed by Luo. This divine ability was called the Heavenly Heart Sword Art. Not bad. The Heavenly Heart Sword Art can be considered as half a soul attack. Increasing one's soul energy will also increase one's attack power. With the addition of the manifestation force, its power won't be weak. Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. As a 9th grade spirit disaster, he couldn't display the true power of the divine ability because he didn't have the manifestation force. Now that he had the manifestation force, if he used the dragon catcher hands, he could probably crush his enemies. Ding! The host has learned the Heavenly Heart Sword Art. The system notified. Divine abilities didn't have proficiency points, so Yi Xian didn't need to spend any more time to practice it. This was pretty good. Luo, find a place to break through first. I'll continue to walk around. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he left his clone here while his original body left. With the manifestation force, he could directly raise this piece of land into the sky. As for Luo, she could directly stand on it. The rest was to find a place. As for Yi Xian's original body, he directly used the manifestation force to support it, so he was like a gust of wind when he ran. Speaking of which, the 8 great families had given the order to kill all living beings in the land of the dead. That meant that there should still be many experts from the 8 great families in the land of the dead. But it was a pity that Yi Xian was only at 9th grade spirit disaster when he fought with the azure-clothed man. If he was at the manifestation realm, he would be able to control the azure-clothed man and interrogate him. However, this didn't matter. With his spiritual sense, as long as he encountered a manifestation realm expert, he would discover them before they did. Along the way, Yi Xian did not need to attack at all. He just used his all-creation's strength to smash the walking corpses around him into pieces. The power of all creations was inexhaustible. He could use it whenever he wanted. At the same time, the strength of this power was directly related to the number of soul altars and the strength of one's soul. Among them, there were quite a few items that could improve one's soul, so Yi Xian directly used the super devouring crystal to exchange for them. His soul strength had increased by half. In the manifestation realm, even if they only have 1 soul altar, as long as they are strong enough, they can fight against 2 soul altars. Yi Xian thought as he ran. Just as he was pondering, the spiritual sense outside the eye of perception suddenly sensed a powerful aura. Wanxiang realm. Haha, I finally found it. Yi Xian laughed loudly on the inside. This manifestation realm expert definitely came from one of the 8 great families. As expected, when Yi Xian flew over, he found that it was an expert from the Zhu family of the 8 great families. This Zhu family expert also found Yi Xian as he approached. How can it be? He's in the manifestation realm? The Zhu family expert was shocked. Didn't they say that there were only manifestation realm beings in the land of the dead? How could there be a human in the manifestation realm? However, when he saw Yi Xian charging over, he did not waste words and directly attacked. Chumph, just first level of the manifestation realm. Yi Xian snorted, his eyes flashing. This Zhu family expert felt like his heart was on fire, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. At the same time, a giant palm appeared and held the Zhu clan cultivator in its hand. In terms of soul power, Yi Xian was even stronger than this Zhu family expert. Such a young expert, which faction does he belong to? This Zhu family expert could not understand. But in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Ding! Control successful. The system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. At the same level, and with his soul power greater than the other, Yi Xian's eye of control could easily control him. Chapter 1093. Are you sure it was the same teleportation array that was used 2 years ago? Yi Xian asked in a doubtful tone. I'm not sure. Maybe it was used before. I don't know. Zhu Kai shook his head. There could be 2 possibilities for this trans-realm teleportation array. First, old ancestor Yin Yang left with Song Suijing and Saijue Song through this teleportation array, but Zhu Kai didn't know. Second, old ancestor Yin Yang didn't leave through this teleportation array. After all, Although this teleportation array could teleport to the glazed light sacred ground, the location was different from other teleportation arrays. There was still a distance in between. Maybe old ancestor Yin Yang didn't use this teleportation array because the 8 great families' teleportation array was far away from the Yin Yang temple, so he went to another teleportation array. Damn it. I hope Jukai doesn't know. Otherwise, I'll have to start the investigation again. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. Now that he had asked all the questions, he directly went over and took Jukai's yin and yang ring. Unfortunately, there weren't many things in Jukai's yin and yang ring. Do the 8 great families have something like the white bone token? Yi Xian asked again. The white bone token was a very convenient thing for the people of the god of ghost sect or ghost spirits to communicate with each other. No. The land of the dead is full of death energy, so the message of the white bone token was spread quickly. Our 8 great families don't have such a thing. We had an order a long time ago. As long as there was a change in the land of the dead, we were to join forces to destroy it. The order was not issued by the Ju family. Jukai shook his head. Yi Xian wanted to slap Jukai to death, but the latter was right. The land of the dead had been formed for more than 1,000 years. The death energy was very strong. If one's cultivation wasn't high enough, it was very easy to have inner demons or even chi deviation. When the Eye of Death appeared last time, it attracted the death energy of the entire land of the dead. If it appeared in other places, it would at most revive the dead in that area. Forget it, continue with your work. Keep this white bone medallion well. If you meet anyone from the other 8 great clans, immediately use the white bone medallion to send me a message. Yi Xian handed the universe ring and the bone order to Jukai. If the latter discovered any of his companions, he could inform Yi Xian directly. To put it nicely, this Jukai was a wingman. To put it bluntly, he was a spy. However, he was already under Yi Xian's control. He had no choice but to obey Yi Xian's orders. After that, Yi Xian left. With the power of all creations, his speed was off the charts. While searching for the powerhouses of the 8 great clans, he kept killing those walking corpses. Ding! 10,000 swords return to origin is off cooldown. Finally, the return of 10,000 swords could be used again. During the 9-grade spirit disaster, even if Yi Xian used the myriad returning swords, he might not have been able to defeat that green-robed man. However, now that Yi Xian had broken through to the manifestation realm, if he used the return of 10,000 swords, with the support of the power of all creations, its power would be explosive. After all, when Yi Xian broke through to the manifestation realm, Wei Zhentian had also broken through. Now, Wei Zhentian was called a divine artifact. Unfortunately, the return of 10,000 swords could only be used once every 3 days. Otherwise, it would be awesome. Soon, half a day passed. Young master, I broke through. Luo sent a message. I saw it. Yi Xian nodded. His doppelganger was beside Luo. Once Luo broke through, he would naturally know. Now, they could use both methods to find the person. However, just in case, after Luo broke through, his doppelganger directly broke through the void and returned to the Wind Snow Villa. 20 all creations realm powerhouses were too many. In fact, only 10 of them would be able to roam the entire land of the dead and kill all the living creatures. As for the others, they would go to the land of the dead and take a look around. The Wind Snow Villa was a few days' journey from the land of the dead, but this was for the powerhouses of true energy disaster. If Jukai were to hurry, he would be able to get there in 2 hours. However, behind the Wind Snow Villa, there were a large number of ghost spirits stationed in the 10,000 Snow Mountain. If the people of the 8 great families arrived, they would probably be in danger. Even if all the ancestors of the ghost spirits joined forces, they would probably not be able to defeat a single all creations realm expert of the 8 great families. Therefore, Yi Xian sent Luo and his doppelganger back to guard the villa. However, as soon as his doppelganger and Luo returned, they discovered 2 powerful auras. The people of the 8 great families. Yi Xian's face darkened. He did not expect that this time, he would sense the people of the 8 great families as soon as he returned, and there were even 2 of them. At this time, these 2 auras were rapidly approaching the Wind Snow Villa. Young master, Leave these two to me. Luoluo suddenly laughed. When she was at 9th grade spirit disaster, she could already kill the man in green. Now that she had broken through to the All Creations realm and possessed the All Creations realm power, it would definitely not be a problem for her to fight against the two of them alone. Okay, but don't kill them. Yi Xian's doppelganger nodded. As soon as his voice fell, a violent roar came from the sky. Sect of the God of Ghost, so you were hiding here. Quickly come over and accept your death. Before the person arrived, the voice arrived first. This old voice frightened the people of the sect of the God of Ghost and the people of the Wind Snow Villa. However, at this time, Luoluo had already rushed forward. Little girl, this is none of your business. Go play somewhere else. When an old man saw Luoluo, the young girl from the Fox clan, he shouted again. His mission was to kill all living beings, including humans, that he saw in the land of the undead. However, as long as he left the land of the undead, he could only kill undead creatures, such as ghost spirits and corpses. I won't move. Luoluo pouted. Just now, she was afraid that her aura would frighten the people of the Wind Snow Villa, so she restrained her aura. As a result, the old man and the middle-aged man beside him didn't realize that she was in the manifestation realm. However, as her aura spread out, the old man and the middle-aged man's expressions changed drastically. Manifestation realm? The old man from the Wu clan was shocked. He didn't understand when such a young manifestation realm master appeared here. Moreover, Luoluo was so young, and she was from the Fox clan. Without waiting for the other party to ask, Luoluo directly attacked. Manifestation realm force. Luoluo's slender hand grabbed the air, and then two forces shrouded the old man and the middle-aged man. What? The two of them widened their eyes. In the next moment, they were facing each other and couldn't control themselves. Bang! The old man and the middle-aged man bumped into each other face to face. They were already stunned. This was the first time they had encountered such a thing in their decades of life. Even Yi Xian didn't expect this scene. Luoluo's manifestation realm force was so powerful. The manifestation realm force was affected by the power of the soul. Luoluo's manifestation realm force directly surpassed the two masters of the 8 great clans, so she could toy with them. In this case, the strength of Luoluo's soul was probably much stronger than Yi Xian's. Chapter 1094. Bam! 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 Luoluo giggled as she used the All Creations force. The experts of the sect of the God of Ghosts and the people of the Wind Snow Villa were stunned. Who were those two? They were the experts of the 8 great families. How could they be played by Luoluo? It was terrifying. A few months ago, Luoluo was just a human body disaster. When she was sent to the 10,000 Flower Valley, she was only a first-grade vital energy disaster. But now, she had grown to a level that they did not dare to mention. Young master, come on. At this time, Luoluo suddenly turned her head and giggled at Yi Xian. Hearing this, Yi Xian directly used the Eye of Control on the two people who were stunned by Luoluo's All Creations force. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. 2 system notifications sounded, and the two people were directly reduced to Yi Xian's servants. Although Luoluo could also charm these two people, there was a flaw in her charm. If the person she charmed died, Luoluo would not know. As for Yi Xian's Eye of Control, he would know if the person he controlled died. Yi Xian immediately rushed over and took off the two people's interspatial rings. Unfortunately, there were not many things inside, but there was still something that could improve the strength of the soul. It seems that we can't stay in the Wind Snow Villa any longer. The sect of the God of Ghosts must leave. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately turned back. He said to Gui He and the others, "Seniors, there is a change in the land of the dead. The 8 great families have ordered to eliminate all the undead creatures. If you stay here, I'm afraid you will be in big trouble." The sect of the God of Ghosts did not have any human manifestation realm experts. If they were encountered by the 8 great families again, they would probably be wiped out. Yi Xian's strength was enough to resist the experts of the 8 great families, but he could not stay here all the time. Therefore, the sect of the God of Ghosts had to move. Alas, we really have to leave. The the patriarch of the sect of the god of ghost side. He himself was a ghost spirit and was no longer human. However, he grew up in the land of the dead and established the sect of the god of ghost with great difficulty. He did not expect to leave this place where he had lived for thousands of years. He was really reluctant. Little brother Yi, we've already decided to go to Yo-Yo's Blood Cliff continent to live. A ghost spirit ancestor said. Blood Rock continent, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The Blood Cliff continent could be considered as his hometown. At the same time, it was also Yu Yu's hometown. If the sect of the god of ghost were to go there, they would definitely be able to dominate the continent. Although the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth in the Blood Rock continent was extremely lacking, as long as one brought along high-quality natural treasures and planted them, the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth would be several times stronger than in the 10,000 Flower Valley. Alright, since that's the case, let's go to the Blood Rock continent. Yi Xian immediately nodded in agreement. In the Blood Rock continent, there was still his second clone and old immortal Tianju, who had given him information about the yin-yang old ancestor. The 8 great clans would not be so bored as to investigate a low-level continent like the Blood Rock continent. Since they had already decided, Yi Xian would help them this time and personally go to the entrance of the Blood Rock continent. In less than an hour, he arrived at the entrance of the secret realm from the Penglai Divine Land. The entrance of the secret realm was actually a trans-realm teleportation array. Coincidentally, the Blood Rock sect disciple who had sent Yi Xian to the Penglai Divine Land was also there. This Blood Rock sect disciple was in the realm of human body disaster, which was extremely low. However, he was very prestigious in the Blood Rock continent and had directly taken in hundreds of wives and concubines, enjoying himself endlessly. At this time, this Blood Rock sect disciple seemed to be leading a person from the Blood Rock continent and was waiting for the Blood Rock sect to send him. When he saw Yi Xian was shocked. Greetings, Senior Yi. This Blood Rock sect disciple hurriedly greeted. How could he forget about Yi Xian? After all, he was the one who had sent Yi Xian and Luo to the Penglai Divine Land that day. After Yi Xian had caused a ruckus in the Blood Rock sect and joined the Snowwind Manor, Yi Xian had become his idol. Yes, I want to bring some people back to the Blood Rock continent. Yi Xian silently nodded and directly took out a heavenly treasure from his Devour space and threw it over. This heavenly treasure's benefits were too low for him, but to this Blood Rock sect disciple, it was a divine item. As long as he finished refining it, breaking through to spirit disaster wouldn't be a problem. No problem, no problem. Thank you, Senior Yi. This Blood Rock sect disciple was overjoyed. Although he didn't know the name of this heavenly treasure, it came from Yi Xian, so it was definitely worth a lot. Following that, Yi Xian didn't waste any time and directly broke through the void. In just 10 seconds, thousands of powerful experts had arrived. When this Blood Rock sect disciple swept a glance, he was so frightened that he nearly peed his pants. There were actually so many ghost spirits. However, he still recognized one of them. It was the elder of the god of ghost sect that he met when he was strolling in the Blood Rock continent. However, this elder of the god of ghost sect was now the ghost spirit ancestor. Senior Gui He, my clone in the Blood Rock continent will come to receive you. Yi Xian turned around and cupped his fists towards Gui He. Clone. When Gui He and the others heard this, they were shocked. They knew that Yi Xian had a clone, but they didn't expect that Yi Xian would have another clone in the Blood Rock continent. This was simply too powerful. They didn't ask any further and cupped their fists towards Yi Xian and began to enter the Blood Rock continent. Big sister Yu Yu, I'll look for you when I'm free in the future. Luo waved at Yu Yu. Yu Yu smiled faintly and followed the group into the palace. Soon, the entire god of ghost sect entered the Blood Rock continent. At the same time, Yi Xian's clone was already waiting there. After they all left, Yi Xian asked the Blood Rock sect disciple, "Are there any other experts in the Blood Rock continent?" "There are some. There might be a manifestation realm expert among them," said the Blood Rock sect disciple. Manifestation realm Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This manifestation realm expert might be from the 8 great clans or from other places. They might have entered the Blood Rock continent to find people with special constitutions. Some people who were bored out of their wits might have moved islands to join the Bloodrock continent and expand it. Although there might be manifestation realm experts in the Bloodrock continent, the god of ghost sect's base was the Eastern Continent's Ghost Tomb region. The Eastern Continent was protected by Elder Immortal Tian Ju's formation. Without Yi Xian's guidance, it was impossible to enter. This matter was considered to have come to an end. Now that the god of ghost sect was settled, it was time for him to do his own thing. Chapter 1095. There were people from the other 8 families in the land of the dead, so Yi Xian wanted to control all of them. Now, his Heavenly Eye clan bloodline had advanced once after completing the chain random mission of annihilating the Corpse King Palace. He could now control 25 people. At this time, Yi Xian hoped that these martial practitioners from the 8 families would all have a huge amount of wealth. This way, all of it would fall into his pocket. After seeing Luo Luo's strength, Yi Xian was relieved to let her travel through the land of the dead alone. At the same time, there were also his 3 wingmen. Soon, someone used the white bone token to send a message. Then, Yi Xian quickly rushed over. Martial practitioners from the 8 families only came this time. Each family sent 5 people, which was a total of 20 people. If they all came with their wealth to carry out the mission, then Yi Xian could probably break through to the 2nd level of the manifestation realm after robbing them. However, this was a little difficult. This time, he stayed in the land of the dead for a total of 7 days. In these 7 days, he controlled 12 people. Including the 3 from before, that made a total of 15 people. 15 first-level manifestation realm martial practitioners. This was something that had never been seen in the land of the dead for thousands of years. However, this was not worth mentioning to the 8 families. The people I control now are from the 4 families of Zhu, Wu, Zhang, and Wang. However, they all said that the teleportation formation was activated 2 years ago and was not used 1 year ago. Then, the yin-yang ancestor should not have left through here. In the ruins of the god of ghost sect, Yi Xian looked at the 15 people in front of him and thought. Although the yin-yang ancestor did not use the 8 families' teleportation formation, the 8 families had sent people to the glazed light sacred ground before. Then, they might have a map of the glazed light sacred ground. This way, he might be able to find out about the yin-yang temple. Luo Luo, is there a problem with controlling 15 first-level manifestation realm martial practitioners? Yi Xian turned to look at Luo Luo. Young master, I have inherited memories. The soul altar I built is different from that of ordinary people. With the strength of my soul, it is not a problem to control 30 people. Luo Luo's bright eyes and white teeth flashed as her eyes instantly turned pink. Ding, Zhu Kai is out of control. Ding, Zhu Xiong is out of control. Ding, He Yuan is out of control. System notifications rang out one after another. Yi Xian ordered these 15 people not to resist, so Luo Luo easily charmed all of them. Alright, apart from the Zhu family, the rest of you can disperse. Remember what I said before. Yi Xian issued another order. Although these people were no longer under his control, they were still under his control indirectly. After all, these people were out on missions, so they naturally wouldn't bring everything with them. Therefore, Yi Xian told them to hand over all the items to the representatives of each party when they returned and then hide them in a place designated by Yi Xian. Yes. These people nodded and immediately left. Yi Xian looked at the 3 strong men from the Zhu family. Then, I'll pretend to be the son of Zhu Xiong's deceased good friend. I want to enter the Zhu family. Is that okay? Among the 3 people in front of her, only one was a member of the Zhu family, namely, Zhu Kai. As for the Zhu Xiong mentioned by Yi Xian, although his surname is Zhu, he is not a member of the Zhu family of the 8 major families. Yi Xian pretending to be the genius son of Zhu Xiong's good friend is not a problem. Master, no problem. Zhu Kai immediately nodded. With the 3 of them as guarantors, Yi Xian joining the Zhu family is a done deal. Yi Xian only has one purpose in joining the Zhu family, and that is to use the Eye of Control to profit. It has been a year since Song Suijing and Judge Song were captured, so he couldn't delay any longer. In order to increase his strength, he began to use unscrupulous means. However, The unscrupulous means here didn't refer to a massacre. Even the 12 people who left just now, he didn't silence them. What he wanted was the heaven and earth treasures. After a moment of preparation, he immediately left the land of the dead and headed to the Zhu family. Among the 8 major families, there were also ranks. The 4 Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li were the upper clans, while the 4 Zhu, Wu, Zhang, and Wang were the lower clans. Among the 4 lower clans, only the Zhu family had a 4th-level manifestation realm expert. These people were originally not far from the land of the dead, so they quickly received the order. But this time, Zhu Kai and the other 2 wanted to bring Yi Xian to the Zhu family. The Zhu family was not built in a city, but directly in the wilderness. However, this Zhu family had been passed down for thousands of years, and the land they occupied was not smaller than a city. Yi Xian spent 2 days to arrive at the Zhu family that was built in a valley. This is one of the 8 major families, the Zhu family. It's really powerful. Yi Xian sensed for a moment, but there was still a 4th-level manifestation realm expert inside. Even if he restrained his aura, he was so powerful that Yi Xian's heart palpitated. He estimated that if he robbed this Zhu family, he might be able to break through to the 3rd level of the manifestation realm. At this moment, an old man came out of the Zhu family and bumped into them. Why are the 3 of you here? The old man asked in surprise. Manager. The 3 of them greeted in unison. Weren't you in Flying Tiger City? Why are you back? The old man was very displeased because there were 5 Zhu family experts in Flying Tiger City. Now that 3 of them had returned, what if something happened? Faced with this problem, Zhu Kai hurriedly took a step forward and said, Manager, it's like this. Some time ago, there was a change in the land of the dead, so we discussed and decided to clean up the land of the dead. Oh, the land of the dead? Finally, there's trouble. The Zhu family's manager did not care at all and said, if it's destroyed, then so be it. In any case, the soul-locking grass can already be planted. Previously, the 8 major families left the land of the dead because the land of the dead was surrounded by death energy and could produce many natural treasures that could not be found anywhere else. But later on, these natural treasures could be artificially planted, but nothing happened in the land of the dead, so it had been left there until now. After the Zhu family's manager finished speaking, his gaze fell on Yi Xian and asked, Who is he? Manager Zhu, he's the son of my friend who passed away. Now that he has broken through to the manifestation realm, he wants to join our Zhu family. Zhu Xiong hurriedly stepped forward and introduced. Oh, is that so? The Zhu family's manager narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Xian. His intuition told him that Yi Xian's age is not more than 25 years old. Even in the entire Zhu family, not 1 in 10 people broke through to the manifestation realm at 25 years old. Not bad, not bad. All right, then you'll work under me from now on. The Zhu family's manager nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, with 3 people's recommendation, Yi Xian directly joined the Zhu family without any suspicion. Chapter 1096. All right, leave him to me. The 3 of you return to Flying Tiger City quickly. Don't let the other 3 families take advantage of this, Chief Steward Zhu said. The ancestors of the 8 families were sworn brothers, but as time passed, this relationship slowly widened. It was also because of this that the 8 families were not united and were scheming against each other. Although Flying Tiger City was only a small city and was the closest to the land of the dead, the Zhu family only had 7 manifestation realm experts stationed in Flying Tiger City. This time, the land of the dead changed, so the 4 families of Zhu, Wu, Zhang, and Wang discussed and sent 5 experts to destroy the land of the dead. As for why Flying Tiger City sent 20 manifestation realm experts, it was also because of the appearance of the Eye of Death. The Eye of Death attracted the aura of the entire land of the dead. Flying Tiger City was very close to the land of the dead, so they sent so many people. After leaving Yi Xian behind, Zhu Kai and the other 2 left directly. However, after some time, they would hand over all their belongings to Zhu Kai and let him hide them in a specific place. Young man, with your strength, you can get a steward position in my Zhu family. If you work hard in the future, you will be rewarded. Chief Steward Zhu brought Yi Xian into the Zhu family and explained some things to Yi Xian at the same time. Chief Steward, I have some questions, but I don't know if I can ask. Yi Xian, who was following behind the chief steward, suddenly spoke. Go ahead. It's like this. When my father died, he left a strange parchment. He said it was a treasure map somewhere in the glazed light sacred ground. So I want to ask if our Zhu family has a map of the glazed light sacred ground. Yi Xian told the lie that he had made up beforehand. Glazed light sacred ground, treasure map? Chief Steward Zhu heard this and couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He said, let me see it. Originally, this kind of thing couldn't be taken out for others to see, but this parchment was casually drawn by Yi Xian. It was quite a treasure map, so he immediately took it out. Chief Steward Zhu glanced at it but could not see anything wrong with it. After all, even he could not understand Yi Xian's drawing, let alone him. The treasure map of the glazed light Holy Land is useless because our transrealm teleportation array has been sealed. Every time we activate it, we need a large number of soul crystals. Furthermore, our Zhu family doesn't have a map of the glazed light Holy Land. The chief steward of the Zhu family shook his head. Is that so? Yi Xian asked in his heart. He felt that there was something wrong with this head steward of the Zhu family. Perhaps, the Zhu clan had a map of the glazed light sacred ground, but the Zhu clan's chief steward had concealed it. Perhaps, Zhu clan's chief steward had a place where he could get a map of the glazed light sacred ground. Young man, you won't be able to reach the glazed light sacred ground. Why don't you give this treasure map to me? Although I can't go to the glazed light sacred ground, I like to collect these things. Chief Steward Zhu smiled at Yi Xian and continued, don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. I see. Yi Xian pretended to hesitate. After thinking for a while, he nodded painfully. All right, then I'll kindly accept it. Chief Steward Zhu was very happy and directly put away the treasure map. He was completely unaware that this treasure map was a fake treasure map that Yi Xian casually made up. I won't treat you unfairly either. Here are 100 rank 1 soul crystals. They can increase the strength of your soul. Chief Steward Zhu took out a cloth bag and handed it to Yi Xian. Soul crystals were the currency of the manifestation realm. They could be used for transactions and could also be used to increase the strength of the soul. 100 rank 1 soul crystals were roughly the net worth of a first-level manifestation realm expert. These things seemed to be a lot, but to Yi Xian, it was just a drop of water in the ocean. If he wanted to break through to the second level of the manifestation realm, he would need at least 1,000. However, this was better than nothing. Next, Chief Steward Zhu brought him to a certain place in the Zhu family. They had just arrived when a graceful woman walked out from inside. She was about 25 years old. She had a head of refreshing short hair and a pretty face. Grandfather, didn't you go out? Why are you back? The short-haired woman asked curiously. Little YA, this is Yi Xian who just joined my Zhu family. He is now a steward of my Zhu family. Show him around and familiarize him with the environment. Chief Steward Zhu said to the short-haired woman. Yes, grandfather. The short-haired woman softly replied. Then, Chief Steward Zhu left. Yi Xian did not expect that this short-haired woman was actually the Zhu family's chief steward's granddaughter. Chief Steward Zhu was at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm, but his granddaughter was actually at the 2nd level of the manifestation realm. Her talent could probably rank in the top 3 in the entire Zhu family. Hello, I am Zhu YA, the Zhu family's vice chief steward. The short-haired woman walked in front of Yi Xian with a smile. Yi Xian. Yi Xian also nodded and replied in a friendly manner. He could try to control this Zhu YA. After all, she was a vice chief, and her grandfather was the entire Zhu family's chief steward. However, this was the Zhu family's territory. If he acted rashly and failed to control Zhu YA in one go, he would definitely alert the enemy. If he wanted to control her, he had to do it from afar. Next, Zhu YA brought Yi Xian around to familiarize him with the environment. She told Yi Xian some things and then assigned Yi Xian a place to stay. As for the job, it had not been decided yet. You can stay here for now. You will have a specific assignment in 3 days at most. Zhu YA said to Yi Xian. Thank you, Vice Chief. Yi Xian hurriedly thanked her. Zhu YA smiled lightly. I am 1 year older than you. You can call me Big Sister YA. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me. Big Sister YA. Yi Xian called out again. However, just as Ju Ya was about to turn and leave, a person suddenly stepped into Yi Xian's residence. It was a man wearing a golden crown. He had sword-like eyebrows and a dignified appearance. One look and one could tell that he was not a simple person. When Ju Ya saw this person, a look of disgust flashed across her eyes. However, she still greeted him respectfully. Second young master. The second young master quickly walked over and glanced at Yi Xian. Then, he asked, Xiao Ya, why are you here? Yi Xian just joined the Ju family. Grandfather asked me to bring him around to familiarize him with the environment. Ju Ya answered honestly. Oh, welcome to the Ju family. The second young master smiled at Yi Xian. Then, he said in a commanding tone, Xiao Ya and I have something to talk about now. You can go out and wait for a while. Go out and wait for a while? Yi Xian was stunned. Mother ****. This was his residence. How could he ask him to go out and wait for a while? Were they trying to have sex on the spot? Chapter 1097. Second young master, I still have matters to attend to. Let's talk later. Ju Ya said very impatiently. Now, Yi Xian could see what was going on. The Ju family's second young master was probably pursuing Ju Ya, but Ju Ya did not like him, so she was a little impatient. Although Ju Ya was the granddaughter of the Ju family's head steward, the head steward was not a member of the Ju family and was only given the surname Ju. The Ju family's second young master was the son of the Ju family's patriarch. He was already at the second level of the manifestation realm at the age of 27, and was one of the 3 great geniuses of the Ju family. However, the Ju family was a large family. Even a piece of trash could be made into a super genius by using treasures of heaven and earth. The second level of the manifestation realm was nothing. The Ju family's second young master was at the second level of the manifestation realm and was not weak. Yi Xian did not have the confidence to directly control him. In order not to disturb the later plans, Yi Xian decided not to clash with the Ju family's second young master for the time being and directly walked outside. However, the Ju family's second young master was on his list of control. When the time came, as long as he made an appointment to control him, then it would be equivalent to him owning half of the Ju family. Seeing Yi Xian leave, Ju Ya's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. She said, Second young master, if you have something to say, then say it quickly. I still have many things to do. All right, then I'll make it short. The second young master said with a smile, just yesterday, I already proposed to Uncle, and Uncle has already agreed. We will get married next month. What, get married? Ju Ya cried out in surprise. She said, no, I haven't agreed. Little Ya, you've worked hard for my Ju family for so many years. It's time for you to enjoy life. As long as you marry me, you will be my Ju family's second young mistress. Your future achievements might even surpass my great-grandfather. The second young master said somewhat agitatedly. No, I don't agree. Ju Ya still shook her head. Why? You're already 26, but you're still not married. Aren't you waiting for me? The Ju family's second young master asked in confusion, then said, I know, you must be not mentally prepared. All right, I can postpone the wedding for a while until you're mentally prepared. No, that's not what I mean, Ju Ya hurriedly said. She wanted to say that the second young master of the Ju family was flattering himself. However, if she said that directly, she was afraid that she would directly anger the second young master of the Ju family. For a moment, she did not know what to say. Yi Xian, who was outside, was also speechless. Although he had walked quite a distance away, he had the perceptive eye and spiritual sense, so how could he not hear these words? However, what caught his attention was that at this very moment, a large group of experts seemed to have entered the Ju clan's valley. Right at this moment. Ju Xiong, come out and meet me. A loud roar reverberated throughout the entire valley of the Ju clan, falling into everyone's ears. The 2 people in the courtyard stopped and trembled at the same time. Ju Xiong, wasn't that the name of the Ju clan's old master? The Ju family's patriarch, Zhu Xiong, was at the 4th level of the manifestation realm. He was the strongest person in the Zhu family. There was actually someone who dared to call out old Master Zhu's name directly, and in front of the Zhu family's door. This was simply courting death. The second young master of the Zhu clan did not waste any more words. He flew up into the sky and shouted, "Which bastard is calling my great-grandfather's name?" Not only that, but many people from the Zhu clan also flew up into the sky. However, in the next moment, their bodies all trembled at the same time. There were a total of 10 people, but the auras of these 10 people were not the slightest bit weaker than the entire Zhu clan. There were 4 experts at the 3rd level of the manifestation realm. Most importantly, these people were actually wearing the uniform of the Zhao clan, one of the 8 great clans. The Zhao clan? The second young master was stunned for a moment. He focused his eyes and found that the leader of the Zhao clan's team sitting on a black sky dragon in front of them was a little familiar. He quickly searched his memory and could not help but exclaim, "Heifeng Sky Dragon, Zhao clan's Zhao Kuan? That's right, it's me." In the Zhao clan's team, the young man sitting on a black sky dragon responded. The black sky dragon he was riding was a 2nd level of the manifestation realm sky connecting beast. It was this unique sky connecting beast that allowed the second young master to recognize him. "Why are you looking for my great-grandfather?" the second young master asked with a frown. After learning of the other party's identity, his attitude clearly changed a lot. What a joke! The Zhao clan was the head of the 8 great clans and was the strongest. If he knew that the newcomers were a team from the 8 great clans, why would he still shout those words? Not to mention that this Zhao Kuan was the Zhao clan's great young master, the next patriarch of the Zhao clan. "You don't have the right to ask this question. Zhu Xiong, come out." Zhao Kuan could not be bothered with the Zhu clan's second young master and shouted again. Hearing this, the second young master's expression changed greatly, but he dared not speak out despite his anger. Although he was the Zhu clan's young master, he did not have the right to speak. There were at least 10 people who had more right to speak than him. So for a moment, he actually cowered. And this was in his own home. The arrival of the Zhao clan had already alarmed the entire Zhu clan. All the manifestation realm experts flew into the sky. At the same time, a figure flew over from behind the Zhu clan. The Zhu clan's great-grandfather, Zhu Xiong. "So it's young Master Zhao. May I ask why young Master Zhao has come to my Zhu clan?" Zhu Xiong asked with a smile. "I came today to cooperate with the Zhu clan." Zhao Kuan answered honestly. Cooperation? These 2 words made Zhu Xiong somewhat puzzled. The Zhao clan's strength was at least 10 times that of the Zhu clan. What did the Zhu clan have that the Zhao clan would fancy? That's right, cooperation. Zhao Kuan nodded and revealed a trace of a sinister smile. He said, "My father said to let your Zhu clan merge with my Zhao clan and let us develop together." What? The moment these words came out, the entire Zhu clan was shocked. Zhao Kuan actually wanted the Zhu clan to merge with the Zhao clan? What kind of joke was this? "Young Master Zhao, you're not joking, right?" Zhu Xiong's expression was not very good. Although he asked this, he had more or less guessed it from Zhao Kuan's expression. This should be true. Look at me, do I look like I'm joking? Zhao Kuan's eyes narrowed. Before he finished speaking, someone shouted loudly, "This isn't cooperation, you're simply trying to annex my Zhu clan." The person who spoke was the Zhu clan's second young master's grandfather, a 3rd-level manifestation realm martial artist. "Since you've said so, then I won't beat around the bush. That's right. My father's intention is to annex your Zhu clan." As Zhao Kuan spoke, he also looked around and continued, "Not only that, the Wu, Zhang, and Wang clans will also be annexed by the other 3 upper clans. The 8 great clans only need the 4 great clans in the future." The Zhao clan's intention for coming was already very obvious, and that was to annex the Zhu clan. Chapter 1098. The reason why the 8 great clans were divided into the 4 upper clans and the 4 lower clans was because the 4 lower clans had not developed well in the past 1,000 years. The Zhu family was silent. How could they have thought that their family would have such a day? Your Zhu clan is declining day by day. Sooner or later, you won't be able to raise your head again. My Zhao clan will let you join my Zhao clan on account of our old friendship. We will develop together in the future. This is a win-win cooperation. Zhao Kuan continued. A win-win situation? When the Zhu family heard this, they couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Merging into the Zhao family was a win-win situation? Cooperate my ass. However, the Zhao family was much stronger than the Zhu family. The Zhu family did not have the ability to resist at all. Zhu Xiong glanced at Zhao Kuan. The latter had come in a threatening manner and had actually brought so many experts with him. He was most likely going to eat up the Zhu clan. If they refused, then there would most likely be a great battle. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that if the Zhao family still had a 5th-level manifestation realm expert, then if they descended upon the Zhu family, then the Zhu family would definitely be annihilated. Young Master Zhao, is there no room for negotiation? Zhu Xiong could not help but ask. The other 3 families have already compromised. Only your Zhu family is left. Zhao Kuan coldly replied. Only the Zhu family was left. In other words, out of the 8 great clans, there were only 5 great clans left. If the Zhu clan also merged with the Zhao clan, then there would only be 4 great clans left. Patriarch Zhu was silent for a moment. He thought of the power of the Zhao family and nodded in compromise. From now on, they will stay with the Zhu family and assist you. After Zhao Kuan finished speaking, he turned his head to the side and the few second-level manifestation realm martial artists behind him walked out. From now on, the 8 great clans were only left with 4 great clans. Yi Xian did not expect that he would become a member of the Zhao family the moment he joined the Zhu family. What a scam. Meanwhile, Zhao Kuan suddenly swept the surroundings with his gaze and said, Right, I have something else to tell you. I, Zhao Kuan, intend to take a concubine. Hearing this, Zhu Xiong raised his eyebrows and said, Please do as you wish, young Master Zhao. Whoever is chosen by young Master Zhao is blessed. Although that was what he said, Zhu Xiong was cursing in his heart. He knew that Zhao Kuan was not doing this to take in a concubine, but to stabilize the relationship between the 2 families. Alright, since old Master Zhu has said so, then I won't hold back. Of course, I, Zhao Kuan, am not a perverted person. This matter requires mutual affection. The corners of Zhao Kuan's mouth curled up slightly as he rode the Heifeng heavenly dragon and circled above the Zhu family. The population of the Zhu clan had also reached tens of thousands, and there were countless young beauties who had yet to marry. Some of these girls wanted to be chosen by Zhao Kuan, so they all went out. When Zhao Kuan flew over their heads, they would make a scene. However, some girls didn't want to, so they hid in the house. Even those girls who were already married wanted to use this opportunity to enter the Zhao family. Zhao Kuan paced back and forth in the air above the Zhu family. Finally, he stopped in the air above a courtyard. Coincidentally, this residence was the one that belonged to Yi Xian. Who is she? Zhao Kuan looked at Zhu Ya in Yi Xian's courtyard and asked. When Zhu Xiong heard this, he followed Zhao Kuan's gaze and said, She is the granddaughter of the Zhu family's chief steward. At the same time, she is also the deputy chief steward of the Zhu family, Zhu Ya. After hearing this, Zhao Kuan nodded in satisfaction and said, Not bad, not bad. Second-level manifestation realm. Seeing that Zhao Kuan was looking at her, Zhu Ya frowned slightly. As the deputy chief steward of the Zhu family, how could she not know what she was going to face next? Zhao Kuan rode the Heifeng heavenly dragon closer to the courtyard and landed in front of Zhu Ya. He asked seriously, Miss Zhu Ya, are you willing to marry me? Zhu Ya didn't know if she should agree at this time. She quickly glanced at the second young master next to her. Well, young Master Zhao, I have already proposed to Zhu Ya's father yesterday, and he has already agreed. The second young master of the Zhu family, Zhu Sheng, quickly stepped forward. What a joke. He had been chasing Zhu Ya for so long, and the wedding was about to happen. Now that Zhao Kuan suddenly appeared, he couldn't back down this time. So what? Zhao Kuan had a look of disapproval. It was just a proposal. Even if they were already engaged and married, as long as Zhu Ya agreed, he could take her away directly. The second young master's face was immediately filled with anger. However, when the words reached his throat, he swallowed them back. At this time, Zhao Kuan suddenly took out a bag of soul crystals from his universe ring and threw it to the second young master. He said, "I will return your betrothal gift in double. There are 5,000 soul crystals in here." 5,000 soul crystals. Hearing this, the second young master's eyes brightened. If he refined all these soul crystals, his soul strength would increase greatly. If he used them for cultivation, it would be enough for him to break through to the third level of the manifestation realm. After all, the betrothal gift he gave to Zhu Yue's father was only 1,000 soul crystals. Although these 5,000 soul crystals were just a drop in the ocean to the entire Zhu family, was there still a chance for him to reject? Why not just take this step down? Alright, then the marriage between Zhu Yue and I is over. The Zhu family's second young master nodded solemnly. He was the young master of the Zhu family after all. He had to think for the Zhu family. This Zhao Kuan was aggressive and didn't look like he would back down. If he fought with Zhao Kuan here, then the Zhu family would be in a lot of trouble in the future. It wasn't worth it for a woman. After hearing the Zhu family's second young master's words, Zhu Yue looked at him in shock. The former had pursued her for so many years, and now he was giving her away just like that. Fortunately, she only cancelled the engagement and did not agree to Zhao Kuan's proposal. However, her grandfather wasn't in the Zhu family. Her father couldn't even compare to her in terms of influence, let alone speaking up for her. Who could speak up for her now? However, at this moment, Zhu Sheng suddenly cried out in pain. He held his chest and took 2 steps back. Zhao Kuan, who originally wanted to ask Zhu Yue if she agreed, was also shocked when he saw Zhu Sheng's reaction. What happened to Zhu Sheng? Not only that, but even Zhu Xiong and the others couldn't figure out the situation. Immediately, Zhu Xiong and the other experts flew over to check on Zhu Sheng's condition. Other than the power of manifestation, the manifestation realm also had the trait of spiritual consciousness. With this trait, one could use inner vision to check one's own body, as well as other people's bodies. However, with Zhu Xiong's 4th level manifestation realm cultivation, he didn't find anything wrong with Zhu Sheng's body. "Grandson, what happened to you?" Zhu Sheng's grandfather asked anxiously. "Grandfather, my heart seems to be burning. It hurts so much." Chapter 1099. His heart is burning up. Old Master Zhu Xiong quickly scanned with his spiritual consciousness, but he still did not find anything amiss. At this moment, he thought of Zhu Sheng's feelings for Zhu Yue and immediately understood. His suffering from qi deviation due to anger. Zhu Xiong concluded. Suffering from qi deviation? Grandfather Zhu Sheng and the others instantly understood after hearing this. Under Zhao Kuan's pressure, Zhu Sheng cancelled the engagement with Zhu Yue on the spot. Therefore, his qi deviation was caused by anger. Immediately, they sat down cross-legged and treated Zhu Sheng. However, how would they know that all of this was caused by Yi Xian? TSK, suffering from qi deviation due to anger, Yi Xian sneered in his heart. Zhu Sheng's pain was entirely due to the burning eye. Although the burning eye had such a name, it directly attacked Zhu Sheng's soul, although the reason could not be found. Even Zhu Sheng himself would not know that he was hit by a mental attack. No, it should be called a soul attack now. After all, this was the Zhu family. There was the 4th level of the manifestation realm Old Master Zhu Sheng's grandfather, father, uncles, and other 3rd level of the manifestation realm experts. Even Zhao Kuan, who was standing in front of Zhu Sheng, could not have used a mental attack without being discovered under the eyes of so many experts. Therefore, they unanimously believed that Zhu Sheng was the cause. Even Zhao Kuan was very helpless when such a thing happened to Zhu Sheng. He did not do anything and even gave Zhu Sheng 5,000 soul crystals. However, Zhu Sheng was so angry that he suffered from qi deviation and was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. It was simply a joke. He stood there and watched as the Zhu family experts helped Zhu Sheng get through this difficult situation. However, Zhu Sheng's pain did not lessen at all under the combined efforts of so many experts. Instead, it became worse. For a full 10 seconds, Zhu Sheng was in pain for a full 10 seconds. During these 10 seconds, His mind was about to collapse. Second young master, you really like me that much? Zhu Ya, who was standing at the side, also widened her eyes. Zhu Sheng's character was not good, and he was arrogant and lustful. This was something that the entire Zhu clan knew, but now that Zhu Sheng had become like this, she mistakenly thought that Zhu Sheng had deep feelings for her. At this time, Yi Xian, who was watching from afar, looked at the group of people in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he secretly revealed a smile. It's about time. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. Using the burning eye to torture Zhu Sheng for 10 seconds was already very cruel. Fortunately, Zhu Sheng was at the second level of the manifestation realm and had constructed 2 soul altars. His soul was not weak. If Zhu Sheng was only at the first level of the manifestation realm, then those 10 seconds were enough for Zhu Sheng's soul to be destroyed from the pain. After such a long period of torture, Zhu Sheng's soul was extremely weak, so Yi Xian immediately used the Eye of Control on him. The Eye of Control was different from the burning eye. Just now, Zhu Sheng hadn't figured out why he was in so much pain, but once he failed to control it, he immediately understood that he had been hit by a mental attack. Therefore, this time, Yi Xian would either succeed or die trying. Ding! Control successful. When the sound of the system notification rang out, Zhu Sheng's voice also disappeared. Right now, Zhu Sheng had become Yi Xian's servant. Other than Yi Xian, no one present would know of this secret. Even Zhu Sheng's grandfather and great-grandfather wouldn't be able to discover it. After hearing this system notification, Yi Xian sighed in relief. It seemed that the first step of his plan had succeeded. It had to be said that this Zhu Sheng was a bit difficult to deal with. After all, he was one of the 3 great geniuses of the Zhu family. Although he was only at the second level of the manifestation realm, his soul was extremely strong. Fortunately, Yi Xian's burning eye would not reveal anything, otherwise, it would be troublesome. Sheng, how are you? Zhu Sheng's grandfather hurriedly asked. Grandfather, great-grandfather, I'm fine. I've troubled you. Zhu Sheng wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said. It's good that you're fine. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Zhu Sheng was one of the 3 great geniuses of the Zhu family. If he had gone mad and damaged his foundation, then all the previous treasures would have been wasted. It's good that you're fine. Zhao Kuan narrowed his eyes and immediately turned to look at Zhu Ya. Miss Zhu Ya, what do you think? Just now, Zhu Sheng had cancelled the engagement, but this did not mean that Zhu Ya had agreed. Zhu Ya pondered for a moment. After glancing at the surrounding Zhu family members, she nodded silently in the end. Although she was not a member of the Zhu family, she had no choice but to accept the engagement in this situation. In that case, Miss Zhu Ya, please pack your luggage and return to the Zhao family with me. A hint of joy flashed in Zhao Kuan's eyes. Although Zhu Ya's beauty was on the same level as his wives and concubines, her potential was much greater than theirs. A 26-year-old at the second level of the manifestation realm was considered good even in the Zhao family. Young Master Zhao, can you wait for a while? Zhu Ya asked. It's fine. I'll wait outside for a while. Zhao Kuan replied and leaped onto his black gale dragon. Great-grandfather Zhu, I'll take my leave first. Young Master Zhao, take care, Zhu Xiong replied. Although his face was expressionless, his heart was bleeding. After all, the Zhu family was swallowed up by the Zhao family this time. Zhu Ya, one of the 3 young geniuses of the Zhu family, was going to enter the Zhao family. This was a heavy blow to them. However, if they did not compromise, the Zhao family would definitely use force. At that time, the Zhu family's status would definitely be far worse than it was now. Soon, Zhao Kuan left with the other 3 third-level manifestation realm experts, leaving behind only 6 second-level manifestation realm experts. Looking at their departing figures, Zhu Xiong and the others sighed in their hearts. This was a world where the strong were respected. However, the current Zhu Sheng was looking at him without any emotion. Sheng, go back and rest first, Zhu Sheng's grandfather said to him. Yes. Zhu Sheng nodded and left immediately. As for Zhu Ya, she was removed from her position under the great-grandfather Zhu Sheng's orders and replaced by another person. As for Yi Xian, when Zhu Sheng left, he pretended to be called by Zhu Sheng and left with Zhu Sheng. Yi Xian could not do anything about Zhu Ya. This was fate. However, he could use this opportunity to enter the Zhao family, the leader of the 8 great families. Soon, Zhu Sheng brought Yi Xian to his residence. Then, he took off the interspatial ring on his finger. Master. Zhu Sheng called out softly and passed the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Chapter 1100. How dare you call me by my name in a place like this? If your grandfather or great-grandfather hears it, I'll die a horrible death. Yi Xian reminded him. Although there was no one around, Yi Xian would be in deep trouble if someone heard Zhu Sheng calling him master. How could Zhu Sheng, the second young master of the Zhu clan, call Yi Xian master? Fortunately, there was no one in Zhu Sheng's residence. Yi Xian took Zhu Sheng's interspatial ring. Other than the 5,000 soul crystals, there were many other good items in the ring. He immediately devoured the soul crystals using a special method. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is 2nd level of manifestation realm. The system notified. The benefits of devouring the soul crystals were the same as the treasures of heaven and earth. However, if he devoured them using a special method, Yi Xian's soul strength would increase as well. Although I am only at the 2nd level of the manifestation realm, the strength of my soul has already surpassed the majority of those at the 2nd level of the manifestation realm. With my current strength, it might be slightly difficult to deal with 4 3rd level manifestation realm martial artists, but I have the myriad returning sword. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. Zhu Ya would be leaving with Zhao Kuan soon, so he wanted to stop Zhao Kuan and the other 3 along the way. Do you have anything else? Yi Xian asked. No, I've used everything. Zhu Sheng shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian sensed Zhu Ya leaping into the air as if she was leaving with Zhao Kuan. Fine, let's do it. Yi Xian did not waste any time and left. After all, he had just joined the Zhu clan, so no one would notice him. At that moment, Zhu Ya had already bid farewell to her father and came to the entrance of the valley. Zhao Kuan and the other 3 were waiting outside on the Heifeng Tianlong. Seeing Zhu Ya coming out, Zhao Kuan smiled and said, Lady Zhu Ya, come on up. Zhu Ya nodded silently and leaped onto the Heifeng Tianlong's back under the watchful eyes of the Zhu clan. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the crowd, watched the Heifeng Tianlong's departing figure and left the Zhu clan quietly. Young master, remember to let me out this time. Luo 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 shouted from inside the storage space. No problem. Yi Xian immediately agreed. Although Luo Luo was only at the 1st level of the manifestation realm, her strength had reached an explosive level after breaking through to the manifestation realm. It was only now that Yi Xian's soul strength surpassed Luo Luo's. After leaving the Zhu residence, Yi Xian quickly followed behind. With his current strength, it wasn't a problem for him to fight against so many people. Zhao Kuan and the others rode the 2nd level manifestation realm Black Wind Heavenly Dragon towards the Zhao family. Zhu Ya sat beside Zhao Kuan and answered his questions. As for Yi Xian, he naturally used his powerful perceptive eye and spiritual sense to follow Zhao Kuan. With his current speed, keeping up with Heifeng Tianlong's speed was a piece of cake. However, he was still very close to the Zhu clan, so he had to wait for a while before he could make a move. After half a day, Zhao Kuan rode the Heifeng Heavenly Dragon into a 10,000-layer mountain range. This was a suitable place to make a move. Luo Luo, get ready. Yi Xian reminded him. Yes, young master. Luo Luo, who was in the physical space, nodded. In the next moment, Yi Xian directly performed the Eye of Glory. The glorious set instantly enveloped him. His aura was also released without any concealment. Eye of Nirvana. A silver light flashed and instantly broke through the void and attacked the 2nd level manifestation realm Black Wind Heavenly Dragon. Zhao Kuan and the others on the Heifeng Heavenly Dragon were stunned. They suddenly turned their heads and saw the Nirvana rend. A sneak attack. One of the Zhao family's experts shouted and directly threw out a punch. Bam! The Nirvana rend was dispersed. Those in the manifestation realm already had spiritual sense, so a sneak attack wasn't that easy to succeed. Yi Xian didn't think of a sneak attack. The Nirvana rend just now was just an appetizer. Insolent scoundrel, why did you sneak attack us? Zhao Kuan turned his head and shouted at Yi Xian, who was wearing the glorious golden armor. Zhao family's people, you're the one who sneak attacked us. Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly performed the Eye of Illusion and Burning Eye on Zhao Kuan's group. Not only that, but Zhu Ya and the Heifeng heavenly dragon they were riding also did the same. Mental attack. Zhao Kuan and the others were stunned. They suddenly felt a burning pain in their hearts, but they didn't think of Zhu Sheng half a day ago. How dare you sneak attack us when you're only in the second level of the manifestation realm? You're courting death. The Zhao family's expert shouted and dove towards Yi Xian. You're not my match alone. Attack together. Yi Xian shouted arrogantly. In the next moment, thousands of sky quake swords swept over. Wei Zhontian was at the same level as Yi Xian. They were both in the second level of the manifestation realm, so his hardness wasn't something an ordinary person could destroy. With thousands of sky quake swords sweeping over, even Zhao Kuan didn't dare to be careless. Therefore, the other two third-level manifestation realm experts also moved. The third level of the manifestation realm isn't easy to control, so I'm sorry. Spiritual sword formation, lock. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he looked at the three Zhao family's experts, who were using the manifestation realm to accelerate towards him. Clang, clang, clang. Before the three of them could react, countless sky quake swords fell from the sky and locked them together. At the same time, Luo Luo suddenly appeared and created hundreds of clones. Then, she madly threw the seven-colored demonic fire at the spiritual sword formation. Stop! Seeing this, Zhao Kuan shouted angrily. He didn't expect a second-level manifestation realm brat to actually trap three third-level manifestation realm experts of his Zhao family. Now, he couldn't just sit back and watch. However, just as he was about to attack, whoosh! A fair and smooth palm directly slapped his back. The attack combined with the manifestation realm's manifestation realm was extremely powerful. Zhao Kuan was caught off guard. His aura instantly became chaotic. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he cursed angrily, "Damn bastard, so you're with him." Was there a need to ask who ambushed him? Other than the three experts from the Zhao family, the only other person present was Zhu Ya, a member of the Zhu family. If it wasn't Zhu Ya, who could it be? If it was half a day ago, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to control Zhu Ya so easily. However, after breaking through, Yi Xian directly constructed a second soul altar, and the strength of his soul greatly increased. Zhao Kuan might not be able to directly control Zhu Ya, but Yi Xian could still do it with Zhu Ya, who was at the second level of the manifestation realm. However, what Zhao Kuan didn't expect was that it wasn't only Zhu Ya who betrayed him, but also the beast he had raised for many years. Black Wind Heavenly Dragon. Roar! The Black Wind Heavenly Dragon roared and reached out with a claw, directly grabbing Zhao Kuan. What? Zhao Kuan was already shocked. This Black Wind Heavenly Dragon had accompanied him for many years, and he had spent a lot of treasures to raise it. But today, it betrayed him. How was this possible? However, now was not the time for him to be shocked. Beast, even you dare to betray me, you're courting death.